Corvette held you up a little bit over here. That was nice of it.
The problem is you're so fast on the straight and then slow on the corners. But I guess that's the prep though.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right?
Well, pretty back.
There. Okay.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Can anyone hear me? Do, 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 do.
Perfect.
Let's see. All right. Seems like I got a microphone now. That was awesome. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. That was great. Yeah, so apparently I forgot to plug my mic in. That's fine. Whatever. How are you, Kat? You've been very busy
Yep. Doing things.
getting in trouble, it seems like.
What did I get in trouble?
Apparently you said what was it? Hang on. Stand by. I got it in Discord right now.
Oh my God.
Women's sports are Special Olympics.
It's comedy.
I think that people like it, and they kind of want you to comment on that, or they want to clip it, or they want a video of it. And I actually was asked if it was simping, if that actually that happened. So I said that it was not. That depended on what the clip was. Is Andrew live yet? I'm
Yep.
trying to check. He is live. Okay, let's see.
I don't think he's talking with him though.
No, okay. I got too much stuff going on. I was too into my new intro reel. My new intro reel is awesome. You guys all know that. He is actually. It looks like he is talking to them. So let me pull this out. And no, I will just do it like this. How's everybody out there in regular TV land? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay?
Good.
All right. Did that work? That worked like I wanted it to? I don't know. Can't tell.
Can't hear him.
Well, that's because I got it muted. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Just stand by.
The moderators in the chat.
Can you hear it?
Give you instructions how you
Can you hear me now?
Look for the
All
chat.
right,
The
cool.
moderators that'll be talking about that. We plan on taking
Perfect. Now we're going to be able to
It's gonna
comment.
be a good one.
I'm going to have
Wanna
to
get
turn
involved
them
in this,
up a
ask
little
either
bit.
guy question, make fun of them. We all have thick skin. Just don't make fun of the moderator, I guess. He's perfect. You can't make fun of him. But other than that, looking forward to it. Why don't we just jump in? I don't think either of you really need that much of an introduction. So Andrew is the challenger. You get to go first. You have up to 7 minutes for your
All
opening
you guys
statement.
PMing me is
Sure. You guys can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Dave, for coming into tonight's debate. I appreciate it. I want to let you know
This
the
is gonna be
reason I'm
great.
having this debate with you is because I think I can
You
bring
needed a
to
replacement
the
part for your
dark
spaceship?
side of the force.
Sorry to hear that.
And you're
I had
already halfway
a
there. My hope
I had this
is to
super
convince
chat
you
come
to
in,
get us the rest
guys.
of the way there.
while
libertarianism
everybody's
is
going,
in the end a
John
system which
20-29
inevitably
sent him
leads to
£5.
degeneracy.
You,
The reason libertarians currently have a Skittles nominee for president is
hang on.
because the very ideology itself is corrupt.
This is you got
It
a
starts with the
license for
very
that much
core idea
awesomeness.
on which all
We have
of their
British
ideas
Touring
are
Car
based,
Championship.
which
I
is
know.
self-ownership.
I used to work with those
I
drivers.
know this is a
Nowhere
doctrine
near
that
as
Mr.
mental
Smith does
as what
believe,
you guys get up to.
because I have
That's
seen him
true.
reference it multiple
We
times.
get all
in
the cool
multiple
stuff over
appearances, most
here. You're
recently on
welcome to come over and hang out
Reason
with
TV
us, though.
in his case against
I
open
endorse you
borders.
doing that.
It's a failing dogma because it opens up the ultimate
I'm going to
can of
turn.
worms.
I got to turn Andrew down. He's
People
too loud.
really do own themselves.
He's got a
and
commanding
really can't
voice.
engage with any voluntary action
All right,
they take
so
with each other. And
we're
stop
tasting the rainbow tonight,
them,
apparently,
or
so,
force them not to do those actions.
Evan
This is
O'Brien,
exactly why
how are you,
Skittles
buddy? I
in
saw that you
society
PM'd me
exists.
and you wanted to
By
talk,
this
so feel
logic, we
free
can't
to
outlaw
PM
incest,
me again.
prostitution. We can't outlaw gay marriage.
Rest
We
in
can't
peace,
outlaw
Joe Rogan.
polygamy.
He will be missed.
We can't even
What happened with
outlaw
Joe Rogan?
unaliving yourself. All
Kat, what
things
happened with
which
Joe
Christian
Rogan? What did I
ethics
miss?
point to
I don't
as
think anything happened to him.
moral.
Well, I mean, he
They
must have
can't really
he must have
say
said
that they
something
are,
to be
though. They have to be
pre-canceled
allowed
or
if
something.
you own yourself, or it would be a violation of the
I would love to have Buck White. I would love to
nice
be
and
having
all
a
that
steak
Mr.
right now.
Smith has
Unfortunately, I got to do the
distanced himself
show,
from the failure that is the modern
maybe
Libertarian
later.
Party, and I applaud him for doing it. But ultimately,
Yeah, I
the
had my
very
mic
reason he had
unplugged.
to
It was
is
weird.
because of this reason.
Cable
It
fell
always
off
leads
like
to the
behind
absurd
the
outcome of
other
mass
side of the
degeneracy. It has to. There's
empty
no way
space over
around
there.
it. Dave
Did you
assumes, for
hear
reasons I
that
don't
Glenn
understand,
Lawrence
the
wants
dissolution
to
of
do
non-promotion yet
like a
legalization is
comedy
somehow
film?
better than the alternative of the state utilizing authority.
I've heard that
to
he's
remove
wanted to
these
do
moral
several
plagues.
films. What's up with the
I want the state busting up
comedy film?
prostitution rings.
Yeah,
again.
he was
I want them
talking about
arresting
like
incest
spitballing
practitioners,
ideas
and I want them
for
to arrest
Mm.
doing
polygamists.
like a
I
low
want them to
budget
use force to
comedy
prevent
film with
unaliving
a bunch of
of
people from the
oneself.
space.
The anarcho
Okay.
capitalists, in this case Dave,
That would be tough
can't
because
justify the
most
state
people don't
really
like
doing
to
any of
travel.
those
That's why
things.
they're
The
doing this on the
Christian
internet.
ethicist
I
can.
know, just a
So-
bunch of
Striking a
introverts.
between what he
But
would call
supposedly, I have to go
totalitarianism
to
and what are considered freedoms.
Michigan
For us,
here in a few
though,
weeks
Mr.
to
Smith has
go
outlined a plan, one he often repeats.
to the
His
debate
plan is to
between
have
Based
libertarians move
Oracle
into
and
positions of
Andrew.
governance in order to take control
Supposedly
of
that's going to
key
happen. I'm going to
systems,
be there.
abolish them
I've been invited by
eventually
both
in
parties.
hopes that
So,
we eventually
that'd
get
be
to some
great. I
kind
can
of
maybe get Rachel to cook me a
anarcho-capitalist
steak. That
society
would be
over
awesome.
time.
And,
He says this
make a
because,
weekend out
quote,
of it.
the perfect is the enemy of the good. This means, of course, that because a thing isn't perfect doesn't mean we shouldn't move to what's better, even if what's better isn't
Glasses
perfect.
is funny. He's
So
funny
that
on
the
streams,
audience
but he's
knows
actually
this
funny.
is
I don't know.
also the
I don't
exact
really-
plan of
I don't-
socialists. They also want to
Yeah, I
seize
don't know.
government
I don't know about that. That's a great
institutions,
question.
abolish power over time in order to end up with a stateless society, just like Dave
So
wants.
earlier today, I
It's
watched
amusing to
Jay
note that
Dyer just
ultimately what both sides are really
shellac
fighting over is the power
that
of the state and
poor
the use of its
whatever
force.
he
It's
was
hilarious to
guy.
me that Christians have fallen for any
Sharon
libertarian
something.
dogma at all. We have
You didn't
No
watch
idea.
it?
rules
No
which
idea
are
who
was-
these people
it
are.
was
and right to wield state
absolutely-
power how we see fit to
absolutely,
exercise our will,
terrible,
just as the
to be honest with you.
libertarian Mr. Smith wants
And,
to do himself.
It was
and as the
absolutely
socialists want to do.
just
Mr. Smith
bad.
definitely
It's all
can't
bad.
argue
No
we
good.
shouldn't,
just bad.
as if traditional Christians
And,
were in power, society would certainly
so-
be better than it is now.
I don't
And,
know.
well, if it's not perfect,
Yeah, I don't
well,
know. It,
perfection.
the
is
problem
enemy of
was the guy
Christian
who was
ethics
arguing
is a
against
superior
Jay
system of
Dyer. I'm gonna
justification, starting point, which
lower
reject
Andrew's volume
libertarian axioms,
just another hair so I
including
can
that
speak
no
over him.
ownership
I can still
on
hear him. Can everybody still hear him?
Principle must base itself. I'd like to see.
Can I get some-
Dave
Can I get
demonstrate
some
to us that
information in the chat? Can you
self-ownership is
still?
true. I'm willing to
Can you
be
still hear?
convinced, but thus far I most certainly am not. I'd like him to.
Kat,
finally
you can hear,
clarify
right?
his
Yeah.
odds if incest
Okay.
ought be allowed.
All right, cool.
If it isn't
So,
reproductive, if homosexual
The thing
marriage
is
ought to be
Jay Dyer
allowed,
laid out a
if polygamous
very
marriages ought to be
solid
allowed,
argument.
if
It's very
unaliving yourself ought to be
clean.
allowed.
It's very nice.
Anytime in the past I have seen Dave
Unfortunately,
push odd claims, he's somewhat evasive and dodgy. And I think it's time to get clear.
the other
with
guy,
him
Sharon, whatever his
to know
name
what he
was,
actually does want in
did
society, not
not.
as preferences go,
He
but as his
he
odds,
basically
self-ownership
kept
demands
retreating
he be allowed
to
do. With no
reason,
evasion. Tell us
right?
what
Like,
is true. That
why is it?
you
And it
do
was like,
believe
why do we
prostitutes ought
care,
to be able
right?
to
Like, this is
receive
irrelevant.
prostitutes if they want. That those who want to unalive ought to be able to do that.
And
that
so
polygamous ought to
I
be able to
think
marry.
Jay Dyer won by like 94. Yeah, Yaron, not Sharon. Yaron Brook.
I'd like to get into these
Rattlesnake
philosophies
TV hosted it,
I think that's enough for us to start
which
with.
I think is funny. funny.
And with that,
But
you know, time today.
but Jay Dyer just destroyed Yaron Brook. It was like in the post-debate voting, it was something like 94% Jay Dyer. It was pretty horrible, honestly.
What I was in for.
It's a shellacking.
Who are these people? What was it about?
Andrew,
So it was the debate over the exact question was, can you live on science and technology and rational behavior alone?
I'm very interested in the
so basically, could you live without morality, religion?
That there are people who consider themselves paleoconservatives today. I'm a
creativity.
Let's just say I was very.
So basically, it's asking if you can live in a technocratic.
Sam Francis,
yeah.
Like this. One of the things that I think was great about all.
I think Yaron's an idiot. I don't know if he knows what he is. I think that he really wants to. I think he really wants to live out live action Chrome. Remember the game Chrome?
No.
New Deal and fighting keeping America.
All right, youngster. You're not that. You're like 4 years younger than me.
Yeah, but it's not like something I would do.
It's not a girl. It's not a girl thing, right? You weren't that cool, girl. Okay. Yeah. So Chrome was like the technology ruled, and so since technology was the basis of all civilization, then you ended up with kind of a caste system and a collectivist society. It just kind of defaults back to that.
They want to do if they were on someone else's property who didn't wish to allow them to do that.
It doesn't. It never actually works. I believe, John, 2029. I do believe that Yaron is in fact a materialist. He really basically said that as long as he had his technology, he would be fine.
And ask whether I think we ought to be allowed to do them or not. The question to me isn't so much whether we ought to be allowed to do them. It's how society ought to treat them and what exactly has led us to the point where these awful things are so
apparently there was a live stream that I missed. It was awesome.
I'm sure there'll be more time to get into
which is cool.
These things.
I like it when I kind of actually like it when I miss things because that means I get to go back and like watch them. I don't know exactly it is. Togashi is going to come on as our guest. I'm trying to I don't know why my Discord is being so weird lately. Is anybody else having trouble with Discord?
But I'm happy to talk more about this.
All right.
No.
Opening statement's done, so I'm going to try to stay out of it as much as possible. We'll let you two go back and forth. You only hear from me if the audience can't hear because there's too much talking.
Let me refresh.
We've got about an hour, 15 hour, 20 minutes. You guys go ahead.
Dave, can you demonstrate for us how you own yourself?
Well,
oh man,
what do you mean by that?
Do you own yourself?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
I mean, I'm demonstrating. We're both demonstrating it right now on this show.
Well, you're not demonstrating that you own yourself.
What do you mean by own?
Well, I think that ownership of a thing is just a social construction. That ownership itself is just a parameter of agreed upon criteria. Hang on, let me finish the point.
Sure.
For which, that's how we know. So I own that guitar because we agree that I own that guitar. That's it. That's the only reason I own it. I don't think that there's anything which is that you can point to that would demonstrate that this exists outside of a social construction we agree to.
Okay. Well, I'm missing your point here.
My point is that I think it's a social construction when you say that you own yourself. I don't.
What's
think
issue with
DC? A social construction.
Well, then you don't own yourself.
Which DC?
I'm not. Hold on one second.
That's great. It crashed basically.
No, I didn't.
I had to just close it and reopen it.
Me if I do or I don't. Do you own that guitar?
Yeah.
Okay, but you just said it's a social construct.
Yeah, but I gave you the criteria for the social construct would be an agreement
and I said I own myself.
Right, but when you say
so, as much as you own the guitar,
Dave's already losing.
Do you own yourself? And you say I'm not sure.
Dave is not gonna. This is not gonna go well for Dave.
Let me finish.
Yes.
Yeah, the law of excluded middle is going to show this. It can only be yes or no. Do you have self-ownership? Yes or no. I own the guitar because we agree we do. Do you only own yourself because we agree you do?
Well, I don't agree that that's what ownership means, but you said yes and I said yes. So we're both exactly.
Poor Dave.
Well,
Dave just doesn't get it.
Then I want to know how you own yourself.
Well,
Yep.
look, if you actually look up ownership in like a dictionary, I think the definition that you gave would be a little bit different than that. So do I exercise my control over myself? Do I do so morally? Yes, I think so. And I actually think that in order for us to even have this conversation, we both have in a sense agreed to that principle.
I don't think we have.
It's me versus you.
How have we
do you
agreed?
own the arguments that you're making so far in this conversation?
You don't. How do you own an argument?
No, I mean, when I say that, I mean, is it yours?
It came out of my mouth, sure.
Are the words you're saying yours?
But how would that make the application that I own that thing?
Well, look again. Define own.
I think that the definition of ownership would be a social construct in which you and I, via agreement criteria, decide that X thing becomes property which is assigned to me.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that's true,
by that definition, do you own yourself?
I would say by the definition of that social construction, I could say that you own yourself, sure.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't mean anything. Let me explain why.
Okay.
Because if the
what did we just do this whole time?
Let me explain. Because if the social construction, what if we change the social construct?
I actually really like to do because I can't comment on Andrew's streams like I can now. I'm listening to Dave right now.
Right,
and
that's exactly right. What if we change
I
the
feel like
construction of ownership to mean you can own a person? Does that mean that people no longer own themselves?
Well, the difference here, right, is that, and it's the word that I mentioned that you.
He's already stuttering.
I would say that ownership.
I'm gonna call in. You guys know I'm gonna call in, right?
That you're
Oh no.
We're gonna get Inception here. We're gonna get Inception. I'll be calling into his stream, watching his stream on my screen.
Yeah, you just said it
on my screen.
It's a social construction.
Where's Mr. E at?
It's a social
Get Mr. E.
we can own
I need Mr. E.
as via social construction. That would be justified.
Well, I don't think so.
You know, my favorite social construction,
right, is that as we're having this,
I don't actually have one, but does anybody have a favorite social construction?
What's the goal here? To persuade. Probably not.
What is yours?
But at least
I don't really have one. Marriage was probably my favorite because so many people have different interpretations of what marriage is, but it's really clearly defined in many places, but people want to argue about what it is all the time. That's probably my favorite one to argue. What is marriage?
A whole nother debate about semantics. So
yeah, but
semantics. Oh, I'm always up to semantics. Let's debate semantics.
All right, let's not do this tactic of interrupting every.
I'm up to semantics right now.
My point here. So
Josie's going to drop in. Josie, you got to behave yourself tonight. We're
listening to this.
Got to behave yourself.
In control of their own thoughts, and we could potentially persuade them toward our cause. And so, if we're doing all of this, we kind of are recognizing, in some sense, that it's more valuable to persuade people than it is to, I don't know, just enforce our will on them. And so in that sense,
you know, the thing is that I really need to set up like
there is some kind of
Viking paradigm. So I just have this whole room of screens, and then I can watch one thing here, and I can just like do this all.
Sure.
You guys be like, which screen's he watching? What's he looking at? You'll never know, because I won't put a camera behind me like he does.
That does not.
Free market is. Sam says his favorite social construction is free market, especially with libertarians, because it's the false idol.
Do people own themselves?
Yeah.
Justified position.
Okay.
Or isn't it?
Okay. I'm saying that yes, I think.
Clear that up for me a little bit. Clean that up. I don't know that I agree with you. Clean that up a little bit, Sam. Help me out with that.
You would have to prove that you own yourself.
That I can control myself, or what again, just be clear about what you're asking.
Well, here, let me give you an example. Yeah, I'll give you an example.
Here, Dave, let me give you an example.
I have seen throughout all of human history that human beings seem to be able to own other human beings without much problem.
Josie, are you muted? I didn't mute you.
The social construction of ownership of the time.
Oh, okay.
That
all right.
You can own another person. You seem to be able to just fine.
Right.
So this axiom of self-ownership is not obvious to me. To be an axiom, it has to be.
That sounds really sweet.
Self-obvious.
I don't have one of those. I should get one.
People owned other people throughout time. Prove that to me.
Yeah,
same way you-
I want the
same way you
Punisher
just said to
neon
me,
light.
prove to me that
But I
own
did.
myself.
But I did. I did.
No,
prove it to you.
Hold on.
I'll prove
One
it to you
second.
again.
Well, hold on. Let's try to not. We're only. At a couple
I
minutes in.
I think it just
interrupted me. I didn't
I
interrupt
think
you.
I have a lot of
Hold on.
stuff running right now,
You
so
just asked
I think
me
it
to
just kind of like
prove that
froze
I
up.
own
It's done that a
myself,
couple of
and
times.
you
I don't know
asserted that
why it
throughout
does it.
history, people own
Um,
other
It's not
people,
frozen.
So prove that.
Yeah, but
My
we already
Discord
did.
froze. I had to
Let me
reboot it
point out.
earlier.
You and I already.
Oh, the
agreed
Discord's been having
that ownership
problems
is
all
a
day.
social
Yeah, it's
construction,
probably not on my
and
end. I
that
think it's just
throughout
It's not
Discord.
history,
on
the
your
social
end.
construction had
But
changed. Where
thanks
people
for the
were
offer,
able to
Solid
own
Snake.
other people via
As
the
always, you
social
guys are the
construct.
best.
So whatever the
And
social
the best
construct is
fans.
today, that's all
Almost
it
as
is. If,
you
as
know,
long as you
Andrew
agree that
Did you
has
say the
ownership
best
of the social
fans?
construction,
the
you
best
basically have
fans,
to bite
the
their
best
tail.
audience.
That's
and
so
the best
I'm
fans.
not
cringe.
even
Don't say
understanding what
that.
you're saying
Say
here. So we agreed it
listeners,
was a social construct,
viewers.
and then your next statement after that was
Fans
prove
is
to me that
like,
you own
Yeah,
yourself.
a social
All
construction
right.
doesn't exist in
I have
objective reality.
Togashi
It's
checking in
confirmed.
as
It's
well.
confirmed.
We're just going to
Prove
do this
to me
watch
that
party.
anyone ever owned
Did I say that right, Togashi?
And all you said was it was a
Yes,
social
that's
construct
right.
as well.
You mean like
Okay,
like
good. So are
contract
you
and
you're living in
Explain
Japan? Are you
something. No,
Japanese
it's
or are you
your
American living in
question. You
Japan?
tell me how to
Yeah,
answer
my
it.
I'm
claim,
American
my
living
claim
in
is that
Japan.
ownership is a social
Okay, cool.
construction. Do you agree or
According to,
disagree?
Military or civilian?
I think it is a social construct. But it
Civilian
will
now. I
ultimately be
was
ethical
prior
and
military.
non-ethical or moral
Okay,
and
cool. My buddy
immoral.
did that.
If
My
you
my
make
buddy
the
married a
assertion that it's
Japanese girl and
anything
never
more
left.
than a social
He was in the Air
Oh,
Force.
then
oh,
the burden
yeah.
of claim is on you to demonstrate how it could be.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Well, okay. I mean,
So,
Yeah, no.
again, you're dodging my question here. I asked you the same question you asked me, and you weren't able to answer it either.
I
Part
did
of the
answer it.
reason, by the way, part of the reason why I asked is because I don't exactly understand the question you're asking me. Are you asking me to say why?
Andrew's
I
going to
think
steel man
I
his
have to
argument back
prove
to
that
him.
it is moral that
Just
one
going to call it.
person should own themselves rather than
No.
someone else own them? Is that
That's
the
not
question?
that's not the question. The question. So here's the question. Let me explain it to you.
Okay.
The non-aggression principle itself revolves around the idea that human beings own themselves. Correct?
That's pretty fucking funny.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah,
So the
probably
thing is
so. That's
that
probably
you and
accurate.
I
You
can
probably do
agree
get
that
owned.
There's been tons and tons of slavery throughout human history. Correct?
Mhm.
Okay.
So Togashi,
So
what
those people
how's
clearly
things
own
in
these
like in
other
China
people.
right
So there
now?
has to
Yeah, I
be
know
a
it's
social
it's
construction
early
where
morning there, right?
agreement is what is.
hey, you might
Um,
want to just mute
Read that on
the
it before
stream
you
in the
own
back
it.
if you're gonna
What
talk
I'm
over.
asking for is some
Oh,
type
sorry
of
about that.
justified
No,
evidence
I mean the grid.
that is not the case.
Oh no,
that
I'm
there is
listening.
some moral
I'm
ought or some type
switching
of
back and forth
demonstration,
rapidly,
philosophically or
multitasking
otherwise,
as
that
it
a
were.
human being actually owns
So
themselves.
Yeah, so
Here.
I think you meant to say Japan, but yeah, right now it's 10:27 a.m.
okay,
It's Saturday morning.
Something.
good.
And yes, there have been lots of times where people
Good.
can come just take all your stuff.
So we're just gonna do this watch party. Kind of
And
listen
you're
if you
saying the
can.
law recognizes
Listen
it or
to
the
Andrew and
society, then essentially they own it. So
Dave
in a
Do
here.
that with people too.
Dave's
right?
kind of spurging out a little
and in
bit.
a sense, I agree with you. And that
So then
that
you
is
don't own
happening-
yourself.
Okay. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I mean, dude, we got a long show here, so let's just let each other talk. So in a sense, I agree with you. Yes, you can take possession of something. I don't think anybody is arguing that, and I don't think it's a very impressive point to make. That yes, people can take possession of something,
Who the
and that
fuck
could
is
be
that guy?
codified by law or society. What we're talking about is like.
Can
is
somebody
slightly different,
quickly
which is
be able to
justified
briefly explain
ownership
what's
of them.
Dave Smith's
Right.
Then the
position
claim is
here?
like whether it's morally right that you own this or not.
I'm actually really
There
not
are-
sure.
Yeah.
there's
I'm
lots
just
of
looking
areas
for the
He
demonstration of
believes
what is
that
morally
I believe
right.
what I think
Well,
is that
okay,
he
so
is a
the
libertarian
demonstration
who
of what is
believes
morally right,
that
I'm sure
he
there's lots of
doesn't
areas where you
need
would believe something is
Christianity
morally
as a
right, but
base.
something else
That
is
his
wrong,
morals
and
can
the
be set
demonstration
because
of
he
it would
feels
be
so.
what? That
Basically,
this is what you believe. This is what seems to be
Hmm.
right and wrong. This is what has been accepted in.
It's a
No,
very
my justification
typical
would be divine command,
argument.
not seemings or fanatical
Um,
conservatism,
Okay,
which is what
sure.
seemings are.
So okay, but so divine command. So
Mhm.
what? And
Do I
and
do
how would you
something silly?
exactly
I forgot to
determine
put
what
your
is and
stream
isn't
on my
divine
stream.
command?
I
Let's
just
So
look
assume
like
for
I'm
a
Sam-
talking to
second
myself like an
that I
idiot.
was,
Sam basically says to
right?
simplify
And,
it,
it just
libertarians,
thought
especially
about
newer ones that are on
creating
the edges,
commands, right?
they often talk about
If it's
free
just a
market as if it
preference,
were
if we're just
collective.
going off of
He's talking
preference,
about the
just things
argument that
which
he's making
Dave
earlier,
prefers are
as if it were a
true,
collective conscious
and Dave
entity
just
similar to a
prefers
Ouija
that
board.
you own
Okay, that
yourself
does
because
clean
he
it up a
does,
little bit.
then any preference
Yeah,
that I came
that's
up with in
good.
this experience
I
states
so
what God was speaking directly personally to me would be just as valid as
Okay,
whatever
we'll
preference
talk about
they
that later,
just
Sam.
ask
I
them
like where you were
to
going with that.
to
I do
because you just
like
want
that.
them to be
That did
true.
clean it up. Thank you.
What my claim here is that libertarianism, at its foundation, at its fundamental foundation, is flawed because this axiom of self-ownership isn't actually true, but rather a social construction which is asserted as though it is a truism when it clearly is not. So it's a fundamental flaw. The reason that you guys come up with such absurd conclusions like that prostitution ought to be legal and all these other things is, and by the way, Dave, you have to end up with that. Otherwise, people don't own themselves. Do you think the state should come in and stop your brother from unaliving himself, for instance? Do you think that they should do that?
Well, hold on. All right, stick with your point that you were making at first, because you're just jumping all around
Stick
here.
with
Well, no,
your
I'm
point.
Well, I already gave you the point. I'm saying I reject your axiom.
Andrew's not.
I
Andrew
reject
stayed
the
really
axiom of
consistently on
self-ownership
point.
until otherwise demonstrated. That's
Okay. So what would you, so you're saying that if I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the first part
What?
that you're saying here, because I'm not getting it at all. So you're saying if somebody hallucinated that something
Well, you
was
should not
right
be.
and wrong, and it was horrifically not right and wrong, that somehow that disproves the idea that anything is right or wrong?
if it's only axiomatic and based on
What
preference,
the
it would be
So
fuck?
just
how do you
valid.
determine if anything is morally right or wrong?
If it's from a preference base, you couldn't.
Okay, so how do you determine that anything is
I
morally
do
right
it
or
from.
wrong?
I can't
do it from
reboot
divine
it, though, I don't
command. You
think.
do it from preference. I'm
No,
meeting you
you
where
do it
you're
from
at.
divine command. What does that mean?
You can't what?
Explain that.
So this means that I follow Christian.
He was
ethics,
asking about the
ethics.
super
I use
chats,
transcendental
and
categories inside philosophy to create
he
justifications.
asked if they were gone, and they're
values
not.
which come from God's
Yeah,
laws.
it's
That's
it's
what
up
I
on
do.
it's up in the top. I just can't refire it though.
Do you know what transcendental?
So,
do you know
I don't know if that's what he's
transcendental
asking.
I
categories
don't understand the words.
It sounds like you don't
understand.
understand.
Okay, explain it to me like I'm really stupid. I don't understand any of the words.
He is
So
really
explain it to
stupid.
me. How do you determine if something is right and wrong?
Okay, so
I can't
what
even
would
keep
do
up.
to
It's
make
just a
these
lot of
determinations
words.
is we start with objective versus subjective.
He is kind of
What
spurging
is it
out.
a
He
subjective
really is.
value or is it an objective
Like, I don't know if it's like language
start
barrier.
with
It's
it
probably
just being a
language
subjective
barrier too.
value,
Like, it
who
makes
cares?
it
We
really
don't
hard
need
for
to
me
go
to keep
further
up
than that.
with that kind of
We just never need
speech.
to go
Oh.
for justification.
No,
What
Dave
I've
is
determined
Dave's
is that your
basically
values
trying
as a
to spurg
libertarianism
his
are
way
subjective,
around Andrew's
value-based.
argument and just
Therefore, there's
word salad
never
him to
reason
death.
for me to justify
That's my impression. Kat,
anything
is that your impression?
objectively to you because any subjective
Yeah.
preference I have
Andrew,
is
It
just
just
as
requires you to like
valid.
really, really pay attention,
Literally,
and I'm
that's
just
the
like,
most precise answer you could ever get. If
crayon
you're
eating
subject-
version of
I
whatever
just
the
told
fuck you just
you
said,
divine
please.
command.
Tagashi, is that your impression as well? Does anybody have a different impression of what's going on with Dave? Dave seems like he's
fine,
just
Dave,
trying to
I'll make it
word
super
salad Andrew to
simple.
death.
God tells me so. Is that better for you?
Sure. No,
Okay.
that's the answer.
It seems
That's
like
the answer.
God tells me
God
so.
tells you,
Dave-
like, and through
Dave,
what means does God
he
tell
doesn't
you?
seem to be
He directly
consistent.
communicates right into my brain. He's like, that shit's wrong.
Okay.
What do you mean?
All right. So, but okay. So, okay. So, just to be
Yeah,
clear, the
I'm
point
sorry.
of
Can you
that is that
clarify that a little bit?
Andrew, it sounds very good when you attack someone and say that's
Hold on.
subjective, but when your response to that is God communicates directly into my brain, that also
Andrew
I
didn't
mean,
say that.
I don't know what the word is
Like-
for that.
Subjective. It would be
Subjective
subjective.
would
That's
probably
the-
be
Well, I
that's
guess
my whole
kind of what
point.
you said,
I'm
Grit.
building your entire
He
argument. It's like it
he's
doesn't
kind
matter
of
ultimately.
Okay,
throwing
but
words
your
around. Like
counter is
I'm
also
kind of having trouble
Right, so then that means that my
understanding him
preference is
myself.
no
Dave.
worse
Maybe
than your
that's
own
his
preference.
tactic.
Well, I mean, no, it means
You're a
fine,
native
your
English speaker, right?
argument, we're
Yeah.
equal.
No.
If I'm
If
not
I-
arguing,
Oh, you're
I'm
not?
using
Okay.
ESL student.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
If I'm
All right.
using
Sorry.
preference-based arguments.
Well,
So
there's
I-
same
I'm-
here,
I'm-
so
morality
that's
and you're
two.
using
Yeah,
There's the
you're-
two of us.
morality,
Listen,
then we're
I'm sorry.
equal, Dave.
to be clear.
Oh,
I
no
don't think
problem.
I am using preference.
Well, I didn't even finish
Got it.
my
So
ESL.
Can you make
Hold on, all right,
justification then?
1 second. Let me try to finish the sentence here. I don't think I am making subjective based morality.
Dave can't keep up with Andrew.
You accused me of that,
Fuck
and so
off.
my response
This is
to you
accurate.
so what's
He
your
does do that.
objective
He
base?
just
And your
asked a
response is,
question and they
God
just can't
talks to me
quit
directly
talking
into my
and digging
head.
their own
Yeah, for
hole.
the purpose of demonstration.
And this is
Yeah.
also true.
God also talks to me in my head, and so
Perfect.
all right, fine. Like,
Yeah.
all right.
So God. So if
by
God
your
talks,
own standard,
there you go.
You haven't won anything. By your own standard, we're even.
It's not here to win
By
it.
the way,
It's
I
here
wanna-
to
all right,
demonstrate
I
it,
want to
Dave.
try to let's try if we can, because we're only a few minutes into this. Let's try. This got more contentious than I thought it would in the first few minutes. Let's try to just. By the way,
Why
'cause
would
I
you
wanna
think
have a
anything
good
else? Have you not
conversation with
met
you? And I've been
Andrew?
told by people who I love and trust that
Andrew's
you were a
going
guy to
for
have
blood
a good
right out of the
But you
gate,
keep on
guys.
evading every question that I have for you.
Oh, all right. I don't think I have, but
So
okay.
let's answer.
Ask me a direct question. And
Great.
I'm happy to
Should
answer
the
it.
state come in and stop your brother from unaliving himself or not, Dave?
I would want them to. Yes.
Yes. Would you want the state to stop a man from having sex with his sister if it would lead to a non-reproductive
Jesus
act?
Oh no. Not the incest again.
Wait,
Which
if
one?
it would lead
I
to
didn't
a
do anything.
non-reproductive
Yeah,
act,
she has no uterus.
Somebody
but that
super
was
chat
supposed
is
to be
me.
worse than if it would reproduce.
Yeah, it would be worse. It would be
I'm
less
just
worse.
saying that seemed like an unnecessary caveat.
Did somebody
to
super
throw
chat
on
as me?
there, but okay.
I can't hear you
I-
over the.
Wait, Jesus Christ! What you're talking about? Like adults or
Yeah.
children?
Adults.
Okay, fine. Because for children, obviously, that'd be. Yeah, I guess I would want them to.
Okay. So you want the state to utilize authority.
Well, not just the state. I would want anyone.
Okay.
Stop that.
So I don't
Anyone
understand.
with the force to do it, or
Great.
anyone with the strength to do
So
it.
so then those people don't own themselves.
No, I don't think that's the conclusion.
Well, if they own themselves, can you demonstrate what they're doing wrong?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
But that's a
I
very
feel like I missed
silly
something.
and very look, this is a very like
Yeah, he got him.
Childish interpretation of
Here's
libertarianism.
You're still not answering the
But-
question.
well,
You're
okay,
prattling.
no.
Cat,
I-
feel free to
no, I
ban me
didn't.
for
I
simping.
immediately answered the question.
My bad.
And
Grid
now
super
I'm
chat's
responding
fine.
to the point
Cool.
you made. So
Type
I immediately said
in before
yes,
clicking. Okay,
anyone
cool.
with the authority to do it, please
All
stop.
right, good
or the
man.
power to do
Awesome,
it, please
John.
stop.
Thanks
And
for the
then
10
I was
pounds.
responding to what you said, so I did.
Is that
What about
Australian
me,
or
bro?
Euro?
If you're gonna sim for me, I want some money
you
too,
own
bro.
Yourself, and this is the fundamental mistake that
The
you made in
fuck?
the beginning.
Euro.
Therefore, I can't say anything is immoral is ridiculous.
Yeah,
And
Dave's already
not in-
name
only
calling.
in the libertarian worldview, but in any worldview.
Man,
there
I
are lots of
I hope
things,
nobody in
and
my
I'm sure
audience
in
had Dave
yours,
for the win,
where
because I
there
feel
could
like
be
Dave's
things
going to
that you
take an
don't
L on
think
this
are
one.
illegal.
I just know you're
but you
gonna lose
still-
the autistic
or you
people
don't
tonight.
think should be illegal, but you
Oh
still
la
think
la.
are
Yeah.
It's so.
wrong.
I'm sorry. Like you talking
So
over
that
this
doesn't
shit
mean
is like
anything.
driving me
If I think
insane.
people own themselves, I can't think there's
I'm
something
with you,
horribly
Josie.
wrong about this.
That's not
No.
the point. So let me. I'll explain
Okay,
again.
sure. So
Well, I can't
If-
mute
if
him
you
very
want the
easily,
state to go in,
unfortunately.
If a brother is banging his sister and she can't reproduce, I don't know how you could demonstrate.
why does
let
reproducing
me-
matter in this?
I'll
scenario?
explain. I'll explain
Sure.
why, so that you can't bank on reproduction as being a harm because it could have like some kid who's all fucked up. So I'm just taking that out of the equation.
Okay. I gotcha.
I'm just taking that out of the equation, right? She has no uterus, they can't reproduce, or maybe they're homosexuals, right? And they're just related. If they own themselves and they're adults, that is exactly what you would make the argument for gay marriage. They're adults.
It's really early to be getting
are
into
consenting with
desperation
each other.
arguments as well,
Can
guys.
you
It
actually
really is.
justify why that's wrong?
Sure.
Then
But-
justify why it's wrong.
Well, I can justify why it's wrong. Okay, there's two separate
I
questions
just
here,
got him cornered.
and this is
What do you
almost
mean
like,
ignore
I
Josie?
think
She's
what
not
you need to
well.
pick
What are you
apart.
talking about?
So,
I'm very
look,
consistent.
there's two questions. One is, could I justify someone using force to stop them? And then could I justify why it's wrong? You get where those are two different things?
Yeah, I'm just asking why it's
But-
wrong.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
But
so
I'm
let's
just
do that.
saying- Okay. Do you get why those are two different things, though? You get the point I'm making?
Yeah, sure. So can you answer the question now?
Yeah, dude. Listen, man. Do you want to like have a decent back and forth here, or like, do you want to not?
You're
Rage
not answering the
quit.
question.
He sounds like me. What a fucking
Okay.
pussy.
Can you justify why it's actually wrong for two consenting adults?
Yeah. See, the thing is, I am answering the question. You're just kind of being a dick
Well, when
and
it- when
trying to
you-
win the debate.
When are
rather
you
than
going to
having a
answer the
conversation.
question, Dave?
All right, give him a chance.
So is
Andrew.
that
Go ahead.
actually like? Does anyone listening to this think this makes for like good debate?
Rage
tactics?
quit.
No,
Does
you
that
actually
make like
are
for
not,
good
like,
debate?
recognizing
Like
that there's a difference between these two.
But
things.
Dave has to
So,
rage
I
quit,
just told
guys.
you I do.
I don't know if I said this earlier, but Dave kind of has to
All right, do
rage
you
quit
guys wanna
because
do this,
he
man?
will
I
lose
fucking, like,
bad.
honestly, dude, this is
You've
just like-
talked
bad.
way more than I have, Dave. I just want you to answer my question. Can you justify it or not, bro?
Okay.
He's so mad.
So anyway, I'll go back to saying, do you guys want to do this? Do you guys want to like do a show here, or like what's the point of this?
You wanted. I asked you
It's a
specifically if you
debate.
wanted a conversation or
say-
debate.
you
You
could
said a
say-
debate. We're debating.
No. I didn't say that. I said
did say
we
that.
could do whatever you want to do, dude.
Yeah, so we're doing a debate. So let's not do a
Yeah,
meta
but a
conversation.
debate
Just
doesn't
answer the
mean-
question.
A debate doesn't
Okay.
mean you
I'm for
talk
Dave
over me
winning.
every time I try to
Right.
answer.
I
the
here's-
question.
just
here's-
want you to
Pasted your
answer.
award.
Right, no, I understand you
Let's-
do,
that's
and I
awesome.
was.
Hey, thanks for the
Dave, one
$1.99,
second.
man.
Here's what we're
Sure.
gonna do. Dave can expound here on what he thinks is
Super
occurring
chat in your
this debate.
bets on how long
And
Dave's
before
going to
you come
last.
back in, Andrew, we'll give Dave a chance to
Okay.
specifically answer the question that you've asked. So Dave's going to do two things here. He's going to
Ask me the question again. I'm sorry.
Can you justify why two consenting adults who are brother and sister having sex is morally wrong?
Yes.
No, he can't.
Then do it.
Okay, because I think it's
Kind of
for the
insane how
reason
he
you
only
would think. I think
started the
it's
stream
against
36
nature,
minutes
it's
ago.
evil. It just seems horrible. I don't know. Do you have a better
Andrew
answer
is
for why
like,
it's wrong?
but Andrew's a blood sport
Well,
debater. I mean,
yes,
you gotta
divine
expect
command.
this.
Divine
Like,
command. Okay, fine. So I also say
he's
divine
going to just
command. That's why
beat
it's
you.
wrong.
Well, but
There
then
you go.
the axiom of self-ownership would be wrong.
No,
How did
it
he?
wouldn't. No, it
Well,
wouldn't.
Tone
And
policing.
you had
We're
listened
tone
to me when I
policing.
was
That's so
responding
weird,
the first
though.
time. You would understand.
Well, here,
that.
let me now make my argument back.
Yeah,
If they
right,
don't,
right.
if they don't own themselves, right, or if they do own themselves, rather, and they're two consenting adults, just like two homosexuals consenting adults, why is it actually wrong for them to do that? You say because it seems like it's against nature, which isn't the natural fallacy. Couldn't I just apply that to homosexuals as well and say, well, it seems like it's against nature?
Yeah, sure. Maybe you could.
And do you think so? Your moral oughts are based around just things that gross you out?
No, divine intervention, bro.
Divine command?
Yeah. There
Oh,
you
that's
go.
So
oh,
if it's
we're
divine
defaulting to
command,
God.
then you're going to abandon libertarianism and you're going
No.
to come over to Christian ethics, right?
No.
No. But I thought you made your justification based on divine command.
So okay, listen. It's clear that
Great.
Famous quote.
You're right.
Dave,
You have divine command.
2024.
You're asking me.
We're
why
gonna
it's
save
wrong
that
for a
one, bro.
brother to fuck
We're gonna
a
save that
sister?
one.
Listen, dude. I know, I don't know anything about you. I don't know why Jacob thought this was going to be a good idea. I know you dominate 20-year-old OnlyFans sluts in debates.
I also
But what is your
dominate 45-year-old comedians in debates. What's your point?
41, motherfucker. And listen, and no, you're really not, though. You're asking questions about why it's wrong for a brother to fuck a sister. Oh, okay. I don't know, because I think it's wrong and yes, awful. And also, do I think that the government, if we're talking about adults, is it being outlawed?
My feelings, bro. My feelings. You're stepping on my feelings.
What even is your vision?
My
this is,
ad
the
homs,
dumbest
bro.
fucking question to get
Thank
into
you.
what the role of government ought to be. Yes, you're right. If the FBI is breaking in and stopping 25-year-old and 28-year-old brothers and sisters from having sex with each other,
This is the problem with society.
okay. That's we
Yeah,
we
but
need
they
the
do that.
government to do
Just
that.
so you know, they do that right now. Are you opposed to it? They actually arrest people for doing this and they drag them off to jail. And they put them
Sure.
in jail for
I'm
doing
not-
that.
I'm not nearly as aware of this as you are, Andrew, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight against that law.
Yeah, but
Sure.
here's the thing then. What I
course
don't
he did.
understand is
They
that
took a page out of
if
the Mormon book.
argument for self-ownership
Didn't mean to.
is that consenting
just stuck
adults
to a shoe
can
on
do
his way,
whatever it is they
and-
want to do. Because they're consenting adults are not hurting anybody else. This would be a violation of the non-aggression principle. Why couldn't a brother and a sister engage in this in Dave's libertarian land? Why couldn't they? Why shouldn't they be able to? Honestly.
Dave is a man in his feels.
Well, why shouldn't
He's a
they
man
do it is for
alone.
moral reasons. I suppose you could make an argument that if people really do have freedom, then a grown, grown adults who are related should not be banned by law and should not have
John 2029. I tell everybody, I may have skipped it tonight, that
having sex
if
with
if it's going to put you out to send in a super chat,
but
don't bother.
taking
Just get a
this to,
hold of the
this
mods. They'll
weird
make sure I get the
extreme
message
example where
or pay attention
That
to you.
happens now?
I don't want anyone to
Anyway,
ever feel like
you're
they
taking this
have
to a
to
weird
super
extreme
chat.
example
If
where,
you want
okay,
to,
No, you have
want
to
to
super
support the
chat.
show,
and say,
if you want to support the show, that's great.
that,
If not,
the
that's fine
government
too.
Should rush into your house
For now.
anytime you're doing.
I have low
anything
overhead at the
where
moment,
they-
but
they do
overhead's
determine
coming.
that that's
Trust me.
degenerate or not.
If you're against
moral or productive.
communism,
You're
so
supposed to
Cat
stick around,
doesn't get to work for
is that
free.
enough reason
Super
for someone to
chat.
come get you?
Yeah.
Would there be
Cat's
any
channel
way
needs to get
don't.
where you would
monetized
say,
somehow. We need to monetize
maybe
chat.
the government shouldn't
That's
be
the next
regulating
goal.
every inch of what I
I work
determine
for
from
free.
divine, whatever that.
Cat
is
can't have a
moral or
job.
immoral.
Her husband
Yeah,
doesn't
so
believe in it.
actually this makes my point for me. This is great. So the reason that I
Dave
just,
is folk
go
here,
ahead
by the
and
way.
concede a lot of these points because there's no real reason
Dave
to
was
fight
fucked
it.
the moment he
For instance, if
logged
you agree
in,
with
bro.
me that the only
Like, he shoulda
justification
just-
that
he
you
shoulda
can
called in
have is that,
sick.
well, because God told you it's
He's
gross.
texting
And so
his
therefore you
people
ought to
like,
not
"How did
do
you
it."
let me do
And this
this?"
would mean that
He
you
probably
agree
is.
with me
He's
in
probably
divine
like,
command
why
and
didn't
should be
you
a
let me
Christian
have a
emphasis.
laptop,
That's why
you
that's
little
done.
bitches?
That's why I just make it super easy for you to go ahead and agree, and you did. You
Well,
agreed.
what's funny is everybody's like,
Absent. So I'm
Dave's
just
the
gonna
ultimate
ask this
libertarian.
straight
He's going to
out.
wipe the floor with
Okay,
Andrew.
no,
and he's
I
going
don't
to kick
believe
his
in
ass.
that sort of
I'm like,
government overreach,
damn,
and I can give you my systems and
you
reasons
are
for why
wrong.
that is too under Christian ethics.
This is a beautiful
Who was
argument.
telling me that
Andrew.
last night?
ethics.
Who
where we
was
both
telling me
take
that
into
last
account
night that
consequences, but also
that
take
Dave
into
was going
account
to just
duty.
really
So I'm
hammer
going to ask
Andrew on
this:
all the points and all that? And
any
somebody was telling me
kind
that
of
like
divine command, God didn't tell you
Wednesday night.
anything.
It was Wednesday night. Who told me that?
Would you say that it's
Don't make me go back and
not
watch tape,
moral,
people.
and
Eat
can you
this
justify
10-minute
why it's
timeout
not
for
moral
this
for a
fucking
brother
nonsense.
to hump his
10
sister?
second
He didn't.
timeout.
Could you do that absent divine command? Like, honest question, Dave. This is super important.
Sure. So I would
You
say
could
this,
super
right?
chat yourself.
I
Get
I
out.
grew up an atheist. Well, I mean, I'm Jewish, but I grew up like not a religious
Of course you are.
person. It was just, kind of
that nose.
what I was born into. And I was pretty much
Yeah,
an atheist for
Kumo's a
most of my
retard,
life.
and Dave's a comedian. He
then
just
I
made
had
fun of
some
him. It's not like he
experiences as I
actually
became a young
won.
adult
All he
that made
did
me
was
think
make
about
Kumo look like a
God and
bigger
kind of get in
idiot.
touch with him.
That's
And
not
then it was
hard.
really when
I could do
had
that.
my
I'm
first
not even a
child that
comedian.
I really found God. So I would agree with you that yes, there is something from
I'm not
God
putting my rock
that
music and
instructs me
and
as
jam
to
out.
what is
while-
right and
No.
wrong in this world.
Oh,
However, but before I
Thank
ever
Josie, you
you.
believed
missed
in
my new
God,
intro. It's
there
rad.
was just a deep
Yeah,
feeling
but I
inside
don't
of
wanna
me
get
that would have been
copyrighted.
very wrong, and I do believe that was
So
always
please
from
no
God.
Dave should have
music.
bailed
Okay,
because
I
he
don't know what-
came
absent
to the
God,
battle of the
that
wits
proves.
unarmed.
So then
There's-
absent
there's
God,
nothing in
It's
this
got to
argument
suck
that
to
no,
come
it
to a
does,
battle of
though,
the
and I'm gonna
wits
explain how.
completely
I'm gonna explain how,
disarmed.
because you're saying that absent God is just your preferences. It's just how you feel.
No,
That's what makes
not
what's
what I
moral
said.
or not moral.
No, but
Then what
see,
would
that's
make
not-
it
This is
immoral?
such a beautiful
absent
argument,
God?
Andrew.
See, here's the thing, dude. Andrew, I think
All
you're
right,
doing a
John,
thing here
2029.
that a
Scrooge
lot
make
of,
duck
like,
money,
internet
sales,
blood
bro.
sport
That's sales.
haters try to do.
Good to
is
have you in the
you're
audience.
trying to
Good to have
win
you.
before you're
Are
actually
you from
listening to
Australia
what
or
I
England?
say.
I can
So it's
steel
like,
man the entire thing if you'd like.
Try to listen to what I actually
Oh boy, here we
say
go. Andrew's gonna
and
steel
grapple
man
with
it.
that. What I said was not before I believed in God, it was just subjective. What I said was before I believed in God, I always had this feeling, and what I believe is that was always God.
So to steel man,
point.
to
That's
steel,
a very different thing
Sure.
than what you said. All right?
sure. So
ZD
I'll just
Den
steel man the
wins
position
for the night. I'm
The
a woman and
position,
I can
to
make
sure I
Kumo
don't
look
get
bad.
this wrong at all.
You can make
is
Kumo look
that
like a
You
woman.
believe that
Be
there was
honest
some
with you.
type of natural law given to you by God before you ever even believed in God, correct?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Great,
Yeah.
great. So I steel man the position. So to my
I think
question,
you're doing a
which you
thing
didn't
here.
actually answer,
I think it's called
which
winning.
is this:
Winning.
absent God, if there was no God, could you justify why this would be immoral or not?
Yeah, I don't
The
know that
moderator
you
doesn't have to
could.
do anything
I
because
think
Andrew's just
absent-
wiping the
I think
floor.
I think absent God, it's very difficult to arrive at morality.
Right. So absent God, so you're a divine command as well, divine command theorist, just like myself. So
Sure.
if that's true and you're a divine command theorist, and we have now shown how self-ownership
Well,
leads
Dave's a
to
comedian,
absurd
guys.
conclusions like
we
a
can't be
brother
too hard
Command
on him.
the-
He's an
the
idiot.
prompt?
No, but I disagree with it. Okay.
Well, okay, why can't, if you own
Is he
yourself,
really
why
a
can't you hump your
comedian?
sister? She owns herself.
Yeah, I
Dave.
think
that
he
makes
is.
no sense.
What? There's no. What do
He
you mean
has
by
a
why
show.
can't you?
What's the
Why
name of his
can't-
show again?
if
It's
you-
something
if-
weird.
If you don't own yourself, why can't you?
Chat,
hump
what's the
your
name of
sister?
Dave's
What does
show?
that
It's something
mean?
weird. It's like
Good question.
according
That's
to
but my
Dave or
point is
some
with the
bullshit like that.
non-aggression principle, the
No,
entire
you're
action.
not-
I don't know.
You're not asking.
The chat's gonna
anything, dude.
Yeah, I
scream it
am.
out here any second.
Okay, so let's just say this.
So
And
what business
man,
does he
I
have
wish you had
debating
picked
Andrew?
An example that wasn't so fucking uncomfortable to talk
I'm sorry?
about, but
What business
here,
does he have debating
you-
Andrew if
so
he's a comedian?
I have no idea why
Andrew,
he thought it would
don't
be
own
great.
yourself.
I was
Why
just in
can't you
London,
just hump
John.
Your sister.
You could.
Because
I had the
his views are-
basest.
What the hell are you
I had the
asking? What's
basest
question?
cab
that's-
driver
that's my,
ever.
But that goes to my point. I think that if
I think
you
he thought
actually
Andrew
have
was just a personality. He didn't
self-ownership
realize
as
Andrew
something
was
more than
legit.
an axiom,
Yeah,
meaning
that's right. He
it's
thought Andrew
justified
was like
somehow
him.
that you actually do own yourself. It's not just a social
Because
construction.
Dave literally
then you
cannot
wouldn't be able to hump your
argue
sister.
against incest.
If you
That's
did
what
not
Andrew's
own
making him
yourself,
look like.
right?
What do you mean wouldn't be
But if you
able
do,
to?
but if you do own yourself, you can still hump your sister. The
Do
point
you,
being,
Andrew,
yeah.
Why does he
you
always
own
have to bring
yourself?
it back to that? It makes me so
under
uncomfortable.
the current paradigm of the social
It's
That's
supposed to make you
reason.
Yes.
uncomfortable.
Okay, but so if and if you didn't, You wouldn't be able to hump your. I don't get.
No, you
your
still
point.
could, but that is the
Okay,
point.
So that's it. So you still could. So what are you saying?
So let me try again. Just listen to what
Please.
I'm saying, like I just
I'm
did yours.
gonna
In
listen.
fact, maybe you can steel man this for me.
Okay,
maybe
I'll
you,
try.
like I just did for you.
You're
Let me
still
listen and
manning
I'll see if
me.
I can.
So my
It
point
means
is that
telling him back
self-owning
the
is
argument,
why
your
you should
opponent's
not
argument.
be allowed to aggress
I
against
didn't hear
Exactly
shit.
how he meant it.
because they own themselves. Correct?
It means retelling the argument, restating
is that
the
correct?
argument
Isn't
that
that
your
the basis
opponent's
of the
making in the
NAP?
exact
You own
way
you, I
that they
own me.
made it,
That's why we cannot
so that
aggress
they
against
understand
each
that
other,
you know
correct?
what it is.
Sure.
Okay,
Gotcha.
got it. And yet here we're both talking about using state authority to aggress against people who own themselves, who aren't actually doing anything you can justify as being wrong outside of Christian ethics.
I love
And
the
so the
chat,
thing
man.
is
The
that
chat
seems
the
to
chat's on
dispel
fire.
the NAP. Now, can you steel man that back to me?
Okay.
So I know.
So you're saying that if we own ourselves, and everybody and an act of aggression would be violating someone else's self-ownership, then it wouldn't be an act of aggression to what? Kill yourself, incest amongst adults, things like this.
Right.
Okay. So I'm still
so if that's true, and the only moral oughts that we have for why you shouldn't do this is through Christianity.
No, I didn't say no. By the way, I didn't say Christianity, but you said that. But okay.
Okay, fine. God, whatever the justified axiom is for God, for divine command. Okay,
sure.
If that's the only way that we can justify that this is immoral, then the idea that you owning yourself and two consenting adults owning themselves in anarcho-capitalist land can't be true, because you are willing to use and violate their self-ownership with aggression because you think they're doing something morally wrong, but you can't justify what they're doing that's morally wrong.
No, okay. So again, this is back what I was trying to say before, that I think there's these two things that need to be separated. So there's the moral application of the initiation of violence, and then there's morality. And they're not exactly the same thing. And so if my neighbor, let's just say, my neighbor is not being a good husband and being a good father. Okay, so like let's say he's just very cold with his children and like doesn't pay the bills on time and doesn't work and is lazy and does all types of things that I judge to be morally wrong. Like I think he should be a better father and a better husband. But if I go over there and beat him over the head with a club to make him be a better husband and father, it's not as simple an equation as, was he morally right or wrong? The question is it morally justified for me to enact this force against him in order to make, like, is that more moral or immoral than his initial sin? So that's the question that you get into when you start talking about government regulating a lot. Well, if people own themselves, then it has to be morally justified, whatever they do.
Okay, so let's see if we can't parse this out. And again, I'll see if I can't just steel man this with my criticism. So the thing is that I agree. We can look at scales, right? We can say that we can get to absurd conclusions.
Wait, I think you said earlier you were going to do a call-in, weren't you?
Say that there's
I'm going to try
time or place to apply some sort of
Got to get a hold of Mr. E.
Somebody,
Mr.
right?
E. Where's he at?
Otherwise, you would aggress on him for anything that you consider some kind of moral failure. And obviously, that's not what either of us are after. Sure. What I'm saying is that if we take it to its logical conclusion, libertarianism, which is what I said in my opening, as a consequence of itself, has to actually lead to degeneracy. And the reason is because of the idea here is that I own me and you own you. And if we consent to the two things we do together and it hurts nobody else, therefore not violating
that's
the
non-aggression
principle,
stance,
which is the foundation for which this thing revolves, then how can you make ever a claim against homosexuals getting married or against incest or against any of these things? How can you possibly make that claim? That's the ultimate question.
Okay, so a couple things here. I don't think that's the ultimate question, and I do think that I could make the claim against that in the same way that you could. And I think we already established this, right? That we can both make the claim for the exact same reasons because we believe in God and we believe in morality.
All right, guys, I'm going to be able to call immoral.
In. So we're
going to have Inception.
The exact same ability to make the claim.
All the things going on.
What your more, I think, broader point that you made there, that libertarianism leads to immorality, I think is completely
How long
wrong.
are they going to
And
go
I think
before
this
they
is like kind
start
of the most
taking
important
questions?
Well, it's an hour and a half
fundamental
debate, and then
miscalculation
they'll do like
that a
a
lot of
15
people on the
minutes
right who
for
reject
closing
libertarianism
arguments
make.
or
The idea
closings,
that,
not arguments,
well,
but closings,
freedom
and then they'll
and
take.
liberty
Then they generally
is
take
really what leads to degeneracy.
callers. So
And
it's
that's just not
pretty
true.
much
And in
we're
fact,
almost
empirically,
I mean, we're
and
over halfway
logically,
through.
we can
So
look at the situation, particularly the situation of the United
they
States
really
of
want it to be
America,
exactly
and go,
3
look,
hours.
as the government has grown bigger and bigger, you've seen degeneracy get more and more out of control. And I understand why there is a movement against degeneracy. I understand we live in a moment right now where I think our society is essentially disintegrating. And I think that that's one of the things that
So now he's into
you
his
kind
shtick.
of are,
Now
I don't know,
now he knows
prominent
what he's
for
talking about.
pointing out. The disintegration of values,
Like
and
any other
norms all
comedy,
throughout
The reason I
like any
believe
other
that
comedian,
those
he's just
values
doing
and
a
norms are
doing
being
a routine.
eroded is because of libertarians and social leftist elites who often will move towards this principle of non-aggression. They just do it in two different ways. The way one, which libertarian does it, is by saying, if I'm not violating you and your non-aggression principle in some way, then you really
Andrew
have
has
no
backups,
claim to
though.
tell me to do anything, and everything is affirmed through private property. The leftist just affirms it the opposite direction, says there's no such thing as private property. But they apply the same principle of, if I'm not hurting anybody, then what's the problem? And so as we dive into what is the non-aggression principle, the non-aggression principle is the principle that if you are not aggressing against somebody else and you own yourself, they cannot aggress against you. So via consent, you cannot utilize the state, Dave, to have them go and break up an incest family who is all consenting with each other and having orgies nightly. You can't do it.
I understand that's your perspective on this, but that has nothing to do with what I'm getting into. So actually what the non-aggression principle implies is that at best, government ought to be severely restricted, and at worst, government ought to not exist at all. Now, as
how's he going to make that ought claim? How does he make that ought claim?
I mean, look, in the United States of America, just in the last 20 years, in the last 20 plus years, which we could go back a lot further than that, you've had a tremendous growth in the size of government. And what happens as the government gets bigger and bigger is that all of the things that Christians and traditionalists tend to value get undermined. And so this institution of the government that is inherently based on violating the non-aggression principle does its absolute best to replace, take over, and monopolize all of the areas where traditionally family and community had domain. And
yeah,
so
but why would that be problematic if the non-aggression principle logically should
Are
be
you saying you like the
ignored
name
for these moral
libertarian?
odds? That's
Well, hold on.
I feel like that's why a lot of people consider themselves
That's a
libertarian, because they like the
separate question.
idea
point I'm
of being a
making is that
libertarian.
It's not an
Fill it up
outgrowth
for
of
me,
the
Evan.
non-aggression principle. It's an outgrowth of a rejection of the non-aggression principle. That's actually what leads to all
So
of this
then
stuff.
if we were to have the non-aggression principle with a shrunken government, are we still going to use the government in order to aggress against consenting adults who want to have incest or
Well,
not?
as long as a government exists, it will be used to aggress against non-consenting adults.
those
And
are
so,
Great.
yes,
Then
as I don't know.
yes.
Listen, Andrew, you're trying to obsess over this incest argument. Okay, laws
It's
against
foundational.
laws against incest. I'll grant you that. Sure, fine. Can we move on to any other topic now?
Yeah, but
Can we move on to talking about the state of the country as it
Dave's trying to
actually
ignore
exists?
that Andrew's
because
just
this is the
using
state of
the
the country
analogy
as
to
it
test
actually
logic.
exists.
The logic
it's
doesn't
pretty
hold.
funny because we live under the most powerful centralized government in the history of the world. The biggest organization in the history of the world is the United States of America's federal government in Washington, D.C., spending over $6 trillion a year, employing millions of people with the capability of overthrowing regimes all around the world. And instead, the argument we're getting here is, but if there was no government, who would stop an adult brother and sister from fucking? That's kind of goofy, man.
It doesn't well,
really
just,
have anything to
I
do
just
with
want to let
what
you know
we're
that
living
saying
through.
it's
Solid
kind of
work, Evan
goofy isn't
O'Brien.
an argument.
It's
You
a
just said
solid
if we
second-
scale
it's
the
a solid
government
choice.
down to its umpteenth point of scale down, as long as there was still a government, you would want them to enforce action.
He just wants to move on.
Violating the non-aggression principle.
He's willing to say anything right now.
If there
No,
was,
that's not what I said.
well, it's an Dave. It is. It's an
Andrew should
entailment.
try and
If
tack
the
it using a
government's
Chaz or
really,
chop.
really big and enforce it right now. And then
We'll
you say,
stop
but
the
if it was
government from
really,
breaking
really
up
small,
Chaz
we
or
would
chop.
still enforce that because you want to have those laws. Then, regardless of the size of government, the degeneracy is still going to exist, right? And it's still going to need to be enforced against, regardless of the size of the government.
Wait, I'm sorry. Just can you rephrase the question? What is it exactly you're asking me?
Again,
I'm asking
rephrase
you,
it again.
if we reach anarcho utopia, we scale the government
I'm
down
not for a
The
utopia, but
okay,
so
but
whatever.
if we reach
lose
anarcho,
Cat?
whatever you want, as the ultimate, right? The government
lost
is now
Cat.
scaled down to the point where it's essentially gone, right?
Mhm.
Would you still want enforcement against this kind of thing? And how could you have
That's annoying.
enforcement against it without a government?
What against what kind of thing?
Like incest or
My
gay
government
marriage
really
or any of these
solid in that.
degenerate actions?
Okay, well, I think there's a pretty big gap between incest and gay marriage, but I will say that
What?
I think there's a gap between that.
What is it?
But I think they're two different things.
Yeah, they're two different things, but they're the same as far as two consenting adults doing what they want, right?
Yeah, me and you doing this debate are also two consenting adults doing what they want, but there's a gap between those things. So anyway,
what does that have to do? I mean, it
Oh my
logically
God,
tracks that if dude, you can't go on these long rambling diatribes, and I
not
do
going on
five,
any
Cat,
rambling
I do
diatribe.
fail.
I'm trying to
seconds.
answer-
I do 4
asked you-
seconds, and you go berserk. Just calm down.
Dude.
Let me ask the
Dude,
actual question.
Dude, come on, man. I asked you to clarify your question, and then
And
I was
I'm trying to,
answer.
and I'm
It
trying
was
to
her
clarify
idea
so
to
that you
do the watch
understand.
party.
But don't
what-
act like I'm going on these long rants and you're not talking. I mean,
Well,
come
you
on, dude.
filibuster. You don't say that much, but I'm still willing to engage.
Oh, come on, Andrew. You're
I'm
full of
super,
shit, dude.
super
Whatever.
concise.
You
so
can't-
I'm super
you
concise.
can't deal with
I'm
the
gonna get right
politics.
to it, right, so that you understand what I'm saying to you. What I'm
Okay.
asking you is that the enforcement mechanism against this degeneracy, which you consider to be morally wrong, absent a state, are you still going to want an enforcement mechanism against these moral wrongs? You say, no, there's a big difference between incest and homosexual marriage or homosexual sex. However, the truth is that both of these things are exactly logically similar when it comes to two consenting adults doing what it is that they want when they want to do it without hurting anybody else. How's that not the case?
Well, again, as I just pointed out, we're also two consenting adults doing what we want without hurting anyone else. But I think that's very different. So I'm just saying that
I'm going to drop the
I'm not
volume
even
down a
saying I
little bit
support
because
either of
this
those things.
we're just
I'm saying I see
chasing
them as
around
different.
the
No, the truth is that
We're just
if
chasing
we
around
didn't
the
have what we have
tab here.
today,
Really, I mean, it's
and
not.
again, this is what happens with every very powerful.
Like
Not
that's
that
basically what's happening. Like Andrew's basically like
keep
pushing the logic down to the lines of, okay, you want no government. How are we going to stop if, let's say, incest breaks out or Mad Max world basically breaks out? How
I
do
think
you
he's
justify
really-
the enforcement?
You would see.
Yeah, I think he's really Andrew's really pushing him on the idea that most libertarians are just libertarians because it sounds cool, and they're not actually libertarians. They don't understand what it actually means. They don't. They're just not They're not libertarians. They're not.
It's
And
the right, it's the right wing version of, hey guys, can everyone just get along? But there's no actual logic.
Nah, I don't know that it's even right wing, really. I think libertarian is kind of like
center kind of thing. Yeah,
I think a lot of it's really hard for people to define because my favorite joke used to be that a libertarian was a Republican that wanted to smoke pot and be able to go to hookers. So
I don't even know how you would go about.
Okay, what about
and that's all I really cared about, right? Like they didn't want to get rid of cops. They didn't want to get rid of the infrastructure. They don't want to get rid of anything. Just the laws that kind of get in their way of having their freedom of expression. And and I understand that there are actual libertarians out there that have solid arguments. This guy's obviously not one. This is a guy that just wants to downsize government. So he's technically a Republican.
Hold on.
Because Republicans do not believe in large government.
You should not
So
be
you're
allowed to do
really
that.
you're a Republican. You just don't want to call yourself a Republican because what is considered a Republican today is more middle of the road.
If they were
Almost,
ever to perform
a Republican
But it's
today
voluntary.
would be considered a Democrat in the
But also-
'60s, right?
But a
So
license could also be voluntary.
that's
and a medical board
and that's
could
just my
also be voluntary. So
way I
what does
look
that
at it,
mean?
right?
Well, so
So
that's
that's just the
that you
facts,
bring
honestly.
that up.
Yeah, they were
considering that
Arnicus,
the
but
AMA
it's
was just
sissies,
a
yeah.
large corporate
And-
entity that was
you
not
know,
government
and to be
regulated.
honest,
Started off as
anarchists
a-
Did it get you
are
any money, though?
started
the
off as a
ultimate
trade organization, in
right-wingers,
fact,
right?
And what it did was it
Because they
debased
believe in
all
no
other
government.
types of medicine.
Whereas
And it-
fascists are
that
the
was not
ultimate
government doing that. That was a
leftists
private
because they believe
institution
in
which was doing that.
everything has to be government.
For the
And who was
purpose,
their-
I think
who
it's
was their
very
government
interesting that
from?
we call
For the purpose,
anarchists,
Carnegie.
a lot of left-wingers, anarchists,
another private
and
institution, Carnegie.
Yeah,
a lot
So
of,
the thing is that private institutions are
a
just
lot of
as susceptible
far
to this
right-wingers,
type of
something else.
overreach as the government is.
Well,
Now,
okay,
as we hang on, let me
Sure, sure.
finish. My
Fascist,
turn.
actually.
Sure, go ahead.
So as we
Yeah, it's
dive
first
into
they're not
this,
hearing,
though, these medical
okay.
licenses, why would you
That's
even
a-
need to have
I'm not
a
getting into
medical
that.
license in an
that's chat
anarcho-capitalist
stuff.
system? You wouldn't even need to have one. And the voluntarism then of this man who wants to go in and have this elective surgery done, why would that be a problem? There's no medical licenses, Dave. It's anarcho-capitalism, baby.
That's
Okay,
true.
so
That's
if
what it
you're gonna
is.
say that the worst-case
Anarcho-capitalism.
scenario in anarcho-capitalism is that some random man could go in and someone would give him this like surgery. Oh, okay, fine, I guess. I think that if you're asking why there would be licenses or why there would be voluntary organizations, because that's what human beings always naturally gravitate toward. But regardless of that, none of that is really the problem. The problem in our society,
Right, and
that
this is actually the
insane
problem.
shit
So
is
if
being
if
pushed
libertarians would just
on
come out
everyone,
as the
and it's being
Republicans
pushed
they
by
actually
giant
are,
corporations who are connected
Republicans
to the
wouldn't be
government. It's being
in the
pushed by the
position that they're
government
in.
press, and
The
most
Republican Party would
importantly, it's
actually
being
regain
pushed
some
in the
strength
government
and some
My
system.
stream is
backbone.
No,
scuffed.
one of the things, and
It's also being pushed
hold
by
on.
I don't know. I
private
can't see your
institutions
stream.
and
Finish
think
what I'm saying.
tanks who
Yeah,
go to
no,
I'm
lobbyists
listening to
and
it right now.
influence the
Okay, let me-
government.
Let me finish
Let's leave
this
Dave
point.
finish.
So,
All right.
Okay.
but I agree with you, Evan
One of the
O'Brien.
things
I
would
agree.
say to people
When I
listening to this, because
typically
hope you guys
agree
will, like,
more
kind of try
with
to
Republicans
internalize
than
this.
anything libertarians say.
This
Libertarians
bullshit,
always seem to be
all of
way
this
more focused
insane
on
degeneracy
the
is being
what can you do
pushed
for
by
me
the
than
most
what can we do for
powerful people in
society.
this
So
country.
I
And
just
it's
don't
not
really
as if this just
can't listen to them.
organically arose out of nowhere.
That does change.
And I
It is
hope you
changing a
guys
little
would at
bit. There,
least consider the
it's a little bit
possibility
different,
that, look,
but not by much.
the government always,
Mhm.
by its nature, moves into the areas that were traditionally left for family and community and churches. And
That's the first
even
smart thing
something
he
like
said.
educating the kids. This is one of the biggest problems that we have, that the government is in control
I
of
think
it.
Brian
And
is a.
why? And-
I
and
think
what would happen if
Brian's
they
a
weren't?
centrist Republican, to be
fall
honest
back
with you,
into
but
the
I'm not going to
realm
get
of
into that
families and
because
communities
I
and
don't know
churches.
that for
And what do you
certain. I don't
think
think
would
he's a
be better?
libertarian.
What do you think would be better? This being run by Washington, D.C., or this being run by your local church? That's kind of the point I'm making. And
Yeah,
if
that's-
that,
Right,
if that
yeah.
means I have to
You're right.
sacrifice
Evan O'Brien
the
is right.
FBI going on hunts
Dave just keeps trying to say,
for,
but no
you know,
no government would be
declaring
awesome.
incest,
And like,
Yeah.
Andrew's
I'm
like,
willing
yes,
to
Yeah,
but
I
let's
mean,
let's
these
logically
are
follow that.
almost
What
great
happens if you
points that
have
you forget,
a
like,
community of
Anarchy.
incest?
like AMA
And he could just be like,
Where's John at?
150
John, anarchy in the
years
UK,
ago,
bro.
that the government
So
came in,
it's
they used to
like
come
I
in
said,
with
That was a song.
antitrust laws
Sid
and break
Vicious.
these things up. And
they're
under
kind of talking past each other, I think, at this
Anarcho
stage, where it's like
corporatism,
Andrew's already
these
kind of gotten
antitrust
the
laws would not
win,
exist. These
whereas
people
Dave
would
is still
come
trying to
Andrew's
make an
definitely
option.
got
Let
the
me
win.
finish,
Andrew's
Dave.
like
Okay,
destroying.
I
Andrew destroyed this
apologize.
dude in the first 3
Okay,
minutes.
so anyway, over and over again, we see what happens when corporations also gain a huge leverage on power when it comes to no check on them from any government entity. This was, in fact, the entire point of Franco's Spain and why Mussolini.
It's
came
hard
up
to
with the
tell
idea of
because a
fascism
lot
to
of the
begin
things he
with,
says
which was
are
that the
very
states
Christian
needed to stop
centric.
large trade organizations from swallowing up
I don't
small
know.
trade organizations. That was the point.
I don't know.
This about Brian?
Let me finish.
Yeah,
man.
Brian,
Sorry,
whatever.
I thought you were done.
They
I
recognize
don't
hard to
think he
tell.
knows what
that
he
this
is.
was an important thing because
I
what
think
ends
he's
up
like a
happening is corporate
centric
power can also become
centrist
elite, and it
Republican. I
becomes
think
a
I think
government
he's
unto
not
itself.
quite
Anarcho-capitalism
right
is not going to stop
all
that
the
from
way, but
happening. And on top of that,
you
when
know,
we're talking about these moral oughts, these moral claims, there's not
Seem
going to
to
be
miss the
medical licenses, there's no driver's
communication.
licenses, there's none of these things which would protect you from this degeneracy, which your libertarian idealism leads us to every time. You can't even tell us why any of these things are wrong to do, Dave.
Well, okay. I already told you, and I have the exact same answer for what you have for why they're wrong. But listen, let me ask you this. Have you, because I know you call yourself a paleocon on Twitter. Are you like, are you familiar with like the paleoconservative thinkers? Like,
Pat Buchanan's my favorite. Yeah.
Okay. By the way, for anyone listening here, read every Pat Buchanan book you can get your hands on. They're the absolute best. And Paul Gottfried too. You really should read him. He's just so good. And Sam Francis.
Yeah, I think that's true,
guys, dude. Go read.
I think that's true. I think that the thing is that he has to hide it in California. The problem is that if you come out strongly one direction or the other,
are going to require state enforcement no matter what. That's why he was a paleocon.
Okay, but what Pat Buchanan would not agree with you on is this idea that if there wasn't the government regulating these things, there'd be no reason for anyone to have licenses or something like that. That's just not true, dude. And
who would license them?
Listen. All of these guys.
This dude is so stupid. How the fuck do you say something like that? Are you an idiot?
That a huge part of their program was a drastic cut in the size and scope of government
because they didn't like the military-industrial complex.
No. Not just that. Yes, Andrew, believe me, I know this stuff, so I'm not wrong about this. Yes, they wanted a cut in the military-industrial complex, but not just that. They wanted to destroy the managerial state. That was their entire plan. Paul Gottfried said, and this was his
I know Andrew has said that he's willing to debate anybody, but do you think he'll get to the point where he's just going to have to be very selective on who he decides to debate?
Well, the thing is, a lot of people say they want to debate him, and then they watch a few debates, and then they withdraw. He's about, my understanding is he's about 60 days out.
But I'm strategically
on that's quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he can, and now that's with him taking time for his family. So the problem that I don't think a lot of people realize, I know he says it, but I don't know that people really get it. Andrew really is a family man. He's got stuff going on. He's got he's got teenage daughters that are doing stuff, and his wife's doing stuff, and so he's not
totally perverting
100% at the whim of his of people who want to debate him. So
everything else, and you can't stop.
He usually tries. I think he's trying to get most people in like 30 days.
The will of saying,
if you want to debate Andrew,
demanding that they
the plan and all of that, I think he'll try and get to you in 30 days. But if you're scatterbrained and you don't care or whatever, and it's not an actual debate, he's going to push you out. It could be 60 days. I think it took for him to go on Sarah the Raging Tomato. I think it took a little over a month and a half, or probably a month and a half before he would, from the time she contacted him to the time that he actually got to her.
You're already in the mode
and
of not trying to,
and that was just an interview for like an hour. That wasn't even a debate that he had to research and study for and all of that. So
yeah, I don't agree with you, so I'm arguing with you.
I don't think this is a full-time job for him yet.
Okay, I'm saying that these guys.
Well, I thought it was. I think that he's still doing mechanical engineering work,
of paleoconservatism,
but it's got to be like part-time because that dude streams a lot. There was a space where he was on more than I am, and I'm on a lot.
I'm arguing,
but he was like all the
I
time.
don't agree with your points.
So,
and when we get to these ought claims of what we ought to do, it seems like you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Andrew, the cat will never debate.
Dave thought he got away, and Andrew just flipped him back. He goes, "Okay, what's Ted Buchanan's argument?" And Dave was like,
"You're really looking at what self-ownership would be in anarcho-capitalist land. There wouldn't be these licenses to begin with. I don't really understand."
Dave is like, "Fuck this interview."
Would they be issued by?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Dave if he can tell me a joke.
And that, so the organization which issued the license would have some sort of authority.
Yeah, so there are things that Andrew will not debate. PKFRX just reminded me. Andrew will not debate religion. He doesn't feel like he's qualified, and it would actually, being an orthodoxy, he would have to have permission from the church.
Arguing religion is fucking stupid.
But we all know that we were told a couple
It's
things.
like if
not
you
to
want to
say
find out
we
who's
got on
right,
this
who's
show,
wrong, you
right?
see the truck
Because
over
of the
there, go
YouTube
jump in front of
government,
it while it's
there's lots of
moving.
different
You'll
Yeah,
find
why
out.
would you have a
forms
problem
of-
with YouTube? That's a private
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
organization doing
I
what it
think that
wants, dude.
arguing theology is sometimes
What are
interesting.
you
I mean,
asking
I
me
don't
now?
do it, but
Why would you
I've
have a
watched people
problem
do it.
with
I think it's
YouTube?
interesting.
That's a
Not
private
jump in
organization
anyway.
doing what it
But
wants.
you guys, by the way, can you guys see? This is what's frustrating to me.
I
If
can't
you
see
could
why
I
people
just
find
made
it
a point.
interesting,
It
but
was an excellent
personally,
point.
yeah,
And
if
then
it
you
comes
just
down to
pivot
it,
something else and move the goalpost. So
I'm
anyway,
out.
the
It was
point
your point, Dave.
The point I was making was that there can be private organizations that can have their standards
I
also.
couldn't.
And then you pivoted to saying, do I support you
Sam,
in
that's
what you
awesome.
do, in what
I'm gonna
context?
actually, I'm
What
gonna
do you-
use that.
No,
I'm gonna use
what
that
you
when
said was
if they let me call
we
in.
had
I'm
some
actually
TOS
expecting.
or
Where's my
things which
link?
would be TOS that we couldn't talk
Where's
about
my
on this
link?
private platform, but you
Right.
must support private platforms existing because you're an anarcho-capitalist.
No,
So
I
what's the
must not.
problem? So you don't support private platforms existing?
Listen, man, do you support
And you must
private
support content
restaurants
creator who
existing?
don't take their
Sure.
clothes off too.
Okay,
If
they
you want to
brought
fight the ones who
you
take their
ordered a
clothes
T-bone
off.
steak and they brought
See,
it
this
to
is
you
a
and it was
problem
freezing
with
cold.
all of
Would
the
you support
libertarians is
that?
every
Would
time
you
they start
support
saying,
private
well, you know,
restaurants existing?
I like, you know, I just want
Exactly.
they
What does
what's
that
that
do with anything?
nursery rhyme that
It
they
proves
pull out
exactly.
all
But
the
you believe
time? I
that the
want the
restaurant should have the right.
the
I'm-
two
I'm-
gay.
I'm in my own
you believe
business.
Something existing doesn't
That's,
No,
that's
they-
super
they
weird,
say, I
Dave.
want
So
the-
you don't believe
the-
that restaurants
The
should have
gay
the right
couple
to
next door
serve
to be
you a
able to
cold
smoke
steak?
pot and
No, I do.
protect
Well,
their
then
house
what are
with
you
automatic
talking about,
weapons or
Dave?
something. Because
Did you
it's just
honestly not
some
get that?
weird
It's like,
rambling
no,
thing that they say.
No, I didn't honestly get
Um,
that. No,
You're
it made
right.
no
All
sense.
And I'm always like, well,
All right, well,
Andrew,
listen.
there's nothing, you know, you can do all that now. You just they're just
David's
regulations.
saying
All
is,
you're trying to, all you're actually talking about is,
doing that.
you know, getting rid of
But Andrew's
regulation.
saying, but you
Libertarian
very-
is me, 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 me.
I think so,
I believe
yeah.
Dave's answer is, yeah, they could make that choice, but I personally don't like that choice.
Which
I'm not
kind of
in
makes
support of that
sense
choice. But
because
think
I
Andrew-
have
there's
no
only so-
idea.
Yeah, but
I
there's
just know what
only so
Andrew
many shit
said.
I can care about.
These bad organizations would exist and they would do bad
Oh,
things.
now they got the
and
moderator
you have to
pissed.
say
Sure,
they're
listen.
allowed to do it.
Well, okay, fine. If you want to say, oh, if we had an anarcho-capitalist society, this thing in my head would happen and it could be really bad, whatever. I'm not going to sit here and even
Whose
argue
stream
about
is
stuff.
this
Okay, fine.
person
I'm
from?
talking
Do we
about
know
how
her?
about in the real world. We
Who?
live under the biggest government in the history of the world, and look
Mhm.
what it's led
I can't
to.
tell whose
Let's talk about
stream
the world
she
we
is
actually live in.
on. Let's see.
Okay, let's talk about the world that we actually live in.
This person.
It's my belief that the leftist paradigm, which is a libertarian paradigm of the non-aggression principle, is how leftists are able to control inside of this ginormous government apparatus.
I'll
which
pay
is
for
continuously expanding.
John
I think that
2029
they
sends in another
utilize
10 pound.
victim classes like
Thanks for the quid,
LGBTQ
mate.
and others, and say if they're not
I'll pay
hurting
for
anybody,
anyone's
then what's the
flight. I'll
problem?
take you to inner
Libertarians
city
have
London
no way
areas, and
to
you can read the
counteract this
non-aggression
because they can't
principle
justify
to
why
the
it would be a
foreign
problem
gangs
either. So
whilst
what they
they
end up doing is
shiv
saying,
you
well,
for grooming
we
your
can't really
daughter.
say shit, can we? We can't really tell
Dave's
you
naive.
that gays can't be married. We can't really tell you
Based.
not to expand victim classes.
Based.
Can't really tell you
Based.
any of these things
Based.
because
John, I like the cut of
ultimately,
your jib.
you believe in the same principle that they do, which is
Okay,
do whatever the
so
fuck
did-
you want.
did we figure
as
out
long as
who's,
you're not hurting
who
anybody,
is
man. The
restreaming
good is the
to
good, man.
Cleo
Smoke the dope, man.
Castro? Where is
All of this is that's just completely ridiculous. I think
Okay.
that libertarianism.
it's probably Teriak.
If you
Teriak, is that you?
follow
Is that
it
your
to
one of
its
your
logical conclusion,
one of your
would tell
peoples?
you that the Civil Rights Act was not justified.
Teriak's
would tell you that
away.
the government funding all of these
Not me.
universities is not justified. Would tell you
Your
that all of this
stochastic
stuff,
decay.
like,
Free trip.
I mean, it would tear down the entire
Free trip.
thing.
Wait, it
And-
would? It would tell you slavery wasn't, or abolishing slavery wasn't justified?
Uh-oh.
Would it tell you that?
Uh-oh.
abolishing
That's a deer in the
slavery
headlight
wasn't
look.
justified?
What
Look.
I just
Look at his
said.
eyes.
Because that was an act of government, right?
Wait, hold on. But what does that have to do with what I just
Because
said?
when you're talking about civil rights, we're still going back to self-ownership.
The Civil Rights Act has nothing to do with slavery.
No, but it has to do with self-ownership. And pre-Civil Rights Act, there were slaves, right?
No.
Yeah, there wasn't.
When did you think the Civil Rights Act happened?
The Civil Rights Act happened during the Jim Crow era. But what I'm talking about with slavery specifically is, did they have
100 years before the Civil Rights Act?
Yes.
You're saying?
Did they have the right to
Anyway,
self-ownership?
yes, slaves had a right to not be slaves. But anyway, the point that I'm making is that
Well,
Dave is slowly
we have logical extensions here, then, Dave, that we have to contend with.
Okay, leave Dave finish.
That was so great when
Andrew, whatever.
Andrew hit him. He's just like,
the
wait,
point that
what?
I'm making
What's
is
up,
just
Glenn
because
Lawrence
what's
in the
happening on
house? How are you,
college
sir?
Campus which is
We're having some
essentially a
fun.
government program.
We are
I mean,
having a
all
good
of these
time.
colleges, whether they're like state schools or whether they just had all of their loans, you know, guaranteed by the federal government or directly given out by the federal government. It's a big, giant government program. And the idea that they would ever sustain themselves in a market is ridiculous. And the fact that there are young people in those groups now want to identify as
Glasses is in the house.
has nothing to do with the non-aggression principle or self-ownership or anything about liberty.
How does it not have to do with
philosophy on government?
Yeah, it does. It does. That's
no,
bullshit.
it doesn't at all. Doesn't at all.
Yeah,
dude.
not only that, but I've been demonstrating it over and over, and you have no defense from it. If you own yourself, why can't you choose your gender? Why can't you get your appendages cut off? Why can't you do these things, Dave? Why shouldn't you be able to?
Wait, if you don't own your,
That's a good point.
This is the thing I think you're not understanding, Andrew. I don't even get what you're saying here. If you don't own yourself,
which I don't think you do,
right? Okay. Why shouldn't you be able to get your
that's my whole
call
my
yourself
whole
whatever?
principle is just because there is no actual self-ownership.
So okay, I'm saying if
That's
you're
a
right,
non sequitur, Dave. It makes no sense.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What's a non sequitur, Andrew?
The
What did you
sequitur
just
is
say?
saying, what if you don't own yourself? You can do those things too. It has nothing to do with whether you do or not.
Right, but you said, what if you do own yourself? And I'm saying, but what if you don't? So that's the point.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything? That's that's the non sequitur.
If I may, I think that there's two ships passing here. I think that the argument that Dave's making is this. If we decrease the size of the federal government and the government in general, as if he's suggesting, culturally, there wouldn't be the sort of brainwashing that's going on through those organizations that make these things a problem. Andrew's saying, though,
She was on somebody else's stream. She wasn't on mine. She was on either Terry. I think she was on Terryx because Josie's YouTube stream wasn't up at that point.
size of government, if we did so based on the mentality of, well, you could do whatever you want.
Talking about the C. Leopatra person who just said hi.
A lot of behavior that he finds to be undesirable or grotesque or sinful.
I saw her on the verbal combat.
Homosexual.
Is Speakeasy? Who else is restreaming me?
Tim Hortons.
I think we could probably all agree.
Tim Horton drinkers.
Let's just say in the last 100 years, okay, the size and scope of government in this country has grown enormously.
This is all he wants to talk about. All he wants to talk about is the size and scope of government is really bad.
To the old conservatives who fought the New Deal back in the 1930s. And I could go back a little bit further than that.
It's the OGG. It's the man Lawrence in the house.
Income tax, but you have the New Deal. You have the expansions of government in World
Well,
War
I'm
II,
a Tim Horton
the
drinker too,
expansions
former.
post-World War II with the creation of the CIA and all
Tim
of that.
Hortons.
I gotta let
The
Enzo out real
national security
quick.
apparatus, the global
Yes,
Okay.
empire.
I think your
You have the
camera's
Great
frozen.
Society in the 1960s.
In a perfect position,
You
though.
have, you know,
It always does.
I don't know. You fast forward to George W. Bush creating the Department of Homeland Security.
Terry X
war
gonna
on
have some fun with that
terrorism,
later.
Barack Obama and all this
Yep.
stuff. Do we have more?
All right, I'm
degeneracy
getting
now
a
or then?
DM here. All
Does it
right.
seem like the growth of government.
Yeah,
has...
but that's a correlate. If I could point to you where there's
No,
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 All
I'm
right.
just asking, but I'm
Yeah,
asking,
so I'm
is there
gonna
any
explain-
correlation? Or
So I'm in
There's
the
some
waiting
correlation,
room
and I'll grant that there's
to
some
go
correlation,
on.
but I can also point to large government
I will
apparatuses
probably
where
have
the
to
state is
mute
entirely in control, where there's no
my, or at least turn
degeneracy
down
because you just face the wall.
the
in those governments,
stream,
right? So, the thing
so
is
that
just
can't be heard.
correlating that because government has grown
So,
in size and
we'll see
degeneracy has
how
also
that
grown in
is. You guys
size,
will have to. I
not
don't know
a
how
good
we're gonna
argument
how I'm
because I
gonna
can
make
point
this
to
work
complete
so
authoritarian
that so it's
regimes
not bad.
where there's none of that at all, and the government's totally in charge. So the thing is that
So what
government
regimes are you thinking of?
I would guess that like places like North Korea.
I'm going to give him a
right? If
softball. I'm
you,
just going to ask him
engage
his
in
interpretation of what a
degenerate actions,
libertarian
X
is, because
bad
as near as
thing
I can
happens
tell,
to
it's
you,
just
I would assume.
a
So I'm just
Republican that
saying
wants to
the
smoke pot.
correlate itself is not enough to say that that is the cause. I think that NGOs are also a huge cause of these things, even NGOs which start absent any type of government movement at all, or massive think tanks which are privately funded. And oftentimes you see what'll happen with like the LGBTQ community and things like this. They create their own independent think tanks and NGOs, which then begin a mass lobbying campaign against morality. And once you have a lobbying campaign against morality, there's no real good reason why you should reduce government, because you can't make good claims for why you should. Just like why should we do any of this stuff? What happens with these
All right, guys, I'm not going to be watching the
LGBT
chat
things
for a few minutes.
especially.
If you want to say
They'll even
something
go into
important, you're going to have to
Christian
super
churches,
chat it
things
because
like
I'm going to
this.
be
They offer
in
bags of money
the
to
other
reevaluate the messaging inside of these churches.
tab,
These are
and I won't be
these
able to
are,
see this.
apparatuses which then go and bribe the government. And these are private institutions. They all start as private institutions. The government's not commissioning.
But then they
I
go
don't-
and bribe the government.
I don't know what link to
Yeah,
send
but
you.
the government. But here's the
That's a big
thing.
part of it.
But here's the thing. I think that private institutions will always either form a government or make moves to subvert a government because it's
Right.
in their best
Glenn Lawrence
interest to
gets it, man.
monopolize force.
Glenn Lawrence gets
It's
it.
in their best interest.
Libertarians
to do
are
it,
just,
like it's in
you know,
our best interest as Christians to monopolize the force apparatus of the state as well. If you want to scale back aspects of the state, fuck, great. I want to scale back aspects of the state too.
Well,
but that
then,
really
okay, let's start
ultimately
there.
has
So
nothing to do.
What aspects do you want to scale back?
Oh, I'd
Send
like
a
to scale
private
back,
chat, Josie.
Especially social spending when it comes to social safety nets. I'd like to scale
And
back
why?
a lot.
Why would you want to? I'm just curious. I don't
Mhm.
mean to interrupt you, but so why do you want to scale back social aspects of the state?
Because I think that many of those social aspects are violations of ethical concerns. So an ethical concern of robbing Peter to pay Paul, various things like this. I think that those are unethical. Those are ethics concerns.
Okay, and why? Why is that unethical?
It's unethical because I follow Christian ethics, and under this particular ethical framework, we would say that this type of theft would be incorrect, and that the state apparatus, it's not really their concern to move into that. That would be charitable organizations which would move into doing distribution that way.
I'm so curious about this, so I just have to ask because you kind of like grilled me before about what my ethics are. So what is it? So
We share the
robbing
same.
Peter to pay,
We share the
robbing-
same ethics. So I
Sure,
don't know
but
what your
robbing
argument
Peter
is.
I'm not making an argument. I'm asking a question. So robbing Peter to pay Paul, why is that unethical? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying that if you have centralized relocation from the successful to the non-successful, the reason that this becomes an ethical concern is because you're engaging in theft, obvious theft.
Okay, but isn't that always what government does by its nature?
No,
Is
it
robbing
doesn't.
Peter to pay Paul?
No, I don't think that taxation is necessarily theft in many circumstances. I think
so
It's
can be theft.
9:30
What
p.m.
makes
here,
it
John
theft
2029.
definition, but not in
I
yours?
should be up first.
which
It's probably got about
So you
15
just
or 20
said it's
minutes
obviously theft to rob Peter to
before
pay Paul.
they call me
What
up.
made that theft
Maybe a
and
little
what makes
longer.
it not theft in other
I like
situations?
yeah, I just popped back in, guys.
Well,
I
I
like
don't know,
what
maybe
Sam
I'm
has
not
to said.
understanding the question
His
correctly. Can you
He's
give me an
saying-
example?
many
just
libertarians are
said
anarchists and
in
useful
your
idiots for
example
leftists. That
this
is
robbing
so
Peter to
true,
pay
guys.
Paul,
It is
and
so
it's
true.
not.
So,
As they have-
Grid, what
Theft
you
in
gotta
that situation, but not theft in other
Sorry?
situations.
Like what other situation
Grid.
are you talking
What-
about?
yes.
I just need a comparison real
In
quick so I
any-
understand what you're
What
asking.
makes it?
I
in
can hear
any
you.
other
Can you not hear me?
situation that government takes money from people, not theft, but in the one you just
Yep,
labeled theft.
there we go.
Labeled theft.
You mean?
Oh,
Oh, okay. I see
shit.
what you're saying. You take a bunch of money out of a rich guy's account and give it to a guy, who's just poor because you want to, versus some
Oh, I had the
other
wrong
unique
head-
situation like
No,
infrastructure
I'm saying- you
spending or
just
things
said
like
What
this.
you just said, Andrew.
God, that
Stop
gets
buying
confusing.
time, man. I'm just curious.
I'm not
What
trying
do
to
you
buy
mean?
time. I just want to get it
What do you mean by that?
clarified. I just want it clarified. I
Okay,
don't think
okay.
that infrastructure spending is theft. I don't think that taxation, property taxation even is theft. I don't think those things are theft. I think that a direct taking of your account for the purposes of giving it to a social group based on immutable characteristics is theft. That
And
would be
what-
theft.
I'm just curious. What makes that theft?
That you're taking a thing which does not belong to you and creating a distribution of the thing which doesn't belong to you.
But so why wouldn't that be true for property taxes?
Because you don't actually own the property.
Right. So, but you just said if they're taking something that doesn't belong to you. So, do you actually own that property?
No, this is why I'm saying that the
So why was that
construction,
theft?
the construction of ownership is just that, a construction.
Yeah,
so
but
property is
Andrew,
a construction.
Andrew, I think I have you in something here, and I think you know I do. Why was it
No,
theft
I just
in your
want to make
example?
sure I'm
Why
clarifying
was
it.
it. Why was it theft in your example? Why did you own it in your example but not in mine?
Is the thing not
Because I
working or
don't really
something?
understand your example. That's why I'm trying to get it clarified.
It wasn't mine. It was yours. I'm saying
Yes,
in
the
your
example
you
of
called it
scaling
theft.
back to rob Peter to pay Paul, I would say that is theft. However, taxation for property, I would not say it is because
when
it's
you're
based,
robbing Peter to pay
because it's
Paul,
based,
why is it theft?
Yeah, because it's based around the construction which we have for theft or non-theft for property. That's the point.
If I may, if I could try to clarify, I'm not trying to make anyone's argument.
Yeah. Just clarify what he's talking about.
Dig into your mic.
Dave's saying, like, look, if under your theory, all taxation would be theft because it's taking away from a person and giving to someone else. You seem to be saying it's not theft if it's giving to sort of a public good. So like property tax to pay for roads, that's not theft. But property tax, presumably,
should have had me mod it.
property tax to pay for welfare for single mothers, that would be theft, or to pay for LGBT issues or something like that. So he's saying, why isn't the property tax always theft? And you seem to be saying it's only theft if that money is given to particular entities. He's asking why that's the case.
Oh, based on immutable versus non-immutable. So if you are utilizing infrastructure and things like this, and you're paying for that infrastructure, you have local levies which are gone through and voted on for that infrastructure. That can't be theft because essentially the majority of your population is volunteering to move that money into the government coffers for that purpose. Whereas there is no such thing as voluntarism when it comes to the government levying your account. That's not true. Voluntary and never has been. However, you have what's called, I'm going to explain. You have what's called duties, right? Duties can trump theft. For instance, you could say if you own yourself and the government conscripts you that they're stealing you. Are they stealing you, Dave?
I'm sorry.
If the government conscripts you, you have a duty to go. A duty to go defend your homeland if you are conscripted for war. Is the government stealing you?
They're enslaving you, sure.
It's enslavement to be conscripted in a draft to defend your homeland.
Well, I mean, look, you see, defend your homeland. How about if they conscript you to go over to Ukraine and fight the Russians? Is that enslaving you?
Yeah, I'm not sure that it is because I think you do have duties.
So if your government led by Joe Biden decides that you're now conscripted and you will be on a plane over to Ukraine to fight on the front lines, they haven't enslaved you.
No, I don't think so. I think you have duties still in society. Don't you think you have duties to be conscripted? Like if you were attacked.
No, I think we have lots of duties, but I think if Joe Biden tells you to go die on the front lines,
you might be able to make good moral. You might be able to make good moral. Bro, you might be resist that. Dave, you might be able to make good moral objections to this type of draft in the duty itself.
Welcome, Ghost 1978. Welcome back to the chat. I didn't see you there earlier. Glad to see you now.
But
hey guys, by the way, I'm going to have memberships coming out probably next week. I think I'm going to release them on Monday with the day shift, and you'll be able to become a member of the channel, and we'll do some cool members only stuff. Josie, we've lost the signal.
Is that
lost sound?
Funny because you start laughing. But then
there we go.
You can't. When I say if you were grabbed,
you were talking,
gun put to your head, and dragged out to the Ukrainian front lines and forced to fight on the Ukrainian front lines, you can't say yes. That is me being enslaved.
I think you can make moral objections to it. Yeah.
Hold on. Then you turn it to.
Did we lose sound again?
So I have to listen to both.
Like a foreign army is coming up through my neighborhood. I think you sure could make a moral argument that I have a responsibility to go to the front line.
Right. This is the point when we're talking about the draft. So we're not talking past each other.
Let me just finish this. So I think you could make an argument that I have a moral responsibility to go to the front lines and start fighting to make sure my family is okay.
What if you don't have a family?
Leave him finish.
Huh?
What if you don't have a family? It's just you.
Okay, but I'm talking about me, and I do. So anyway, let me finish.
But what if you didn't? Would you have a moral obligation then?
Great. So let me just finish.
Okay.
So, but if I say make the judgment that I go, you know what? There's too many of them. We got to retreat, and we got to try to surround them and come back. And someone puts a gun at my face and goes, "No, you have to go to the front line right now." Then yeah, in essence, they have enslaved me.
So then you're making my point again so that you understand.
No, I'm not.
I'll explain how. When you're talking about duties, you asked me, you said, would it be a duty? So I'm talking about what is a current duty. So I'm saying, yeah, currently that would be your duty. But to moral objections, which you could make would be about just. You could say it's an unjust war, so therefore it doesn't fall under my duties. You are making the exact same claim. This is an unjust war. It doesn't fall under my duties, right? So if I'm conscripted, though, for a just war, like an invasion, then it does fall under duty. So then it's not enslavement, right? However, in both situations, it still would be enslavement by your ideology. You don't really have duty here.
That's not really the distinction. The distinction is whether voluntarism versus force. So no, I'm not saying that. Like, if there could be a just war where someone still flees and abandons the war, but that doesn't mean that if they were but look, even whether you
dereliction of duty,
whether you think it's justified or not, it would still be enslaving someone to force them to be a soldier in that war.
So if you
want to be a part of it.
So if you're conscripted and your homeland is under attack, you have no greater duty to defend your homeland.
It depends on the situation, man. Look, there were lots of people in Ukraine who fled, and I don't know that they were wrong. I don't know. Listen, a situation like the war in Ukraine, the United States of America and NATO provoked Russia for decades. Literally just poked this
what is that?
Fucking bear.
Dude, this is on a tangent that has nothing, no bearing on the moral.
No. It has total bearing. Give me 2 seconds and you'll understand what I'm saying. They poked this bear over and over again until Russia invaded. And then when Russia invaded and Ukraine was about to get fucked up, look, I understand where there'd be people in Ukraine who wanted to jump on the front lines and fight again. But I also understand where there'd be people who go, listen, I got to try to get my family out and get the hell out of here. So it's not so black and white as to like whether like there's this situation where someone invades your country and it's just justified to fight back against them. I think maybe if you're listening,
we're talking not about that. We're talking about conscription, though. So I do, and I'll steel man. Hang on, I'll steel man the point. Yeah, I'll steel man.
Listen.
Let me steel man the point.
Last point on this, then we're gonna get to closing statements because we have a lot of super chats and questions from the audience. So
yeah. So let me just steel man your point. Your point is, look, this isn't so black and white. There could be situations where I could see conscription as being a duty. I could see it as not being a duty. I'm not arguing that. I just want a concession that at least sometimes it must be. And if at least sometimes it must be a duty, then you do have greater duties than just owning you. Just owning you can't be enough. There must be additional duties on top of that, like conscription.
Sure. Well, look, if you're saying just owning me, again, I have a ton of duties on top of just owning me. I have a duty, an obligation to protect my wife, my kids, to provide for them, to give them a great life.
If you own yourself, why do you have such a duty?
Dave just stepped in it.
From what we said at the very beginning, it has nothing to do with owning myself. I do own myself. And why do I have such a duty? Because I believe in God and God wants me to be a great father and a great husband. So
God owns you.
Okay. Listen, there's never a place to end.
And around we go.
Sucks. We could keep going on with this. What we're going to do is do closing statements.
All right.
Up to 7 minutes apiece. We will start with Dave. You can say whatever you want. Andrew, don't interrupt. And then Andrew can say whatever he wants. So you can summarize the debate.
All right. We're getting ready for callers.
Clarify whatever you like for 7 minutes. Then we'll get to some audience questions.
Fred, remove the labels.
All right. Well, look, let me just say before we go to these questions.
Labels are you talking about?
I have the feeling that Andrew annoyed me a bit in this debate, but I have a feeling I would really like the guy if we just hung out. And I actually have enjoyed some of the back and forths that we've had on this. So I would just say that I think there's been some points that are made here that I don't think accurately reflect the position that I'm taking, and perhaps I've been unfair in some of the positions Andrew's taking. So let's just say I own a book, like let's say, I don't know, one of these books right here. Okay, here, I got a book. Okay, I own this book. Now, it's a really good book, by the way. This is what is this? This is The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. I don't know. That happened to be the book next to me. Now, let's say I get that book. Now, I've read it. I've actually read it twice. But let's just say I bought that book and I own it. and instead of reading it, I burned it. And you were to say, wait a minute, Dave, do you own that book? If you own it, it would be wrong for you to burn it rather than read it. The point is that, yes, I probably agree with you. It would be a better thing for me to do to read that book than to burn it. That has nothing to do with whether I own it or whether it would be right for someone else to come by force and take it away from me. I think that's kind of like the difference that's been, we've been talking past each other a little bit. I think that some of these outlandish examples about, well, if you really believe in self-ownership, then you can have no moral qualms about what anyone does with their self-ownership, just isn't accurate. And I think that in the world we're living in, and this is something, again, that the paleoconservatives, their best thinkers, please, anybody listening, go read Pat Buchanan or Paul Gottfried or Sam Francis or any of these guys. One of the things that they understood was that part of the reason why American society has degenerated so much, part of the reason why we've had such a divergence from normalcy in our culture is because the government has gotten more and more powerful. And if you want to have more power in the hands of communities and churches and parents and families, you want to reduce the size and scope of government. So that's what I would say, and whatever Andrew wants to finish with before we go into questions.
Okay, sounds good. Andrew, you got up to 7 minutes. Go ahead.
You would like me. I'm a real fun guy to be. I'm just a fun guy, Dave. Okay. So the thing is I did enjoy the debate. Just so you know, I don't take any of this kind of stuff personally. I think that this type of discourse, as brutal as it can be, and as entertaining as I think it is for people because it's so brutal, I don't feel like you're a guy who holds personal grudges. And it seems like you kind of enjoy, as much as you might not have enjoyed some aspects of it, I think that you probably enjoy the back and forth as much as I do. Ultimately, though, you have to reevaluate some things here, I think, ultimately. And I'm still going to bring you around to my way of thinking. And perhaps next time we won't do a debate, but we'll just do a good old-fashioned convo. The first thing is that you kind of pretend and are pretending to the audience that these are extreme examples of things which I bring up, but they're not. These are things which are happening right now. We have incest laws right now. We have laws against LGBTQ or for LGBTQ right now. These are social issues of our time, transitioning social issue of our time. These things are not things which are in a far away, far off land, in a faraway future. These are right now, right here, right in our face, and we're discussing them as though they're right in our face because they are. And so when we get to the moral ought portion of this, you realized, I think, early on that you can't really justify self-ownership as anything other than a
somehow mute this. I'm getting
God. That's why I was
obviously the lag.
Rant all the absurdity and say, sure.
Somehow I need to mute this.
It's just God talking in my mind. Dave says, me too. It's like, great. Well, then we agree. It's all divine command. There's no ownership. It's just a social construct.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
Now we know where we can go with our
I think
claims, how we get
Dave's losing
where it is
badly.
that we're going. Unfortunately, for these oughts, we're going to need enforcement. There's no way around it. And that's going to require some type of enforcement apparatus. And maybe it doesn't have to be the state. Fine, but I didn't hear anything absent the state. I never actually heard Dave say a word about why people can't engage in these if they own themselves. Unfortunately, he never really gave us any good reasons for why, if you do own yourself, why you can't engage in these absurd activities, other than he just really doesn't like them. Other than to appeal to what I would.
If I stop my cam, it doesn't stop your volume from coming through the
non-aggression
screen.
Principle no longer makes sense.
So
he never could justify that ever, and that was kind of the core, the heart of this debate.
Like where there's
when we get into duties,
mixer?
He says, "I do have some duties and obligations," but when I ask him where they come from, it's not. It's from God again. It's divine command which gives him these duties and obligation, not libertarianism. Libertarianism as a core isn't doing anything to advance what could be a duty inside of society. It's just unfettered rights, and all a right is a privilege absent a duty. When we get into whether or not can a person be conscripted,
the output.
Sometimes maybe, don't know, kind of, possibly. It just, it's context matters. It's like, okay, yeah, context matters, but at the core, can they, without them being slaves? I think that Dave kind of understands yeah, there's a time and a place for that where there's a greater duty that we have to appeal to. Overall, because it was combative and we are coming at it from really different worldviews, I don't think we got to the heart of everything that either of us would have liked to have gotten to the heart of. But I did enjoy the spirited debate. And again, no grudges at all, Mr. Smith. And in the future, I'll just come on your show and
I'll send you a picture.
and we'll have a good convo or something like that. But I do hope you did enjoy yourself at the very least. So thank you.
I did enjoy myself, Andrew, and thank you very much. I don't agree with your synopsis of my opinion, but I am definitely down to do another podcast together.
Well, cheers to you, sir.
Cheers, brother.
I had fun. I loved it.
We can drink. Are they nationalists? Are we're gonna make that legal? All right, good.
Yes, good. I insist.
I enjoyed. I thought it was great. I would love to talk to both of you. I was writing down things. If I was debating either of you, I would have said to both of you. But
we don't Josie, we're gonna have to.
So here's what I'm gonna do. We are
mute. We're gonna have to mute the
chats. There's
Hold on, I'm sending you a tutorial real quick.
And because we have a lot
I'm just getting the delay between being backstage and Andrew's.
Thank you to anyone who subscribed or that donated subscriptions to people and memberships. We really do appreciate it. It means a lot. We're going to try.
And as a quick intermission, I'm sorry to cut in. Dave, while you're at maximum audience, can you shout your channel out
system,
to everybody where
sound,
they can find you?
Volume mixer.
ComicDaveSmith.com is my website, and at ComicDaveSmith on Twitter, and I'm part of the problem on YouTube and all over the place.
I said it to you on Discord.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know that I had worked on this great rhetorical flourish that I was ready to use tonight that I couldn't deploy. So I'm just going to tell you what it was. It was going to be okay. So it was supposed to be this this idea that it came up where you would say something like, I'm a comedian. You know what I mean? I'm not going to know the great ins and outs of these moral oughts. And then I was going to respond with, oh yeah, well, I'm an entertainer and I'm super entertaining. So tell me a joke, funny man. And it would have been rhetorically effective, Dave, but I never got to employ it. So I'm pretty upset about that. I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty upset about that.
All right. Well, listen, it was a good plan. It was a good
plan. It was a good plan. It just never happened.
So I am going to not read each subscription donated, but we do appreciate it. But I hope the audience will understand.
Just 20 and up on the supers, bro. 20 and up.
All right. So here we go. You sure? Just 20 and up? All right. That's fine. So we got from Daniel Morgan. Dave, what objective standard do you ground moral laws such as the non-aggression principle or anything for that matter in? I know you believe in God, but if that's just general theism, by what standard do you ground any objective morality?
I mean, it's a good question. I think that I don't know that me or Andrew had a better answer for that than I always thought before I was a believer in God that it was kind of a silly argument that theists made when they said you can't have morality without a divine power. And the more since I've found God, I've agreed that, yeah, you probably can't. Like there really is no other way to get to morality without a belief in a creator. And since I've believed in a creator, and I don't think that's not even really the right way to say it. Since I had my,
I think because I'm going through
since I've been aware that there is
because I'm going through voice mod and the
more obvious that most of the things that are just deep rooted in us as inherently wrong or right.
They have two options.
Probably the best thing to do is just mute the thing, send the Crucible link in chat, because then you're actually sending people to the Crucible thing.
All of us,
and then
deep in our core, know
there's two options. You either open the mixer
we're gonna get
and
you
turn off
the duck site.
the volume that comes out of
I don't think
Google
so,
Chrome,
but I do agree with that.
Or
I mean,
you go get some headphones real quick.
I think that's the center of all of it.
Cal Chopper Outdoors for $19.99 says, one time for the stepdads. Now, technically, Andrew said I shouldn't have read that because it was only 20 and up. But I figure we'd give him the
close
penny.
enough. We'll give him the
penny.
Give him the penny.
All right.
In Biden's economy.
I've known some good stepdads. By the way, Andrew, do you have a better answer for that than for me of like what's right and wrong? Like, is there anything better
Well,
than that? that I'm missing?
usually libertarians will use argumentation ethics, which I know you're a big
no, but that's a
Papa fan.
different thing. I love argumentation ethics, but I'm saying that's a different question.
It is.
Than what was
It
asked.
is. It is actually a decent way to create justifications around moral oughts, argumentation ethics. It actually is.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think
Is there a joke that I'm missing with this
ultimately,
shit thing?
yeah, you can't really make. I mean, Zulu does this all the time. He seems to be pretty good at this. A guy named Liquid Zulu at creating justifications out of argumentation ethics. So I've enjoyed watching those debates, but I don't think that you can create good, objective, justified morality absent divine command. I don't think you can. No.
Unconventional Man says the argument is so good it got Dave saying to himself,
Shit.
Shit.
for $50, and then he throws another 50 down. Wow, this guy, he must have been one of those guys that got one of those jobs Biden was talking about today. Unconventional Man for another 50 says slavery has been illegal for years. Yet here's Andrew owning Dave.
Shit.
Oh, you son of a bitch. Dude, I don't think that's happened.
I thought you could have got in with the shit there. You know, like we set you up on the first one, and you didn't even get in on the second one. Pretty disappointed in you, Dave.
I'm sure Dave will agree with this, regardless who you think won the debate. This guy for $50, Sean, says Dave is getting frustrated. LOL.
I did.
I think we can all agree.
I did at one point. That's fair.
Okay. You can be frustrated. I get frustrated in debates sometimes too.
And what we'll do is, if we have time after the callers, we'll go back to super chats that weren't worth 20, but we only have limited time. So we're trying to get through what we can. Blackest Panther for $20 says, Andrew thought he was debating an intelligent person and came in guns a-blazing. He overestimated Dave's grasp of debate or logic. Taking a debate stance doesn't mean you agree with the stance. It's a debate of ideas and not morals. Anyone want to respond? Just more shit talking than a question.
I think that the two are inexplicably intertwined.
Okay, let's go with Righteous Muffin for $20 says, Andrew, you and Dave are in the same place. He wants libertarianism ran his way. You want Christian ethics ran your way. There are different sects of Christianity. Why is yours the correct one? Because you said so?
Because I can create philosophical justifications for my own. And my own is the original Church of Christ, by the way. That's why.
Would you agree, though, that perhaps the people that would come into power would not share your interpretation?
Of course, it's a possibility, which is why I advocate that Christians should be trying to seize power. I think it's a good idea. Dave actually advocates the same thing for libertarians. He recognized the same flaw in his own party, which is, we can't be so idealistic. We forget that we have to actually have power for our idealism, right? Like there's no way around that.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, just the way it is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Now, I don't know what this MX.
No. Skip it. We don't take pesos here, sir.
Yeah,
Kurt, did you figure it out?
No, not yet. I think it's because it's running through voice mod in the Stream Deck.
Just thinking a few days ago that this is a discussion I would love to see, and here it is. Huzzah! Agree? Thought it was really good.
Huzzah!
Let's see, a couple more. John the Wise Tushy for $50 says libertarian morality. Chase Oliver.
Do you not have some headphones?
Please run from the Libertarian
you can,
Party.
quickly grab.
Dave, any thoughts on? I know I've seen some of your thoughts on Twitter, but anything to say about Chase Oliver and what that says about?
Dude, you got to be better than that guy. That guy sucks, dude.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not going to defend that, but what do you know?
Just do it. Just run.
Republicans got to be better than Donald Trump and, picking Nikki Haley, who he just guaranteed would be in his cabinet. And, I don't know. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks to be a part of a thing and hope someone who's going to represent it will represent it the right way and not get that. So
you don't have to answer, but are you going to vote for Trump? Have you decided, or is it something you don't want to
honestly, I'm not a big believer in voting. But especially voting for president. But I, the idea of me doing something where it takes, I don't know, a couple of hours for you to have a 1 in 150 millionth say in it. I don't know. I do way more important shit than that. I don't spend 2 hours on something that unimportant. So it doesn't matter that much to me. But yes, I don't know. All right. I'm not going to vote for Chase. That's for sure.
Zen's Forehead for $19.99 says, Dave, The argument that Andrew is making is that duties from the prism of theist morality entail the violation of self-ownership, which the non-aggression principle banks on. It's a contradiction of the two worldviews.
Right.
So basically, if I can interpret it, what he's saying is, if you adapt Christian ethics, then there is morality that comes from that is directly oppositional to the idea of self-ownership.
No, okay. So, like, give me an example.
Like conscription.
Okay, but in what scenario?
In the most charitable scenario you can possibly think
so
of.
If you can say conscription in the most charitable scenario, fine. But then maybe you just have to own the principle of conscription in general. So if we're
Great
just
other
going to
option
argue
is
that, it's
to
like, yeah, I
add
think
me
conscription
on your
in
StreamYard
general
team
is
and
horrifically
Well, actually,
immoral.
relay the stream
what
over to
I
me so
can
that
do,
you
I
can
can
get out.
do,
There's at least certain
come
cases
back in
where it's
after.
not, right?
I can
mean, maybe,
stream
yes, maybe,
this,
but
that's what he's getting at.
Fine. But if we're
but
going
I'm
to
not
move
sure.
out of just the
Let me
realm
see
of
how I
pure
can do this.
theory into the realm of the real
All right.
world, then
So that's what I did with
conscription has been
Glenn last time.
pretty evil. Most of the times it's been used.
I don't actually disagree with that. I think that
Right.
there's moral objections to that, but I'm not saying that I morally object necessarily to the duty of conscription.
Yeah, I
though.
can't.
Okay,
That's the
all
thing,
fair
right?
enough. Fair enough. But
That's another
still, you would
inception
grant that
waiting to
handing
happen.
people the power of conscription could lead to bad results.
The handing anybody power for anything could lead to
Okay.
bad results.
Fair enough.
We agree with that.
Vitellius for $20 says, for the disconnect on ownership, a person goes to a car lot and can control a car, but they don't own it. A person can control their body and actions, but not themselves. God owns that person.
Yeah, I would say that that's true. That those
Pardon me.
who move towards divine command theory would say that God has ownership of you. You do not actually have ownership of you. You have will. That's true. And maybe the only right that anybody's ever been able to really say is an actual right that I could maybe agree with is the right to free will. But other than that, I'm not even sure that's a right, because it seems like it's part of your just ontology. It's how men are built and women are built. It's part of
Go in
what
private
makes
chat.
you. So I'm not even sure I would call that a right.
I think it's pretty clear to me that God has granted us with self-ownership. And that doesn't mean that we can't do very bad things with that self-ownership, or we can't do very good things with that. But most of the time that I'm talking to God, I recognize that he has granted me the ability to do what I want to do. And in talking to him, I'm recognizing that I know he wants me to do better than I'm doing. But it's my choice whether I want to do that or not.
Does God own you?
No.
I mean,
I wouldn't say, and when I say no, I mean that I think God doesn't own me in the sense that I own anything that I own. He's not just controlling me the way he wants to. I think it's very clear, and I think you'd agree with me on this, Andrew, that he's allowing me to decide.
Have you ever prayed to God for intercession?
Prayed to God for what?
Intercession.
What is that? I'm sorry.
Like to intervene and help you in your life.
Yeah, many times.
So if God intercedes on your behalf in order to help you in your life, would he have to affect other people's will to do that?
Well, no, not exactly. Not other people's will. He'd have to affect what happens to people. Like I've never prayed to God for him to like make someone who didn't want to come back to me or something like that. No.
Right. Yeah, that seems kind of absurd, right?
So
but it sounds like you're giving
prayed to God to make
Yeah.
sure that like my kids are okay.
Sure.
But
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's not exactly like praying that like they're not, I don't know, that it's not a violation of their self-ownership or something like that. But I've also never felt like, look, I've prayed to God to make sure, and by the way, it's very limited, the things that I've prayed to God for. And I intentionally try to keep it this way because I try my best to never pray to God for things that are just like self-serving or fleeting or anything like that. So I've prayed to God for my son to make it through his surgery okay. I've prayed to God for my wife to give birth to my kids and be healthy and stuff like that. But and every single time I've ever prayed to God for those very important things, I've always been making a deal with God in my mind, which is a very weird thing that really convinces me that I'm right to believe in God. But it's that I've always been making a deal where I go, listen, if you just make sure my son's okay, I'll do X, Y, and Z. And X, Y, and Z are always just
bargaining with God.
Yes. Yes.
Sure.
But X, Y, and Z is always just me being a good person. And that's one of the things that really convinced me that God's real, that I was like, how do I have this like just deep impulse that God wants me to be a better person? And I'll go, listen, if you do this, I promise I'll, whatever, I'll be a good father, I'll be a good husband, I'll be a good person, all these things. And while I was asking God to intervene in a certain way, what I was promising was always something only I could control. And I knew he wasn't going to like force me to do that or force me not to do that. I knew that it was my decision, but I also knew that he wanted me to do that.
Let's assume for a second that God could put a truck in front of he could convince the truck owner to put a truck in front of a prostitution house that your son was about to walk into. And he avoided that because God had convinced the person to park the truck there. Would you want him to?
I think that my job is to raise my son well enough that that's not an issue.
But if it
did you figure it out?
If it was, I don't
No,
know.
I got bounced out messing around with
honestly,
this.
I don't know. And I don't know because
We can just do invite members, no?
My kids grow up in a world so different than I grew up in. And I don't know that.
No, I don't know. It's
story, but I'll just tell you that like I grew up
when I'm in their studio, which is where I was,
environment. And my kids
I can't mute I can't mute
like
one
my kids are like
thing. I because
Christ.
Streamlab is Streamlab or StreamYard is
surrounded by
StreamYard.
love,
So I can't
and
mute
they have
one
everything they
and mute
need,
the other.
and,
It just doesn't work that
and
way.
So anyway,
So
I don't see
I'm
my
just gonna have to
son
wait
ever
till
being
somebody
in
goes
that
up and
situation.
talks and then
But
pops
I
out. So
was certainly in that situation.
it's
and I went through a lot of situations.
and now I
in
have
my
almost
life
no sound
that
at all.
I don't know that
So,
God's
I don't know.
stopping me from going there.
Probably the only
weird.
thing to
And then
do
me
is
going
just when
there
it comes
and
up,
then
just
recognizing what that was and then learning.
Well,
from
I
that.
tried to
So
stream it to
it's just it's a little bit
myself,
different.
and
just
when I
have
tried
one
to stream it
last
to myself,
quick
I got
follow-up,
kicked
just
out
a
or
really
bumped
quick
out.
yes or no. Do you believe that
So-
Christ is God?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I
DM me on
honestly-
Discord if you need
I just-
anything.
I don't like. I don't have a.
Well, it doesn't
strong
matter.
opinion on
I mean, there's no,
religion
there's
is
not any
right or wrong.
real
I
like,
just know that I found God after I had my kids.
you know, there's
and
not
I've had
really
a
any
relationship with him
any
ever
point
since.
in
I
it.
don't
I'm telling you, we're gonna
understand
get you over to
what's
the dark
going
side.
on.
I know you don't
But
understand.
if
It's
you
okay.
need my help,
but we'll see.
DM me on Discord.
don't
I'll
think
do what I
so.
can.
We do appreciate the super chats that keep coming in, so we're going to get through these real fast because we got a lot of callers. So I'll try as fast as possible. If you all,
My
have
boyfriend's
something
almost home. I need to
really
get the food
important to say
going,
to one
but
of
I'm
these,
still listening.
please go ahead. But otherwise, we'll zoom through them. So here we
Yeah,
go.
we want to save at least an
In
hour
that
for
kitchen,
callers.
Josie.
We're at-
About an hour
I
left,
want to
so
try to get him out
that?
at a hard 3. I did promise
that
him that
kitchen,
we would
Josie.
try to do that.
Yeah,
I
that's where
did.
I'm going.
So
But I'm gonna be
Alright,
on my
so
phone.
There's never been a society.
Damn
listening.
right.
People didn't having a government.
So I'm
Dave
still with
had
you guys.
had to concede there are an infinite number of things an ANCAP can't account for, most notably who fills the enforcement positions. Department of Human
But I
Institute.
don't
It's
think
still
that's
a
right
fucking
at
mess
all.
in
But
here.
okay, fine, sure.
My libertarian neighbor, I should have read this one. My libertarian neighbor posted a newspaper ad selling his collection of Star Trek ships, and here I thought he believed in free enterprise.
that's kind of
All right,
funny.
that is
Come
pretty
on, that's
funny.
funny.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
January.
All right, so this is what I'm
$5
gonna do. I'm
$20
gonna
says, "As an atheist
try and
lib
fix
who
this
knows what's right and wrong,
myself.
but my deep gut feeling answers the winner as much as I
This was a
disagree,
dumb
at least
idea to
it's a
start
religious
with,
person. That's
so
what he
I'm
thinks
just
on
gonna
the
fix it.
society's prescriptions. JL says the father allows the
Stop
prodigal son
listening to people
to take
who
his
don't
inheritance
know
and
what
go
they're doing.
waste it. Then once he becomes back to his senses, he decides to repent and come back to his father. The father didn't force him to come back. Iron Ball Sack for 1999 says debating is for bromos. Have Andrew on POTP and have an actual conversation. We are on the same page, gang. Ben George for $20.
Happy to.
Ben George for $20 says
I
God
will.
doesn't-
Listen. Dave came in and he's running the Crucible. That's why it's called the Crucible. He is running the Crucible. We're about to get to callers. He's going to run more of the Crucible. If Dave wants me to come on his program, We're coming on the program. It's reciprocal always.
Absolutely. Happy to have you on.
All right. Ben George for $20 says, God doesn't own you. You give yourself to God and trust in his will. Unfortunately, people have given themselves over to the government, even though no one trusts them. JL.
All right. Now I need to get volume. So I got to go back to that.
All right. Ben George for $20 says, God doesn't own you. You give yourself to God and trust in his will. Unfortunately, people have given themselves over to the government, even though no one trusts them. JL says for $20, given that this is a parable of the prodigal son,
Hey,
which
we should have volume. We got volume.
Illustrates how God works with us. What is your justification for thinking God has commanded us to enforce his divine commandment? You want to answer real quick, or let's get to callers. I'm sure that there'll be something referenced that. Now, real quick to the callers.
Okay, always save Casimir till last. Kaz, go get your.
So let's start with Spoons then. And the other thing I'll ask is, please, we don't have 15 minutes for everyone. Unfortunately, I wish we had more time, but we don't. So keep it to like 5 minutes back and forth. Ask a question, maybe have one retort, and that's it. So, okay. Spoons, go ahead. You're up first. Can't hear you.
Why I cannot hear you guys?
There you go. Can you hear us?
Hold on a second.
Okay, real quick second, Spoons.
All right.
Spoons, got it. We'll get you next, Spoons.
All right. If Casimir's less, then we're going to go to Spiro. Go ahead, Spiro. You're up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Oh, damn, I have my virtual camera. Okay. So question. So Dave, you showed you have a book there. You said I own the book, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the book is yours, yeah? You paid money for it. It's in your possession. So let's assume that this book, for a minute, because I'm trying to help kind of like show you the delineation between ownership and duty. This book,
should work.
were you to read it, would give you the ability to become a significantly
Josie's
better
still frozen
human
down
being,
below.
primarily to your family.
Back to the stage.
Nobody else knows this aside from you. Nobody else gives one single shit whether you read the book or not. Your kids aren't going to give a shit. Your wife's not going to give a shit. Nobody's going to know the fucking difference whether you read the fucking book or not. Do you, however, feel like you have some moral imperative to read the book to become a better person?
Well, I mean, it depends on what the book is.
Doesn't matter what the book is. The book could literally have the word T in it. Just by the nature of you opening the book and reading that letter T, magical shit happens and you become a significantly better person for everyone around you, but you're the only person that knows this to be the fact.
I'm not sure what the question is.
So I guess what I'm trying to delineate
so let's say that I do. Reading a book about something that I care about might make me a better person. Is that the question?
You know it's going to. You know it's going to make you a better person just by opening the cover. Do you have a duty and obligation if you knew that that book would make you a better person for your family to read it?
I would say yes, in a sense. So like if I'm
Peace.
Okay.
Well, go let Dave respond.
The mic drop.
That's a funny mic drop moment.
Yeah.
Fucking got this motherfucker with that.
Take that, Dave.
Well, look, I mean, I think that I have, and I've felt this way particularly. So I have 2 kids. My daughter is my oldest; she's 5, and my boy is 2. But I've really felt this more since I had a son. Although I'm sure this was true when I just had a daughter also, but that I do feel like if I'm going to be a guy,
I'm going to be on mute, but I'll be listening.
Talking about what I believe in, then I better know something about what I think I believe in. And so, if I'm reading a book about whatever, like maybe it's, I have a debate on the war going on in the
that one region, you're right.
That one region,
that region that was here we go. YouTube has their rules, and then the New York Times, you're not allowed to say occupied territories. So if I were to have opinion on the territory which has been has had other
All right,
people
guys. When
in
I
it
go live, I'm going to
for
have to
many
mute
years.
the audio on this stream. So
Just stop. Just stop.
you're
Just
gonna
button
have
it up,
to,
Dave.
like,
Button it up.
listen to
Let's
somewhere
say if I
else,
were
or
to do a
just
debate
bear
about
with me for a
that,
couple minutes.
like, and
I'm going to see if I
trying-
can work around
yeah,
that, but I
think
don't think
me
so.
reading up about and knowing what I'm talking about.
There's no volume
yes,
control
I do
on my
find
side
that
here.
there's some sense of duty I have, because that's like the impression that I want to give to my kids, is that you're supposed to know something about what you're talking about, and you're supposed to care about it, and you're supposed to stand up for the truth, even if it's a little bit inconvenient for you. So yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. All right. Remember, we're prioritizing people with their
By the way, I
cameras
got a woman from the New York Times came up to me at the outside of the Libertarian Convention and interviewed me for a bit, and I was like, "What's it like to talk about the occupied territories when you're not allowed to say occupied territories?"
She's yeah.
By the way, she just laughed. She thought it was so funny.
It's actually pretty funny. It is funny.
All right, Jacob, go ahead.
What's up, Jacob?
I'm still mad that
Hey.
you didn't let me use my line, Dave. I'm gonna, you know what? Somehow I'm gonna like get it in this, whatever
Dude,
this
this
next
show.
exchange is. I'm getting it in there. I'm getting
I'm
it in
glad-
there, Dave.
Well,
I'm
Jacob
glad
is
you
the
boys
reason
kissed
I'm
in-
here, by the way. So
I'm glad you guys kissed and made up. I was
we had a rough opening.
we had a little rough opening there. So I have a question for Andrew. Andrew, you said that taking money from like one person or one party to pay another is theft, but not when they're using it to like build infrastructure.
No.
Right?
It can be theft. It depends on how it equates to Christian duty. To give to Caesar what is Caesar's. And we do think that you get the government that you deserve. And the reason you get the government that you deserve is because you are the moral arbiter of the things which are around you. That's what will is. And we do
Right, but you're
have
saying-
exactly the government that we deserve.
But what's the because I'm trying to find your standard for when it's theft and when it isn't, because you said if they're taking it from like rich people to give it to a demographic on immutable characteristics, that was your argument. You would say by Christian ethics that's immoral.
Oh, no.
if they're-
Only so here's the thing. Only that it could be. The thing is that taxation, that's it, right? It's all about nuance, right? The thing is that it could be. So the question is, when does it become? That's what you're asking me. Like, when was X taking from you become theft? It's a harder question to answer. And even under Christian ethics or any ethical system, when you are going to deprive what we have socially constructed to be property, we're going to have some kind of value add here to figure out what your duty is. So you basically we'd have to take this on a case by case to make a determination.
But
that's why I was asking for the delineation of where the case is.
But then, like on your system, because you're advocating for a Christian society with Christian government, like, well, wouldn't these Christians just pay for these things voluntarily anyway? Is the other point? But it seems to me,
Of course, that's why I brought up social programs. So under social programs, the answer is probably yes. But what about infrastructure? If we come to infrastructure or conscription, or
who makes the
having
infrastructure? Like, it's not
having
the
to
infrastructure is
hang on,
not-
let me finish. I'm almost done. Or defending the homeland. If you have a conscription and you have the military defending your homeland from attack, is that unethical? I'm not so sure that it is, bro.
It just seems to me that I don't see a clear standard here, because even with infrastructure, you're still just taking money from one group of people to give to another. It's all just redistribution from a central plan.
Yeah, but the argument of redistribution is not my argument. Simply redistributing, because that's how Caesar chooses to do things,
redistribution
doesn't necessarily mean it's theft. No, we have biblical standards for what theft is.
So it's
I'm still not getting what the I'm just curious. What's the standard? When
well,
is
it would
theft
be
and when isn't it?
Well, it would be case use. So we would have to balance duty versus the case use. The same with conscription. Yes.
No, I mean I'm just asking. When would it be theft? When wouldn't it be?
It depends on what the example is as to what your state duties are under Christian ethics, and when those duties come into play.
Okay, I just
same thing with conscription, right? That's why I bring up the counterexample of conscription. If conscription is moral, then this would mean that funding the army would be moral as well. And so you would have to necessarily tax the populace for this. Is that immoral? I don't think it is.
I don't think conscription is moral, but I'm just saying you're claiming that we have a subjective, metric, but what's yours?
Well, I would say that you are going to get the representative government, which is part of the value of the morality of the public. And you are to give to Caesar, hang on, to give to no, I don't like voting at all.
And that passage
Not even a little bit.
Render unto Caesar does not support paying taxation, because if it did, the Pharisees would not have walked away amazed by his answer. They were trying to trap him.
That's true. It doesn't.
There's a great Mises Institute article on this, how they were trying, and this is just biblical theology. The Christian fathers have talked about this, that the Pharisees were, and it's in the scripture, they were trying to entrap him. And if he would have said, yeah, pay your taxes, he would have been discredited to the entire crowd.
Guys,
and
if you
all
could
of his followers.
go ahead
Instead,
and
his answer was basically
click on to Andrew's live link.
And what about the parable of the talents?
I need to mute this so I can kind of get my
parable
thoughts together. I apologize.
Wait, who are you making money for the parable of the talents?
I'll still be here. You'll still be able to hear me thinking, but I've just got to. I got to get some thoughts together.
The master. That's the parable of the talents, right? Hang on. Stop. You had an obligation under the parable of the talents.
I do apologize. I'm going to lose some.
I'm sorry. Under the parable of the talents, to use your talents in order to make more money for the master, right? And we're equating this parable and why.
So can you hear us?
Hey, how are you guys? Everybody good? Dave, I really actually really appreciated your arguments, as ineffective as they were. It's tough. It's tough arguing with Andrew. I have just a couple of things, and I'll try to be as quick as I can. I was very curious. Do you consider our current government a failed republic? Yeah, to Dave. Do you consider our current government a failed republic? Sorry. So you're just going to go straight to the ad hom and not answer the question? Okay, that's cool. I actually didn't think that was. I felt like I was being fairly nice. I guess I wasn't. All right, I got to go unmute my stream. Where's my stream at? Here we go. Let's unmute this. And we're back, guys.
It's all right. It's all good. Rochelle, go ahead.
Okay, I want to introduce a framework that I've created. It's the 3 spheres of government.
Poor
Criminal,
Dave.
commercial, and social. And so criminal
His,
is
I
violent
did hurt.
crime,
Unfortunately, I hurt David's feelings. His arguments were actually ineffectual. I thought I was being kind to acknowledge that he made some good arguments. They just weren't effective, and he did lose. Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way. And I wasn't actually swallowing my mic. I know that it kind of maybe looks like it, and I did have it up a little higher than normal. Whatever.
You got to get to the question. What's the question?
Honestly, dude, I was kind of shocked that he pulled the offended card, being a comedian.
No.
So.
So you think
she's not actually blacked out. I don't know what's going on. Let me see if I can remove and put her back. Her picture just doesn't come up. I don't know what.
There should be social norms. And
that was very funny. And the best thing he could do is move right into the ad hom. That was great. You know,
Covenant community.
Greg, can you tell me what happened? I was able to hear you, but I wasn't able to hear Dave.
where you're not
So
understanding that, like,
only heard
yes,
half the
it's
conversation.
wrong to do all of these
Yeah,
things, but
basically, I
it's
I
not
told
okay.
Dave, you know, that I appreciated that
I
his,
think it's so.
you know, he
Yeah,
made arguments
but
even though they weren't
if he's just
effective,
making the assertion
and he
of being wrong,
basically
then I'm gonna make the assertion
made
of
a
being not wrong. Tell me why I'm
joke
wrong.
about how I was swallowing my mic like and only because Andrew
Right,
said
which
something
means
about
it
me
would
being
come
too
back
close
down
to the
force
mic.
doctrine, which is the entire thing that we're is at part of our argument, which is around ownership. That's the whole point.
You know, he
so if you assert that smoking is wrong and just assert that it's not
yeah, he
wrong,
treated me like a
burden
heckler.
falls
He
on you.
did,
Tell me
he
what
did,
is
which was
wrong.
fine.
Yeah,
I was a little bit taken aback because I really actually did have a couple of really good questions for him. He doesn't want to react on he doesn't want to talk about the failed republic. Because once he admitted that it was in fact a failed republic, I would have, as was my plan all along, my evil plan, gentlemen, was if America is such a failed republic, how are what pieces of it would he use? And obviously he would go into voting rights and all sorts of other things, and which actually ends up bringing us right back to a ruling class and redistributed wealth. And then I was going to challenge him on the redistributed wealth argument because initially our government was not didn't have anything to do with redistributed wealth. As a matter of fact, our entire government operated off of selling bonds, and if it couldn't sell those bonds, then it couldn't afford to do anything. And FDR, who was a socialist, actually, who took us off of not only the gold standard, but he also prevented, basically established the Federal Reserve, which was a national bank, which, as we all know, leads to being able to write whatever checks you want to. And this is where all governments eventually, regardless of his libertarian standpoint, all modern governments end up with central banks so they can write their own checks, and they don't have to have any check. The check and balance system doesn't really work. Unfortunately, libertarianism is not the answer for this.
Which is terrible for fucking society.
The
smoking's bad too.
There's just there's no really.
It does not promote.
By the way,
it does not. I would say that smoking.
I support smoking.
I would say,
Dave, are you a heckler? Hang on, I'll get to you in a second. But at any rate, it just was. It was one of those interesting things where I feel like that.
Why are you laughing, Dave? You know it's great.
Dave, I think had just been bullied enough tonight. Maybe, I don't know. But that's okay. I'm gonna slow down the stream here, and I'm gonna lower the volume on the stream so I can hear myself think. And it's an interesting deal. I'm being told over there in their chat, they're going nuts. Like, clip that exchange and plaster it all over the internet. They think it was pretty much bullshit the way Dave responded, which it was. I mean, we got to admit it was. So Dave's
down to your preferences.
yeah, he won't answer the question.
She's got a better listen.
So
Michelle's not doing the best.
It's not a good argument. It's
the thing is that he's lost enough arguments tonight.
There's an argument there.
He's lost the argument. That's all there is to it. Where did my buddy Dave go? Where'd he get? Where'd that guy go? Dave's bitch. Dave's bitch. Let me put this up here for you, dumbass. I keep hecklers around to make fun of them. I don't know where you wandered in from. I'm sure maybe you are Dave. Dave, do you have your phone in your hand? I can't tell. Maybe you're very skilled at. Oh, you timed him out. Oh man, damn it. All right, fine, whatever. Good job, mods. Good jobs, mod. That's okay. But I think that Dave is. I think Dave's libertarian views are fairly weak. The Carolina girl 13. I don't know who you are, but thanks for the support. I would go on whatever. It would just have to be one of those interesting things where the timing would have to be right. So Executive Order 6102, signed April 5th, 1933 by Roosevelt, forbidding the hoarding of gold coin, gold bullion, gold certifications. That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Boulay. Mr. Boulay. Mr. Boulay is, by the way, is a very smart man. He has been on the show. He will be again. I'm gonna actually mute this. I've heard enough of Dave. We're gonna actually, I'm just gonna stop sharing the screen. Wins to Andrew. Andrew won. Dave lost. Dave's lashing out, telling people they suck dick when they don't suck dick. So whatever. At any rate, let me remove these guys, and let me go mute that because I don't need to hear it anymore.
Yeah, I went back.
Is that the man, Glenn Lawrence, up there? I like Glenn. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it again. Glenn, the man, the myth, the legend. Let me adjust my shirt. Whew. Poor Dave. Poor Dave. Dave. I don't know what's happened with Josie. She's muted herself over here. Tagashi, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Well, let's move on. We've had enough of Dave. Dave is an idiot. Libertarians, please don't use Dave as an example. He's not a good example for you guys. You guys should move on to other examples.
Yeah, I went back and saw the interaction you had with him. It sounded like he was just kind of done. Like he didn't.
He is done. Stick a fork in him. Stick a fork in him. He's done. Sorry, I talked over you there. I apologize. Mr. Boulay, for a comedian, that Dave guy sure couldn't take a joke, but I bet he can take a dick. Boom. All right, whatever. That was cheap. Cheap shot. Cheap shot, guys. Cheap shot. All right. Tagashi is on tonight, guys, to talk about the public shaming in Japan versus the West. Now, if you could, Tagashi, could you give us a quick rundown of who you are, what what you're doing in Japan, history, what you do for. I don't know if you want to get into what you do for work or education or anything like that. Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I've been living in Japan for 7 years. I was prior active duty. I don't really want to get into what I'm currently do or anything like that. Just know that I'm currently living in Japan and probably will for the foreseeable future.
Okay. Cool.
Currently married to a Japanese national as well.
Okay. That's cool. So let's talk about the differences in public shaming or just shaming in general between families and that sort of thing versus what we see here in what we would consider the West.
Yeah. So one of the things I noticed, the first things I noticed when I first moved to Japan is there seems to be a really good sort of public order, and what I came to realize is that a lot of it just has to do with the a lot of people will social shame you if you don't follow the way things thoroughly the right way. I would say, for example, if you were one of the reasons why you don't see trash out on the streets is because if you were to go out and go throw away and decide to litter, well, you'd basically be the only asshole from the dozens of people that would be doing it, and you'll stick out like a sore thumb essentially. And that's just like a small example. You can basically you can basically take that example and use it for other various things.
Okay. So would you say that that it's just kind of the norm, right? Like if you act outside the norm, it's problematic. Is that be fair to say?
Yeah, it's very problematic. And actually, here's a better example. So, one time when I was at the train, there were like a group of 3 or 4 young teenagers that were very loud, right? And usually people on the train, they're quiet. They just stay to themselves, right? So as opposed to somebody like calling them out that you're kind of being a nuisance, literally the entire train car, besides me, because I wasn't, I didn't really care. Decided to just move literally to the next train car, and they were the only ones in there, and you can tell just by their expression, by what they just did. It embarrassed them.
Okay. So is it a so it's just like a normalized, everybody kind of does it thing, right?
Yeah, basically. And I don't know who it was. Somebody a few nights ago was saying, um, I think it was Josie, that one of the reasons why people wouldn't get divorced back then is because of they would be scared of what the neighbor thinks, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That's still huge here, right? So one of the things that would keep couples still together is maybe not so much the neighbor, but it's what are their parents going to think. And
right,
people's parents typically don't want to have children that were or currently divorced. That's it still seem as a pretty shameful thing. Pretty shameful, actually.
Yeah, so I think that's an interesting thing. I know that in my wife is Chinese, and in her culture as well. Now, not everybody, depending on where you're at, obviously in China, there's a bunch of different factions, I guess, or cultures. There's cultures within cultures, even dialects. Like there's different. Just all you got to do is go, 30, 45 miles sometimes, and even though it's still Chinese, it's a different dialect. But at the end of the day, it was a with her and her family, it is it was when she was younger. It was there was a lot of like pressure, which could result in shame, to do the right thing, to marry properly, to do all of that sort of thing, and to stay married. In her family. Now, on one specific set of her friends, or not, or family, they're a little different, and they've actually not been quite as stern, I guess you would say, and not quite as there's not quite that pressure to be I hate to use the word moral because it's not really moral, but I guess it kind of is. I'm going to address this thing from Josie here. I just saw it. Why did I pull the first of all, his backhanded compliment? Because it was fucking funny. The guy's arguments were ineffective. It was the truth. I can't help it. He's a bitch. I didn't realize he was that big a bitch. It's okay. It's fine. He's a bitch. No problem. He wasn't going to answer my questions anyway. He hasn't answered anybody's questions. So fuck that guy. I'm sorry, Tagashi. You may you may continue. I'm sorry I had to address that.
No problem.
Yeah, that's Cam the King says behind every successful white man is an Asian woman, one of the few cultures that haven't completely shit fucked women's brains from feminism, but sadly the gap is closing even there. That's actually really true. I
agree.
I have a friend of mine that's married to a Thai girl, and she's she is just horrible, which is unfortunate because I understand that most of them are great, but unfortunately the one that he got is really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, there's one thing that I think is starting to be pretty bad is the young women over here, and I'm talking like between like under 30, they tend to be super hyper focused on their career, even more than what you see in the US. It's pretty crazy.
Sure. Yeah, no, I've actually we noted that when I was in Japan last, actually. We were now they're really very polite. One of the interesting things I find is that the Japanese people by and large are exceedingly polite no matter what. But definitely you could tell that the culture amongst the younger people is really changing. So yeah. So yeah.
Sorry you didn't get your question answered, bro.
I didn't. He
but I got
bitched
mine.
out.
I got mine answered.
Did you tell him that he was ineffective?
Well, like, no, I didn't really say much of anything. I let Andrew do the rest of it for me.
Damn it, Glenn.
Andrew made my point as soon as I, brought it up. Like I said, libertarians are nothing but conservatives that like drugs, and Andrew ran with it from there. And I was like, that's all I needed to do. I played my part,
You played your part. Andrew was very disappointed. I could see in his face that
I know
that he didn't get that the guy bitched out like that. He was just like, I really wanted him to answer that one.
I know,
but he couldn't have answered it. There's no way that he could answer it and win, because he'd have to the whole failed republic. Then I'd be like, hey, why? So what do you? Now he can't vote because that's the part of being a republic and all that. But it was just like it was a great question, and he bitched out like a little bitch.
Well, I
Dave
think
the bitch.
I think it's because he got butthurt over your initial comment, right?
But it wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
bitches are bitches, and
they are bitches. And he had to go right to the dick sucking comment too. Like he couldn't even be original.
I mean, who else sucks dick besides bitches?
Well, he seemed to have quite a knowledge. So
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm just saying, bitches talk about dick sucking, and see, bitches are non-binary.
Apparently.
Bitches are non-binary, so
bitches are non-binary. That's true. I did learn that. I learned that from Glenn Lawrence. May know him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I heard of him. He's kind of an asshole.
Heard of him. Yes.
So we are creating this script, right? That we are.
I heard something about that.
Yes, you will be in this.
Glenn, by the way, before we get too far, Tagashi, this is Glenn Lawrence. Glenn Lawrence, this is Tagashi. He lives in Japan, and we were talking about how the shame culture is alive and well in Japan, but it is changing.
Oh yeah, I have a friend out there, Laurent. He even said the shame culture has definitely it's not like how it used to be 20 years ago.
Yeah.
It's like it's still there, but it's not there as it once was. Like they're starting to become more westernized, he said.
I agree with that. I seen it slowly changing over the years as well.
Yeah. It's but you guys have this weird thing over there that he told me about, I never heard of. What is with you got these side chicks that is just common to be known as.
I was talking about that, and because my wife was telling me about that. And I gotta step away for 1 minute, and I'll come back. I promise. I want to cover this because my wife and I were just talking about this, and I that's one of the reasons why I have Tagashi on here tonight. Carolina Girl 13. I'm in Tennessee. You don't get more Southern than me, really.
Well,
All right,
actually,
I will be
like you could
right
actually
back,
go out
gentlemen.
south, and then you would have like I don't know, Georgia or something might be a little more southern than you, but semantics. But so then there was us. Where's Josie at?
I'm here.
Hi, Josie.
Hi, what's up?
Not much.
You want to know?
What do I want to
why
know? What?
that dude, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why he answered the way that he did? Don't you recall he's a comedian?
But he wasn't even funny. I was funnier.
That doesn't matter. Like the first thing that you learn at like once like you enter like acting school or like drama club school or whatever the heck, like theater acting.
Oh yeah, I know.
Is to throw the ball back at things such as back-ended compliments.
Yeah. But
you gave it to him on a silver plate. It's like it's not like you've been hanging out with me since like a week ago. Didn't you learn anything?
I mean, that's true, but at the same time, like know your audience like you could give it back, but you would give it back with a joke. With a joke back at him, right? Like if let's say he made like a joke about like him not being a big man, like a strong man, right? The joke back will be like, well, yeah, you may be able to lift more than me, but just because you lift your gut up every day to go piss, doesn't mean you're stronger, right? Like you would throw it right back at him in the same sense, right?
That's the difference between one who has
superb acting
nipple
skills.
babies.
Leave my nipples alone, lady.
Nipple babies, not nipples.
I leave for literally 2 minutes and I come back. You guys are talking about nipples.
She was talking about her areola and everything. I was like, Josie, leave your areola out of this.
What? My gosh, folks. My goodness.
No, we was saying that you gave him the back-ended compliments. I was like, did it like he's a comedian. Greg, can you remove these? I'm short.
What?
The stupid label with our names on it. Can you remove these? Like I'm short. Like I stand there like it covers half my face.
I don't it looks fine to me. I don't know what you're
Okay, I'm gonna.
You're just a black box on my screen. I put you up and down like 4 times. It's just a black box. I don't know what's going on. You broke your internet.
I mean, it's fine on chat.
It's fine down in my down in the green room, but yeah, but your virtual camera sucks or something. I don't know what's happening.
I don't know. Hold on.
The black box. Don't stare into the black box.
Was that
yeah, she is a black box. I don't know why that guy wouldn't. I don't know why that guy didn't want to actually like interact with me at all. It's just
because he's a comedian, not a debater.
He didn't really want.
It's like, didn't you learn anything from like hanging out with me that like you were giving it to him on a silver plate? You should be used to bitchy ass attitudes by now.
I honestly thought he was a comedian. I figured that he would be able to take a fucking joke. It literally was like, I don't know what the hell was going on with that poor dude.
That's what happens when you're a comedian who was born into a family that like the parents are somebody. So like you don't need to make jokes that don't irritate people.
He ran away.
So that they still talk to you.
He cried and ran away. He was like,
"Have a night
you were mean to me." Jesus,
comment wasn't even that bad.
I wasn't that bad. And welcome to all of the people rating me, apparently from Andrew's stream. Thank you guys. I didn't get to answer my question, but apparently, Dave was in his feelings. Dave Dave was
kinda
being
got you.
Dave, I guess. I don't know. Fucking, he's a bitch.
Just take the L. Just take the L. It happens.
Hey,
you know?
can we talk about something more important? My question got answered, and that's all that matters.
There you
Can we
go.
talk about something more important other than
John
Glen Moran?
Yeah, can we talk about the host situation and the side chicks in Japan, please? That is way more important than any of this.
It was the cheapest shot of the night. Like, honestly, he couldn't have said anything lamer than what he said. Someone that knows him, I know he's got friends in this chat. Someone that knows him, tell him anytime my stream is open, he can come on and I will make fucking fun of him. He thinks he's a comedian. I am a much better comedian. Fuck that guy.
Or those
and
are
the
he's
horse he
gonna
rode in
come
on.
on. He's probably gonna.
And the
sing
long
it's
tall
too
texting
cool.
behind his damn horse.
All right,
Fuck
you know
that
what? I challenge you both to a laugh off. That's
Just
right.
Take the
yeah.
L like a real man, Grid. Sometimes you
I
can't
did not.
win
There
all
was
the
no
time.
L. The only L was on the other side of the table.
No,
Well, the only L is the one
John
that
the
you're unable to
Wise.
take.
John the Wise Tushy is sending in $2 in the house. Carry on. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the $2.
Let's be real. There was
yeah.
no L's tonight because either of you got a laugh.
I did.
You know,
libertarians are just dudes who want, or like conservatives who want to do drugs. Like,
oh, that's
I'm
right.
not
I got
crying
the
at
L.
all. John Nelson, hey buddy, how are you? I don't know you, but you know, you guys, yeah, I'm not coping at all, bro. I just wanted my question answered, bro. But he's too big a bitch. He's a bitch.
and you have
Sorry.
too much of an ego. You just need to let go.
I do have an ego. I do actually.
Let it go.
It's pretty big.
Let it go.
No, Josie, you know what? Time out. All right, now that the men can talk.
This is a space for men.
That's why you
why
do.
am
You
I
do
crying
like the
about him
leftists
crying?
do.
I'm not crying at all, man. I'm laughing my balls off. Actually, my balls can't laugh off because my wife needs them later. So, you know, she won't let me get rid of them.
You know, if you were in Japan, you would also have a side chick. Can we get into
Well,
that
yeah, we're going to talk about side chicks in a minute. You shut about the Texans, to keep Texas out of your words, lest a reckoning will hit. Come on my way, brother. You know what? I'll treat you to a steak, an actual steak. Did he actually cry? Did anybody see tears? I didn't see tears. I wanted tears. I didn't see them. All right, we're going to move on with the show, guys. We've poked enough fun at Dave. Somebody else will be poking something else at him later tonight. And what? That's funny. So we were talking about the young ladies in Japan and how they are slowly becoming corrupted by the Western culture, and the public shaming is not as effective. And private shaming. The shaming in general is not as effective. And I was actually my wife and I were just talking about this the other night because she read or saw a TV show or something like that. Where's Anson? I can't, gotta slow the chat down, you guys. Own the roast and end the coat. He didn't roast me, bro.
Like, people roast me all the time. I take L's all the time, and it's just funny, and I just get like a pat in the back because, oh, you're chill, you're good sports, and like, I mean, it's.
I'm having fun with
hurt.
it. I will continue to have fun with it. Dave, if you're in the chat, make yourself known. Anyway, enough of Dave. Dave, look, enough of Dave. So, we actually were talking about Dave. I don't think he's a good guy. Man, Jesus, we're come on, guys. I gotta get started on my topic here.
Dave, he's taken. Stop it.
Emotional.
He
was emotional. He was crying. Oh,
Daniel Grid is taken. Stop simping. He isn't a married man.
I don't see any simping. Sorry, I can't. I don't know. I don't know.
He didn't say no homo on there.
Yeah, apparently I didn't say no homo. That's
He didn't.
I didn't. That's why he was pissed off, right?
Happy Pride Month.
It is actually Happy Pride Month. Yeah, that's
Did you see that Cheeks got his
yeah, he got his ex, but he was like, look,
yeah,
I get being
I didn't even
authentic.
reply.
I get being authentic. I get being real, but there's some things that you just can't express in the way
Yeah.
that he tried to express them.
That was
so
like
getting back to the conversation that Glenn, Tagashi, and I were having earlier. Oh, sorry. Did somebody come? I thought somebody came in. Nope. Okay, good. We were talking about how the women in Japan have been slowly corrupted by the reduction in the shaming, public shaming. I'll show it. I'm not going to read it. So my wife was just reading an article that it is accepted in Japan now that a man will marry one woman, that's his wife. He will have a female for sex only, and it's also accepted to have a romantic liaison, someone that he likes and goes out with. So the wife he might marry for social standing or whatever, and the side chick.
The side chicks for the babies.
The side chicks for the babies.
The wife and the public outings. And,
right.
And then the hoe, that's for the freaky. She does all the things, the strange things that the other two won't do.
Right. And no, the third one is just for it. That's like the girl he actually enjoys spending time with, right? So
I thought that's the one he actually enjoys, just like,
Well, you could have sex with her. I don't know. I mean, it could be having sex with all three, but this is an accepted practice in Japan. There was an article written about this being an accepted practice. Tagashi, can you speak to that?
Sure. I'm familiar with a lot of people would married, and if they have like a side chick that they're banging, it's pretty common for their wife to just kind of ignore it. As far as the third chick, I'm not familiar with that. I've never heard of that.
Okay, Takashi, quick question. How many do you have?
Oh God, none. I've married.
Don't be lying now. Don't be lying.
I think you have to afford them. You think you have to be able to afford them?
Yeah. So you're buying wives out there? Is that what we got going on here?
My wife's listening. I can't say too much.
Smart man.
Even in Japan, my wife's listening, bro. I can't say that.
Yeah, but you're not out here bragging about it. I'm sorry, but I think it's like more the opposite way around. That most of, like, I think most culture are just not even going to look for something. If that makes sense.
It does not.
No.
Not at all.
It is not at all.
Not even in the slightest.
100%.
Now we got woman prattle. Incoming woman prattle.
Incoming woman prattle. By the way, dude, Grid, I need to shoot it back to Dave Smith because fuck that motherfucker.
No, come on. I've poked enough fun at Dave. It's okay.
See, that's what I mean. Like, you see my fucking face. There's like a fucking label on my face.
Bro, I need a rant on that motherfucker because you came in, you asked a simple question. You said, dude, you lost the debate, bro. When it came down to it, you lost the debate.
I told him I enjoyed his arguments. I was actually being real about that.
You're very nice about it. And this motherfucker said, well, you had a backhanded comment, so therefore I'm just gonna fucking diss you and not answer your fucking question. What a piece of shit. And I'll tell you this, Grid, right away I fucking messaged you. Glenn went on there and I was like, Glenn, your analogy about the fucking libertarians are just guys that are conservatives that are just druggies. Perfect analogy. But I'll tell you this, Grid,
I know
the sheer fact that you went on there and this guy fucking just ignored your ass. Like, he didn't even want to engage with your question. What a fucking, like, I didn't like that at all. I was like, dude, Grid asked a very good question. This guy didn't even acknowledge with that. He didn't even fucking deal with it. And I was kind of mad about that. I was just like, what the fuck? Dave Smith, he's smarter than that. How the fuck is a guy that has a big platform doesn't even engage with a fucking simple question? Grid, I'm like, please, I'm sorry, I came in here late.
You came in hot, bro. You came in hot.
I was kind of mad too hot. Well, I'm kind of mad about it, bro. Like, what? Like, dude, it's not even a hard question. Like, what? Like, what's your take on that, Grid? Come on.
I got to be honest with you. Since I see in the chat, everybody's like, why was I quiet? Well, first of all, I saw my stream. It's Andrew's stream. I was actually, I made a small joke. I didn't come at him hard. One of the things I think that I have been guilty of, you guys, if you've watched me call in before, one of the things I think I've been very guilty of is I come in a little too hot. I come in a little too hard. So I was actually I felt like I was being like really quiet about it, right? Like,
I think you need to come in more flaccid. You need to come in there more flaccid, okay?
No, dude,
I can't be any more flaccid, dude.
Grid was pretty nice.
No way I can be more flaccid.
He was very nice about it. I'm like, dude,
you're like a semi chub. You know what I mean? We need you to come in just way more flaccid.
I mean,
you need to be more limp on the cock.
I can't be more limp. So it's just that I was like, so look, I know, and I've gotten some. Now listen. Nobody from Andrew's side has said anything about this. I just have, I've rewatched. I watch the game tape. I look at it, and I'm like, man, I come in pretty hot. Like I'm like, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna come in. I'm just gonna have a small opening one-liner, and I'm gonna get to my point.
But Grid, for Dave Smith, he's had plenty of people attack him.
I get it. I get. Look, but hey, man, I'm telling you where I was at.
Shot you out so quickly, it wasn't even funny. He was able to acknowledge all the other callers outside of you. He even acknowledged Glenn to a degree. Like, what the fuck?
How could you not acknowledge me? Let's get that shit straight.
Yeah.
Okay, I called him the fuck out. Don't watch his fucking mouth about us motorcycle riders, all right? We will fucking find you.
That's true. He did do that. I messaged both of you after fucking seeing you all's appearance on Andrew Wilson's stream. But I'm saying, like, Grid, I was pretty upset that your question wasn't even answered. You were dismissed so quickly. It pissed me off, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It really did upset me because I'm like, dude, Grit asked a really great question. This guy just he just talked shit about you, bro. He literally talked shit about you on Andrew Wilson's stream, and then that was it. I'm like, what the fuck? That was fucking bad. That was horrible to me. And I just didn't like it, Grit. I just did not like that. This is why
I get it, man.
I need to come on here and fucking shoot out my fucking frustration when you came on there. Good question. Nothing. Fucking Dave Smith. I liked him, and this guy fucking dismissed you. Disrespect. Total disrespect. Why? For what? What was his fucking reason for that? That's one thing that I just don't like. I don't know, man. I guess I was just kind of like, what the fuck? This is why I messaged you right away, Grid. I was just like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, look. So again, I've come in hot on a couple of streams. I know that I was trying to be a little bit more respectful this time. I thought I didn't think anything about the joke. I thought the joke was fine. I was like, it's just a one liner.
Yeah,
it's no big deal. He took I was actually a little shocked at the offense he took at it.
Yeah,
and I was like, do I come after him or do I just be like, yeah, whatever, dude? And whatever, dude won. To be honest, I'm like, you know what? Whatever, dude. I'm like, you're just gonna go right to the ad hom, right? And I'm like, that's pretty fucking. That's all right. Whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm moving on, guys. I mean, I'd already moved on before we were trying to talk about Japanese women.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. I just came in. I just wanted to fucking have that.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, there's and look, literally like all of the chat is going nuts.
They are.
So
another Canadian came out there quick with the clips, man. Have you guys seen the clips?
Yeah. They're telling me, Jake, stop being emotional. Like, bro, I'm trying to get answers here, bro. That was disrespectful, and that's all it is.
You are being a little vaginal right now.
Damage.
I'm starting to hear a vaginal monologue. Okay, and I need you to kind of push it back a little bit.
Nah, dude, I got fire right here, Glenn. Come on, fuck this shit.
That is called a fire crotch, and you don't want that.
We want some fire crotches here, bro. We want to bring it to the stream. It's entertaining. That's what it is. It's content.
Well,
let's do it.
I personally, I don't know.
Again,
hang on. I got to get some of these up. I've been like rolling through. No more copium. dude, I've missed a lot of shit here. Sorry guys.
Yeah.
I've seen you get dissed before. You're good at dishing it out, but you need to get good at taking it. Takes practice. Move on. Bad TV. Yeah, look, I was really trying to be like polite, man. I really was. Because I know that I tend to reciprocate energy, right? If you come at me, I come back at you, and I, I've done some self critique.
Yeah.
Internal, saying, hey. Because I went back, and actually I went back, and I tell you, to be honest, as long as we're going to talk about it, let's fucking talk about it. So I went back and watched the thing I did with RC, and I was pretty brutal right out of the gate, right? I don't know if you guys watch that. That was pretty brutal out of the gate.
Yeah.
And then and a couple of the other, and I think another one I was pretty brutal. And the thing is that what happens is that if I come out really brutal, it seems like it just kind of shuts down.
But dude,
the fact that the other side, and then it's bad.
Why would Dave Smith? He has a lot of brutal people. Why would he fucking like have? Apparently, you're that good to the point where Dave Smith fucking did that to you, bro. Man. And I'm not that good. He doesn't know who I am. Well, he still copped out like a fucking. Again,
it
was bad, bro. It was a bad look on him. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a bad look on me too. I didn't want to get into it with him, and I started to, but I just, it wasn't. I'm just trying to be I may have backed up a little too much. I've been watching some rewatching some streams, and I tend to be a little overly aggressive, I think.
More importantly, moving on. How about these Chinese side chicks or Japanese side chicks?
Glenn just learned something new that has got his complete.
Let's do it.
Like, I'm wondering if the side chick epidemic in Japan plays a role in them becoming less like shamed, because you got to figure not all of them are married, right? So either some of them are married and the majority are all side chicks. So really, you can't really shame the majority if they're all side chicks.
Tagashi, I think that's kind of directed at you.
Well, here's the thing. I think you can shame all the side chicks, bro. I mean,
no, because it's not their fault they didn't get selected.
Well, they're the gatekeepers of sex, right? So they're still fucking choosing.
Oh, hold on. I got to address this since somebody's going to be somebody's going to make a stupid ass comment like this, bro. Pull tape. I'd normally go way too hard. And I have to pull it back. Everybody. What's interesting is that if I had done my usual, everybody'd be like, dude, you were such a dick. And I'd be like, fuck. I can't win here, guys. Can't win here.
Dude, you were perfectly fine on that fucking stream.
I could have gone a little harder at him. I should have, he's especially when he made I didn't expect him to be that butthurt, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't either. I did not either. That's
Whatever.
Dave Smith. Like, that's Dave Smith, and this motherfucker actually fucking
Face
That
Palmer,
wasn't
this is
even,
my
like,
normal.
That was no big deal. Like, honestly, you're gaslighting yourself.
Yeah, Face Palmer, this is literally my normal stream. Fuck off and die. Get out of here. Mods, ejecto cedo, cuz.
Motherfucker out, bro.
Yeah. So anyway, continue on.
Why are you making fun of me? Like, what did I do wrong?
I love you.
Glenn. You were great.
Glenn, actually, when you went on there, that was amazing. Your interpretation of like, you're just conservatives that love drugs.
Yeah.
Dude,
I gotta read this one. John the Wise Tushy for $10 sends in. He threw a fastball that Dave could not even see. Libertarian morality nominated Chase Oliver for president. That guy, man. Please run from the Libertarian Party. Dude, I have no interest in the Libertarian Party. I think they're
losers.
I think they're kind of psycho, to be honest with you.
They are, bro. Dude, the Libertarian Party.
We got Glenn. This is a Glenn moment.
All right,
he's talking about sex.
They supported
let him roll. Let him roll.
Same-sex marriage. I'm just saying. Go on.
I'm just wondering, like, back to more important conversations, back to the side chick epidemic, okay? In Japan. Right. I'm wondering if the lack of shame culture in Japan is due to the rise of side chicks. And if that's the case, is it the male desire of side chicking the problem, or is it, I don't know. Takashi, I need your help.
I never actually thought about that. I don't know if there's like a bunch of women that are actual side chicks. I would guess that maybe the women that are acting as side chicks are kind of acting as side chicks for multiple men, if I had to guess.
Sure. I like Don Parker's comment here. I mean, to be fair, and he's right, courtesan culture in Japan has been a thing since well before the founding of our country. That's true. It's been very much a part of Japanese culture. Not in the way that most Westerners think, because it's because of TVs and movies that have kind of overemphasize specific aspects of the culture, but it was and has been a part of the culture. And I think that what we have to understand here is we're not talking when we talk about these side chicks in Japan or in China to some degree. These are not prostitutes. These are women that know that they're not going to get married to the man that they're having sex with. But he takes care of her but he has a wife, and it really kind of segregated the duties of marriage into different areas, right? So you have a wife that is your social wife. She goes to functions with you. She's the public face of the family, and she may raise children, whatever. And she's usually married, I'm assuming, mostly for social standing. And then I guess what Glenn's like calling a side chick.
Business. Like she's good for business. The wife is good for business.
Yeah, good for business. Yeah. And then what Glenn is terming a side chick is the woman that you have sex with, and it may be only a strictly sexual relationship, and that's it. And then according to the article that my wife read, they have a third woman that they actually like to go out with and hang out with and go to movies with and things like that.
Right.
First of all, I think that's way too much feminine activity for one dude. I don't know how you keep it straight. I can't even imagine the fights that you're going to get into. I mean, this is that sounds like a lot of drama for no real return.
No, because I think they all play their role. Like
that's true. It is a different culture.
The wife knows that, okay, she gets everything that she wants without having to, meet the standard of all the other chicks. See, the side chick got to do the side chick things. She got to do the things that the wife won't do, even to get attention. Right.
Yeah, that could be.
So it's like the side chick is constantly in the position of having to prove her side chick worthiness. The wife, she already won the game, so she gets to cash out. But the side chick is in constant competition.
Yeah, Glenn, would you say that the side chick wants to get to that fucking marriage, the main girl status eventually, right? And because she wants to,
ideally,
not always.
Well, she wants to sabotage the main chick, and that leads to problems. Wouldn't you say that?
Well, I think ultimately that's her desire. I would love to get to main chick status.
Sure, and she would sabotage the main chick to get to that status. Wouldn't you say?
Well, I think that's her goal, is to try to outshine the main chick, right?
You don't think she's gonna sabotage that? Dude, women are pretty manipulative. Come on.
Again, I think it's because the side chick is only in place. And I would say I think she's only in place because the husband feels the need that he needs a side chick, right?
What is wrong with my fucking?
So if the husband doesn't feel that he needs a side chick, that the wife is actually fulfilling all those areas, why would the guy compliment his life by adding another broad? Now, he adds the other broad because the wife knows she's not even meeting the needs, right?
But you would say there's a lot of liability by adding that broad. like the side.
Well, I think the honor system, like, okay, like they get married and there's this honoring code, like, you know, we said death do us part.
Right.
If I do anything dishonoring, I dishonor my family, my tribe, and then you know, you cut my dick off with the samurai sword. Like that's what they probably do over there. I don't know. We have to ask Takashi, and he doesn't seem like he knows. So, you know, I
well, I think it's a status issue, right? So like you're not going to be able to do this if you're just a worker in a factory or in an office or something, right? Like this is something that's reserved for the social elite, I would assume.
Like somebody like as popular or someone well known would be able to do this.
Right.
Not everybody.
Right.
Like
and I feel like that it's I feel like that, and this is always and I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna get to a couple of comments from the chat, and then we'll move on. We'll just keep going forward. So the thing is I think that's one of the reasons why I believe that Japanese culture has so many problems right now, is because of this elitist, really caste system that they have. Because when you're a normal dude and you're looking around and you can't get a woman at all, and you're literally unwanted. I mean, it's literally a like a social thing in Japan. You're literally unwanted, but you know, there's a dude over here with 3 women, and he's probably not satisfying them equal, you know, at all. But because of his stature, because of his positioning, you know, that's why he's allowed to do that, or because of tradition, or because of family, you know, whatever. I'm sure there's lots of reasons. And Don Parker's basically kind of triggered the response here, because he says, but because of that being accepted in the Japanese culture, as it has been for a long time, could that be part of the reason that the side chick problem is not being shamed? I think it is. I think that it's
because everybody was at least somebody's side chick at one point. Every wife probably was a side chick on the come up.
Yeah, I think so. I kind of took an L tonight. You know what I did? I kind of took an L because I didn't fight back the way I normally would, but I intended to not be a troublemaker tonight. I really wasn't.
Well,
I
Glenn,
did not set out to trigger anyone.
Grid, that wasn't an L though, bro. Like you asked.
I didn't set out to trigger anybody. I really didn't. I really didn't think he was going to take it that hard, to be honest. But I did. I could have fought back. I could have, and normally I would have, but just, you know, again, it was not the program of the day.
Sure.
It is what it is.
You were stunned by his.
I mean, it's not that he took it. It's not that he got offended. It's not that he got offended.
Okay, that dude was offended. That he got dick punched. I'm just going to be honest with you. I looked at his face. He felt that in his dick. He didn't like it, and his dick was already sore because Andrew had punched him in it for the last hour and a half.
And you mentioned that too.
And I'm
you
like,
did, bro.
I did.
Andrew
and look, he was already mad. He was already mad. I'm an easy target, and I didn't. You know, again, I didn't set out to do all this. And we got a guy in here who, like Tagashi, is married to a Japanese lady and live in Japan. You guys might know each other. Maybe. So it's it's an interesting deal, I think, when we start talking about other cultures. Now, me personally, I have always, and this is, look, hey, I'm literally not saying that this is good, bad, or indifferent, right? This is just my opinion. I've always considered the Japanese culture kind of a degenerate culture because of things like this, and I don't really consider them to be particularly to have particularly high standards or high morals. And I honestly believe that, and that's just my opinion. Okay. And that's just my observation.
See, I would push back a little bit on that, because I think like where we consider like this being like morally bad, like their system of honor and integrity is way more higher than Americans. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. No sweat,
Like-
man. You don't have to come up. Yeah, I mean, so I think that I bounce back and forth between, I think that they're way more polite, but I think that they're way, way more hedonistic, and they're far, far more corrupt and far, far more degenerate. That's just my opinion.
Shout out to all my Triad fans. Triad guys, like he doesn't speak for me. Okay.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean, Ace's bro who lives over there and is married to a Japanese lady says it is definitely a degenerate culture. There is not the same Christian norms in Japan. So, yeah.
Well, wouldn't you say that, like, here in the United States, wouldn't it be more degenerate than over there in Japan? I thought they had more of a conservative outlet than the United States.
Why do you think that? I'm very curious why you would think that. I've never seen anything moral about the Japanese culture. Honor maybe, but not moral. Honor, which is pride. Honor has nothing to do with
that's what he's mistaking moral for. It's the honor, the level of honor that they have.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I'm just saying this. Like, I thought, like, because it's so small, they have more of like a cultural control over
Trans
their
are Chinese,
society.
by the way. Yakuza's Japanese. Just to help
whatever
Glenn with,
they're my
Glenn with his gang.
Whatever. They're all a bunch of Asians.
Look, Glenn, I want you to be able to throw up the correct gang sign. I don't want you to get hit in a drive-by. Anson Knoll sends in $5. Thank you very much, Anson. I've got to debate you on this monarchy thing that we were discussing earlier. We'll do that in the near future, I promise you. How is the Japanese side chick culture like/different than the strumpet culture that is chronicled on the Whatever podcast? I am going to let everyone else answer before I answer that. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the question, Anson. It's awesome.
Yeah, it could be that maybe it's not, but it's definitely possible that maybe Japanese women are just better at hiding it. Could be the only difference.
Well, Grid, from what I've heard, I feel like Japanese women have more of conservative values compared to the average American. Am I right on that, or am I wrong? Like, do Japanese women, like Japan, like actual Japanese women, are they actually women that are on the same level as American, women these days? Am I wrong to say that?
I don't think you're wrong.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel like
Josie's back.
Oh,
There you
look,
go,
we
Josie.
can see
Josie
Is it working now?
It is
There you
working now.
go. For sure, Canadian
I think
women
there
are,
was maybe
for sure
an
Canadian
update.
Canadian women are definitely not in that same aspect, right, Josie?
Hold on. I got to correct Are We Not Men? Stand by. I didn't care about the insults. I was perfectly willing to let him tell me that I sucked dick. That was cool. Whatever. You can think that. We're talking about Dave.
Yeah, Dave was a fucking piece of shit on his comments.
Dave is the one that got
bad.
offended and wouldn't ignore the stupid insult. I was sitting there going, so you resort to ad hom attacks? Just answer the question. And they asked him 4 times, would he answer the question? He's like, no, I'm not answering the question. And, even the moderator thought it was chicken shit. Just correcting things. Are We Not Men? I like you. You're a good dude. But I just will make sure that you have the right version of what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I
once
took
again.
L's from fucking Brian Atlas, from whatever, like the dude who can't debate for shit, and he still threw my ass under the bus. I had to take it. I mean, shit happens.
And Josie, you took L's from me as well, but I'm saying
No, you took a massive L on your own. I didn't have to do shit.
Is that what the case was? The point is, though, Grid did not take an L during that fucking that call in. That
Why are
was
you
not the case.
glazing like you're riding his dick
Okay,
so hard right now?
Let's get back to the
Wait, hold
strumpet
on.
thing.
Josie, what dick am I fucking riding? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
no, exactly. Shut the fuck up.
read the chat.
Grid. I'm just saying this. Dave Smith was he didn't treat you well enough. Like he was very fucking hostile towards you. That was my problem when I saw that. That's all I'm saying.
It's gonna look. We're all gonna get to see this 10,000 times. It's gonna be clipped. It's gonna be clipped so many times. It's not gonna matter. We're all gonna get to see this over and over and over again. So it's gonna be fun.
That was a bad.
Dave probably didn't know who I am. Yeah. Who cares? We move on to it. That's right. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, didn't care. Didn't know. You don't know who you are dealing with. Who? What? Carolina girl? I don't know what you're talking about. What comment? I don't. So anyway.
Where was the question about before? Like
it was the strumpets. The strumpets. Hang on, I'll bring it back up. Let me see if it's still here. Hang on. Stand by. How are the side chick culture? How is it like or different than the strumpet culture that is chronicled on the Whatever podcast? I will take a shot at this one.
All right. You want to go first? Great. Go ahead and go first.
Yeah, I'm going to go first, and then I actually want to give my opinion on the other thing. So actually, I was letting everybody go around on this one, and I got sidetracked. I apologize. So, Tagashi, have you watched Whatever?
Yeah, I've seen him.
Okay, so can you give any input on that? Can you help us out with that?
Well, the biggest one is that women over here are definitely not nearly as public as with their private lives. Like not even close is the big one, and that's kind of what I'm saying. It's definitely possible that this degenerate culture could be the same, and these women out here are just better at hiding it. I'm not denying that. I don't think that's the case, but it's possible.
See, I'm gonna wait. I want to know what I don't want to jump the gun. I want to hear what Grid has to say first before I respond. Because
first,
if I say it first, then it looks like you're just piggybacking on my idea.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you don't want Grid to fucking like aspect on you. I get you there.
I just don't want to like. I don't know, because my take might be right, or it could be really left, and I just
or it could be amazing. Who knows? But
all right, I gotta help Aces Bro out here first. Aces Bro, Andrew and I are buddies. We're friends. I'm on his show quite often. He comes on here. I'm actually shocked he didn't come in. He might be mad at me. Then again, that could be him in Discord asking me for the link. Who knows? I don't know.
Nah, Andrew's not mad at you, bro. Come on.
He looked.
I just got a message from Andrew. He says, "Tell Jake to fuck off," and he's mad at Grid. I guess he is mad.
Whatever.
Right,
I appreciate that, though. That's cool. Matter of fact, I'm gonna just really quickly take care of this. So here's my deal with the. So the difference, the only difference I see is that the courtesan culture in Japan, it is still degenerate, right? There's no, I don't want to polish it because it is degenerate. It's going to be degenerate. There's no
way around it. Yeah, there's no
real way around it. Yeah. Now, I think it's more accepted not because of anything specific other than that that it is so accepted and it's so normalized over there. However, it's still degenerate. There's over here, by the way, women are it's not the same culture. It's these women are getting paid, right? Like the strumpet culture, they're hookers, they're whores, they're prostitutes. They're not
right.
They're not courtesans that in the traditional Japanese sense. So yeah, I mean, it's just degeneracy in both cases. I don't accept. I reject both of them. I reject both.
Sheesh.
Thank
you.
Cultures, but I would say that the only difference I can see is that in the Japanese culture, the man is providing for the woman, obviously, because that's just how that works. But he's not paying her to be she's not a hooker, right? She's not like whatever. So
right, yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about. Like, here's a huge difference. For example, let's say married Japanese couple. They let's say the dude has a side chick. The wife doesn't necessarily like it. Maybe she's thinking of divorcing him, and let's assume there's like 2 kids involved, and maybe she'll bring it up to her parents. Her parents will more than likely just kind of try to tell her, hey, well, other than the side chick, I mean, he's kind of doing everything for you and the kids. Can't you just kind of like look the other way? I mean, it's not like he's necessarily involving this side chick in your life or in the kid's life. Where in the US, I don't think that's how that conversation would go.
Right. Review account made a really good post that I actually managed to see. Japanese have had a traditional sex culture from courtesans to prostitutes for hundreds of years. Kabuki and geisha is restricted in the 50s, but if anything, they're reverting. That's accurate. I think that's very true. I think that they're returning to the old ways. And part of that, to be honest, is I think that they are I think that they're getting really, really close to trying to shut the country back off again, to where they just don't allow any foreigners except necessary foreigners in. And we'll see how that goes for them. Aces Bros says, I've got degen stories from Japan. When I first started working here, a coworker had a blah, 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 blah on his desk.
He was proud of it.
And he was proud of it. Dude, you can't say that, bro. Don't do that to me again. Okay. I should have read that all the way through first. I didn't. It's my bad. Andrew is here.
Andrew who?
Welcome to the panel, Andrew. We're talking degeneracy in Japan.
Is it Andrew Tate? Yeah. Is it Andrew Tate that's here? Or Andrew who?
It's
your daddy.
Andrew, I scare away all the women.
What's up, man?
What's up?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm great. Yeah, I'm fine.
Of course.
Good. Yeah, I just did the chat raid because I wanted to send the chat over to somebody, and you were live, so glad you got the raid, man.
Yeah, I appreciate the raid. We've actually had pretty decent retention. So
well, yeah, a lot of guys were probably there from the Smith crowd. Probably want to see what you guys are all about, which is good.
Yeah, we've had a couple of them make some interesting comments, but that's okay.
Well, I mean, it's fine when you have paradigm shifting debates. That's the way it's going to go.
Sure, absolutely.
So let them cope and let them seethe. And let them be mad.
Well, apparently I'm the one coping because I was a little taken aback. I actually was trying to be very soft-handed this time because I feel like that the last few times that you've called, allowed me to call in, I've come in a little too hot, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna, because I watched a couple of the streams back. I'm like, you know what, I just come in too hot, and I shouldn't do that. So I was trying to change up my my approach. I thought it was very calm and I was very reasoned.
Dude, it was great, actually, bro. Dave Smith fucking insulted this guy, and he didn't even answer the question. So
what? Like ultimately, so what? Right? Let it roll off. Like Dave, Dave said, let it roll off. Right? He's like, maybe I should have let it roll off. He should have. But the thing is he was in a highly contentious debate. So giving credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
When you're in a contentious debate, when you're running the crucible, it's a hard thing to run, right?
And
you are running the crucible.
Andrew, you pressured this guy. Andrew, you put this guy in the corner so badly. And I was commenting during your chat. It was so bad. I was surprised because I was thinking that Dave Smith was going to give you more of a competition in that debate. I
think everybody was. I was.
Well, here's the thing. I was thinking that Dave was going to put you in the corner.
Why would you think that?
I was thinking Dave was more smarter than that because he's a little bit more. He's not a lefty, Andrew. I was thinking that maybe he would have.
No, he's a good guy. He just has to examine some of the presuppositions.
Yeah.
And the thing is that most people don't. They're never challenged on that. And so they end up in kind of this corner where they can't really tell you what it is that they think.
Right.
And if they do, that's why I said in my opening statement, just be honest about what it is you actually think here.
Yeah.
It's not fun. I know that cognitive dissonance sucks. It's not fun to deal with. You know what I mean? But let's really move into, ultimately what it is that you mean by this idea of self-ownership. And I think the debate ended, hopefully, with his idea of self-ownership, maybe hopefully fleeing his brain. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Could be. Anson Knowles says Dave with the W. Andrew,
nah, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Like, I mean, what are they going to say? Dave with the L?
Right. I think a couple of them admitted it early on. I think they were like, yeah, that could have gone better for Dave.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is I did ask if he wanted to have a conversation or a debate. He said, I'm fine with either. And I said, well, let's do a debate. So I came in to do a debate. You know what I mean? That was what I came in to do. So I did a debate.
And Andrew, you were savage. That's the thing. Because obviously with the conversation, you would have been a little bit more leeway with it. That wasn't the case here.
I still felt like I was really charitable. I tried to get his worldview out there, especially the last half of the debate. I was like, go ahead and attack my positions. We'll get these all fleshed out. We'll see if there's a case use distinction. But really, in the last half, we just ended up agreeing on most things. It's the first half where we have these kind of pinnacle disagreements, which show the difference between Christian ethics and libertarian ethics. And what Kaz, when he called in, what he was trying to explain is this distinction, this case use distinction. We can't use libertarianism as a moral ought. So should we use libertarianism as just a foundation of what is? And the problem is, throughout that whole debate, is Mr. Smith agreed with me on what is, but not what ought be. And that's where the delineation hit, and where we had kind of these key points of contention. But ultimately, it was a fun ass debate. You know what I mean? I enjoy doing those, and I enjoy kind of the slugfest and the overarching battle. But to be completely fair to Dave's position, a lot of what I was saying, he didn't actually understand because he's never been put to those questions.
Exactly. And dude, you did the debate prep. Dude, there was no real fucking any really debate prep that you had to do with Dave Smith, because Dave, there's no real debates that Dave had that you can actually examine. Because dude, you have like hundreds of fucking videos that you can fucking establish on yourself. But Dave doesn't.
Well, what's funny is in the beginning, there really was no satire. I was trying to show that ultimately all of your oughts come from where I do. God tells you, right? Yes. We'll make it simple and easy. God tells you, right, Dave? Yeah, God tells me. And it's like, well, then what's the mockery then, right? Yeah. What's the mockery?
Yeah.
Well, the mockery is that it doesn't sound good to say that, right? It doesn't sound good to say it's divine command, but you can really grant an opponent most of their worldview. It's not really necessary to fight with it and kind of meet them where they're at. I didn't have any doubt at all that when I said, oh, well, it's just God talks to me in my brain, which is a way big oversimplification and
of course,
in some ways, a bit of nonsense. But ultimately, that's what he ended up saying too, right? God influences my intuition through my mind. And it's like, well, then we're on the same page ultimately.
Right.
So all we have to do from here is just kind of get you out of this idea that you own you. And as we look at history, we can see clearly that you don't own you. So
now,
where do we get?
Yeah, Andrew, during that debate, do you see that he was kind of he wasn't alluding to the religious aspect of things. He was trying to kind of resort to the libertarian or like the aspect of reality outside of religion. But even when you put it on the religious aspect, Dave Smith actually kind of conceded to a lot of the points that you were making.
He conceded to all of them. The thing is that his issuance with big government is the same issue we would all have, that it can become corrupted. Yes, most certainly. That it can do horrible things with its power. Yeah, we've seen that multiple times.
Yeah.
But ultimately, when we reduce it down, he's asking for the same thing that I am. And if he is asking for the same thing I am, he has to kind of reject this idea of self-ownership, because he would be willing to tread over the self-ownership principle to enforce morality. That's where the real distinction comes in.
Yeah, definitely. And that's crazy because Dave Smith was more of like he's a libertarian. I don't know if he's a Christian. He claims that way, but it's not to the same degree as you. Obviously, would you describe yourself as a Christian nationalist? That's something that I've heard in the back burner of
Let's
things.
say Christian populist.
Christian populist. Okay. But nevertheless, this guy was kind of pushing on to the aspect that libertarianism, it's do what you want, kind of like Satanism. It's like do as thy will. And
Well, no, this is that's a great conflict is how do we rationalize do as thou wilt with divine command?
Yes.
So even like some of the people in the chat go, what about taxes? You waffle? No, I didn't waffle on taxes either.
Yeah.
I just wanted him to draw a quick parallel so I understood which two things he's comparing between duties and rights. So do you have a right to not be taxed, or do you have a duty to be taxed? And so that's where I drew the parallel of conscription. And he was like, well, maybe there is some duty there. And so, well, if that's true, there could be some duties in these other avenues too. But he would get really frustrated by kind of diving into that second layer, right? That second level, the second layer of where we can get into which things are duties, which things are not duties.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Like the government should not be, it is stealing. I like how you brought it up that it's stealing to give like welfare, like to the single mommy funds from the state. Because, you know, Andrew, let's face it, like we pay our taxes for road work, you know, to have our public.
Yeah, I'm not sure that if we were to sparse out what are duties and what aren't, that you have no duty to the commonality or the common good. I'm not sure that that would be the case, but I am sure that you don't have a duty to people who have just immutable characteristics, and so you must support them. That I'm most certainly sure we don't have a duty to do.
But wouldn't in like I guess more of a Christian nationalist, and it'll be a patriarchal one at that. So wouldn't the responsibility of like that mother that's a single mom, wouldn't the duty be onto either her father or her ex-husband still to maintain like the provision aspect, not the government? Or so if they got divorced,
the thing is that it could be. So we're going to have to match what is the case in the system with how that would match with our duties as Christians. So our duties could slightly have variance depending on what the system, which is intact, says you can or can't do. So there has to be some form of consequence in there for us to make a judgment of duties as well. But
because
on the other hand, there are some moral imperatives that we can't get around. So
I understand paying the taxes for like the roads and the parks, because that's public use. Now, unless these single moms that are on welfare are going to become public use, which we're not doing, I mean, then they shouldn't get the tax money.
I see my friend Just Another Canadian's trolling me pretty good on the pineapple thing. That's
dude,
fair.
that guy is fucking dope as fuck. I love Just Another Canadian. Great guy.
Yeah, he is a good guy.
He is.
But I do enjoy his trolling. You know.
Yeah, he's being very funny tonight. So Andrew,
I mean the question, it's harder to get into this question again. This is why I was trying to bring it back to the presupposition of what are duties and what are rights. So do we have an actual duty to pay taxes? We may. I'm willing to concede also we may not, but I need it demonstrated one way or the other. I'm not willing to just concede on this point because there could be some higher moral duty, just like with conscription, where, I think maybe you do have to do this thing.
Well, I think we have a duty to, like, if we want the government to protect our borders, right, then we have a duty, kind of like a HOA, like to pay
that we have to fund that, right? We have to fund that as citizens, right? Or show out as citizens or something like this. So, I mean, this is kind of getting to the greater point. We're unable to touch on all those. I'm sure in follow-up conversations we'll be able to.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, where I was kind of going with the failed republic thing was to try and understand kind of what he felt like it should be replaced with, and and that would lead me back to that it would either end up being a monarchy, or it would just be another system where we vote for our officials again, and both either one of those two things would have to happen, and we would be right back where we are now. And I also
I'm not sure that he would disagree. I mean, so Dave has a nuanced approach. So once he decided, let's move into a more nuanced approach, I'm happy with that too, right? We can definitely get into the nuance of, how this system works and how we might end up back in here. But I really thought that ultimately we couldn't get past the original precept of this idea of self-ownership, which is what I really wanted to get into, and did. I did effectively get into it. But the idea of, is that true? Do we really own ourselves? And ultimately, Dave owned himself on that by essentially saying, no, we don't.
Yeah.
It is a social construction. It's not true. We don't really own ourselves, but we do act as though we do. And so we should kind of generate our rights based on that. And that's particularly frustrating to me because that's a worldview collapsing argument. And I just could not get him to understand that this already collapses the worldview. We haven't been able to, you just need to admit that this is worldview collapsing here. You know what I mean? But it's frustrating to do. So he's like, why do you keep coming back to this? And it's like, well, because I kind of need a concession that, you kind of got to concede on this.
Somebody's got to be right. Somebody's got to be wrong.
Or both of us have to be wrong. Right. So that's the thing. We could both be wrong. I'm willing to concede that that's true. But I'm not willing to concede that you're correct if you haven't given me any justifiable argument other than, well, God talks to me, which if that's the case, why scoff at me?
Andrew, when are you going to debate Ben Shapiro? Because I think he's a pretty good debater, at least back in the day. When are we going to see that matchup?
I doubt you're ever going to see it. Yeah, I don't think that's probably going to happen. But the thing is you never can tell how these things will go. We have some huge debates lined up. And ultimately, I think that future conversations with Dave Smith will be far more fruitful from both of our angles when they become more conversational and less adversarial. But I do think that this first one needed to be adversarial. I think, you need to know really where it is I'm coming from, and I need to know where you're coming from.
Yeah.
And I think that probably the first 50 minutes of the debate, the guy did very poorly. But then once he was able to calm down and kind of reorient himself, he was able to make his points a bit better. And I thought he did much better in that second part than in the first part.
Sure.
When he went offensive rather than defensive, though ultimately it became circular and kind of moved back to my points anyway.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy it. I don't get an opportunity as much as I'd like. You can lose points in debates and win points in debates. I definitely won far more points than he did in that debate. But I thought he was a good interlocutor and it was a good fight. Yeah. And that's what I enjoy, right? Dude, ultimately that's what I like, right? Let's do it.
Andrew, it was so entertaining. That debate was probably the best debate you've probably had in recent times. I'm not going to lie, but I'll tell you this, Andrew, you do need to debate a little bit more. Well, if you can, at least, because you're a rising star, bro. There's no doubt about it. You are on the rising star to fucking have the voice of people like myself. And I would say this, bro. When are you gonna have some type of interaction with in the Daily Wire? I know Pearl is in there. If you
well, listen. I'm just gonna tell you so that you know. Let's assume for a second that I had a ton of that shit planned. I would not announce it here on this program, and it's not because I wouldn't love to announce it on Grid One Motorsports program.
Right.
It's because there's tons of people who would love to throw a monkey wrench between myself and those interactions.
Of course.
And so I'm always very cautious about when I announce them and how I announce them. So I'm not willing to confirm or deny such a thing is happening.
Andrew, you are a rising star. You're gonna fucking dude. Honestly, if you had a fucking debate with fucking Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson, you can match up to these guys, and you are a rising star. And I'm just saying, I want to see it. I'm very eager to see these things because.
But why do you think that you're not going to?
Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
The
debate that you didn't see.
No, these guys are scared of Andrew Wilson because they know that Andrew Wilson will call them out, even though they're conservatives. But the nitty gritty of what they're fucking preaching, Andrew will fucking call them out and preach, or at least like call out their worldviews to a particular degree. Andrew, am I more or less in the ballpark of that? And I'm just saying, like, Andrew, you are on the right. You are preaching a great message, but at the end of the day, like, to a degree, I kind of feel like the right is kind of afraid of you, as well as the left. Left is definitely afraid of you, but to a degree, is the right afraid of you? Is Ben Shapiro and these right-wing guys?
The question is Ben Shapiro really on the right?
Well, he claims he is, but I'm just saying.
I mean, I could claim that I'm black. That doesn't necessarily make me black, right?
Yeah. I think the thing that's interesting is that I'm not sure that I would say fear as much as gain.
I think
so.
Yeah.
I hear
what you're saying, Andrew.
Look at what is gainful versus what is not gainful.
Yeah.
The thing is that in many ways I'm a poison pill to the progressive right, to the progressive right. Yeah,
that's the thing. You're not good for business. This is why they won't.
No. That's the thing. That's the distinction. I'm great for business.
He's great for business,
but I'm bad. I'm bad for your brand.
Yeah,
because my business is making sure that your fucking brand is wrong if it is wrong. So the thing is that there's an intermediate message here to be had, and the thing is that it may never be that I'm able to engage with these guys in that sort of blood sport like I was just able to do with Dave Smith,
right,
or Lauren Chen. But we'll definitely be able to have conversations where I can get them on the ropes so that we can see what they're really about.
Well,
it all just kind of depends. The thing is that the Crucible is not a platform which can be ignored.
Yeah,
and so the thing is eventually you have to contend with the views. But I don't do the bait for debate. I don't go, oh, you're a coward. When are you going to face me? I don't do any of that. Because we don't need to. You know, in this case, Jacob vouched for me. Good guy, Jacob.
Yeah.
And he said, hey, do the debate. I think that you'll end up with a pal as contentious as it'll be. And I think Dave did. I think he ended up, like, I came away with a bit of respect for the guy. I don't believe that the guy was a piece of shit. And I do think that ultimately he has kind of similar goals in mind to mine, and that eventually we can bring him around. You know what I mean?
I think you guys have like more you guys agree upon than disagree upon. But Angie, I still have connections with the producer for Michael Knowles. Like, we still message each other even after the whole Pearl thing. So, I mean, I can always throw that out there if you haven't already got that in the works.
Glenn,
I don't
make
have
that
to.
happen. Glenn, make that happen. We need fucking Andrew Wilson against Michael Knowles. We need that.
I said if Andrew doesn't already have that going.
Well, here's the other thing for you guys to keep in mind is that my preference, honestly, is not to brutalize leftists. Or rightists. It's to brutalize leftists.
Right.
Yeah. And Knowles, he probably shares like 90% of my mentality.
Yeah.
And so it would be 10 times more helpful. I'm just looking for the seltzer. It would be sorry. Coke Zero.
You guys would be good at it.
It would even be better to team up on the side of Knowles in order to kind of duke it out with the leftist progressives. But the thing is, with Dave Smith, I feel like he has, I don't feel like, I mean, logically, I think that he has a lot of the same progressive principle of the live and let live. And so that's worth tangling on the ideology. Whereas with a guy like Michael Knowles, I'm not sure that it's worth brutalizing the 7% we disagree with rather than, assisting in the assault on the degenerates. I think would be a far better action.
Yeah. I agree
Same thing with Trent Horn. When we discuss things, we disagree about a lot, but I just really fucking hate the leftists, dude. I just really fucking hate them. And it's like, there's so many potential allies here to continue with the attack that I feel like over time, like with Brian, they'll begin to adapt a better mentality anyway.
Right.
So who cares?
Andrew, what's your take on Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson came into the Daily Wire. He kind of adjusted, and he's a guy that says, I live my life as if God exists. What's your take on Jordan Peterson? Because I've never heard you actually acknowledge that. Just out of curiosity.
I think Jordan Peterson ultimately does not only believe in God, but believes 100% in the Christian faith.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that ultimately, Mr. Peterson, he has this kind of duality where he's an infiltrator and he knows it. And he knows that as an infiltrator, he can do more good than he can, he can do more good that way.
Yeah.
So if he can keep his intellectual, I guess you can say, brand high, where he's not acknowledging that this is true, but at the same time acknowledging the results of it are better, that he can be more effective in that category.
Well, yeah.
And in some ways, I feel bad for the guy because I think he wants to say, yes, I'm a Christ follower, of course.
Right.
Of course.
As soon as he goes out with that brand and says, like, yes, I believe in Christ, then his arguments get dismissed as okay. It's just
I just get the feeling that if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm across from Peterson, we're having some drinks, and I'm like, come on, Christ is your savior. He would say, of course he is.
Okay,
but
I think so.
inside of this realm, I need to at least keep up the pretense of the distance, which I think is a bad move, but I at least understand the model of infiltration. It at least makes sense to me.
Right.
Yeah, because it allows him to get into conversations and present the argument in a way that's not confrontational or people are willing to accept, because he gives off the at least the appearance of an intellectual, that he's willing to think about it and and not like he's basing it on his ideology.
Now, Glenn,
well, you have to understand within many academic circles, the idea that you believe in religion at all completely and totally ostracizes you from the rest of whatever that academic community is.
Right.
So they can just use that to dismiss you.
Yeah.
So my question with Peterson always is kind of the same. Is this strategic 3D chess where Peterson, who is a smart guy, is looking at the overall picture and saying, listen, I can be an effective force for good here while I worship Christ and say that nothing but Christian ethics are good and they're fantastic and that's the way we should go, without actually ever acknowledging this publicly, but never denying it either, so that the intellectuals have to take me seriously? I think ultimately, that there might be a lot of that going on. Of course, I can't prove it, you know what I mean? But I'm sure when I get to know Peterson, I will be able to.
Yeah. I think the exact same thing. I've always thought that the way Jordan Peterson talks is very much the way a godly man talks. And some of the things he said, I'm always like, you know what? I get it. He's behind the Iron Curtain, right? It's like there are things that you just can't say. He was already, he basically lost his professorship, right?
Yeah.
So
real
he was
quick,
very fortunate.
The thing is, in the realm of politics and in the realm of power dynamics, and then in the realm of Christianity, if we're trying to strike some kind of a chord for real change that moves the population towards Christianity, Peterson's not doing a terrible job there.
Okay.
And so if we look at you shall know them by their fruits,
right?
His fruits are pretty good.
Yeah.
Right? His fruits are pretty good.
Andrew,
so then the question becomes, like, is he striking that? I don't know.
Right.
Is it just happenstance? I don't know.
Yeah, Andrew, I have another question. I'm sorry I'm asking a lot of them, but I have another question. So obviously, like when Andrew Tate came in, there was a criticism about Jordan Peterson crying on camera. Like he sobbed several times on camera. When it comes to like sobbing on camera, and Jordan Peterson is a guy that has a lot of influence, would you say that's a positive aspect to young men because at the end of the day, he's kind of like a father figure to a lot of
No, but I need you to understand that this guy has had so much political pressure put on him.
Is that
and so much,
Andrew? Is that
well? No, I don't. Well, yeah, but maybe it's a good, valid excuse. Like, listen, Imagine for a second that you have worked your whole life to just be some kind of like professor in a university.
Okay.
And that's where you are. You're a professor in this university.
Right.
And you end up with this kind of groundbreaking fame across the board where old lectures you had up on YouTube suddenly became massively popular because you just happened to be one of the first guys who said no and had a camera in your face. And now suddenly you're in the limelight and everybody is around you and you're getting thousands upon thousands, and I know how this feels, of DMs saying, hey, can you help me with this? Can you guide me on this point? Can you do this? And he's like, this is an immense responsibility that I'm just not prepared to deal with.
Yeah.
It's an immense responsibility I'm not prepared to deal with. I'm just here to talk about, kind of general philosophy and what I think about things. And now thousands of people are asking me to help guide them in their lives. I'm definitely not prepared for that.
Yeah.
And so do I understand that can become super emotional for a person, that a person can become kind of lost in their feelings and this and that. Whereas the Tate phenomenon was a bit different. With Andrew Tate focused on, bare knuckle fighting, controlling emotions, masculinity, this and that, but he didn't have a greater message past the kind of sense of self, which Peterson does. And so I understand why that could be kind of a collapsing moment where the guy breaks down on stream. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing. Like Peterson was crying on, like for example, Piers Morgan's channel. Like, dude, Andrew, you're a rising star. Would you ever see yourself crying on camera?
No, but I have a different. But listen, I have an entirely different aspect worldview in history than Peterson does.
Yes, Andrew would cry if you made him eat pineapples on a pizza. Okay?
Yeah, that's true. I would
He
cry.
would.
Yeah,
And
I would cry
catch
about
it
that.
on
That's
camera.
true.
Yeah,
that's true. I would
see a
cry about
problem with
that.
Peterson crying, to be honest.
Well, hold on.
Well, I think to his point, there is a problem with that. Is that when you're moving into masculinity, there is a problem with that. Yeah, of course. But the thing is like, let me ask you this: if you had a really close personal friend of yours,
right,
who suddenly was kind of thrown into the spotlight, where tens of thousands of people were hanging on every word, he could say one wrong move and destroy people's lives. And the immensity of that got to them to the point where they kind of broke down publicly when somebody showed any sort of understanding for that. Would you even blame them, really?
I wouldn't blame them, Andrew, but at the same time, like he has his boys, right? He has his family. He has people to talk to outside of just the fame, Andrew. So
who does he have? His daughter kind of capitalized on his claim to fame.
Yes, she did.
Right?
She did capitalize a lot. Yeah, she did. And that was a problem with Michaela, because Michaela, the only reason we know her name is because of her father, Andrew. But outside of that,
that's my point. But I mean, that's my point, right? Is that who really, you're not, unless you're in that situation, it's hard for you to ascertain this. You think you know what you would do.
Right.
It's harder to know until you're in that situation what you will do. So I give kind of a lot of rope to Peterson because I understand what it is that he's dealing with at the scale he's dealing with it at. And it's tough. Now, do I think that he shouldn't be a bitch and he shouldn't cry? Of course. But the thing is that can I understand that if you feel the weight of so much responsibility on your shoulders that comes to you so quickly, that can make a person drug themselves or even cry or become super emotional. Yeah, of course. I understand that. But ultimately, I'm looking at what is the force on society. Is it moving people more towards a Christian ethical message? I think it is.
With Peterson, right? You're saying with Peterson,
yeah. Despite the failures of breaking down on screen, this type of thing, I still think ultimately it's a more appealing message than not to move people towards Christian ethics.
Andrew, can I ask you, is Andrew Tate's message, is that appealing towards some type of God aspect to find God when it comes to Andrew Tate?
No.
Or is it not even close?
No. Well, Andrew Tate, the Tate phenomenon.
You're God, you are the God.
Well, no, I don't know about that, but I think that his message revolves around descriptors of what is,
right,
and that we've lost sight of what is descriptive reality, and that men have an ontology and women have an ontology, and that male ontology should not be kind of beaten down or presented as something that it's not.
Wouldn't
We
that
know what we
get
are.
people closer to God, though? Wouldn't that be a message getting men, at least men, closer to God with his message?
Well, sure,
I know
but
he's a Muslim,
sure, but let us try to reconcile these two concepts.
Okay.
Concept one: does God use all things which are evil for good?
Well, God uses all things for the good.
Yeah. So well, the question is, well, not even all things.
Evil?
Does God
He can
does
use
God
all
use what is evil for the purpose of good? Let's try that.
Andrew, would that be
does and he
necessary?
can.
Would that
He
be
has and he
necessary
can.
evil? Like, for example, slavery. Like slavery is evil, but it built the country to a particular degree.
So wouldn't that make my point? Can God use what is evil for the purpose of what is good?
Yeah, of course.
I think, yeah. So I think if that is the answer, that just because the entailment of the Tay phenomenon is that it could bring some people closer to God,
right?
That doesn't mean that that's what His purpose is. Perhaps that's what God's purpose is.
Okay.
Andrew, does it ever scare you with your channel just kind of blowing up in the internet that you're gonna have like more targets?
No, I mean, the truth is that there's not really much to find, and the thing is I'm always going to have a target on my back. There's nothing you can do about it if you're a public persona, having to deal with criticism, which many times you can't even address. You have no what's called a right to response. I'm just kind of okay with that. I think that ultimately people are going to make their decisions based on your logical arguments, your rhetoric, and everything in between. I'm going to have critics, and there's not a lot I can do about that. What I can control, though, is I do get critics who become very grumpy or very upset, who say that, in fact, they just got a DM tonight from a guy who said, I want you to schedule this debate for such and such time. And I'm like, well, that's nice. Now you've just lost your opportunity to debate with me altogether.
Yeah.
There's other people in line, and I'm going to get all of them through on the Crucible. And I don't care if you're a no name or some name or whatever in between. If you're patient, I'm going to get you on. Like, I'm just going to do that for you. But what'll lose you that is when you make kind of these endless demands of, well, I want it now. It's like, well, that's nice. And well, now you'll disappear into the same obscurity you came from. Whereas I was happy to platform you before. All you have to do is just relax and understand that I have a schedule to keep, and many other commitments with many other people. So it's kind of interesting how that works. But one thing that I do that I think most people do not is I do take on my critics directly, and let's duke it out, let's fight it out. And I think most people do not do that.
And Andrew, you not only take on your critics, you take on people that actually follow you. Because when I first messaged you, I said, hey, Andrew, can I get an interview with you? The very next day you said, okay, yeah, show up at this time, XYZ. You did the Crucible TikTok invasion, and you platformed me, bro, right away.
Sure.
Like within the next day, bro, you contacted me so quickly. I was kind of unprepared about it. I was like,
well, I always try. The thing is that so think of it from my perspective. I have hundreds and hundreds of people want to be platformed on the Crucible. So I have a team who tries to sift through this and go, okay, this is serious. This is not serious. This guy's a fucking joke. This guy's, this type of thing.
Right.
But ultimately, what my instruction to them is like, I want to engage with all of them. Okay, well, Andrew, you can't engage with them all. Yeah, I think I can. So how do we do that? So then they come back and they go, well, then you're going to have to squeeze them in here. You're going to have to squeeze them in there. You're going to have to squeeze them in wherever you can.
Of course.
And that's fine, right? That's fair. That's fair. I can't derail a day's worth of content.
Yes.
In order to accommodate whatever the fuck it is you want to talk about. But that doesn't mean I can't get you in while that content's going on, right?
Sure, Andrew. Here's the thing. You went on tour with Fresh and Fit and whatever. You just got back. And I said, Andrew, can I get an interview? You said, yeah, tomorrow, this time, show up. Like you did.
Yeah, but you also you also had a better attitude.
Oh, that's
so the thing is, it's like I always try to remember attitude too. Like if you contact and say, "Hey, you know, I'd like to do a debate or I'd like to do an interview.
Right.
When is it good for you? I'll make time because this is important to me."
Right.
Well, that's a big green light for me, right? Because then I can look at the entire schedule and go, "Oh man, I can get you in right here, or we can get you in right here." And it's like I want people to be able to engage with their criticisms or praise, whichever way. But you know, it's unrealistic to think that I can just drop everything that I have going on at all times in order to accommodate somebody else's schedule. That's ridiculous.
Of course, yeah.
So-
Well, that's what confused me, Andrew, because you did it so quickly for me, and I was thinking like, I was kind of unprepared. I'm not gonna lie. I literally did the research to get questions for you for that interview right away, but you did it right away. So I was thinking like, okay, it was because of the attitude. You were thinking, okay, let's just shoot this guy out, get him out of the way, and then carry on with your.
Yeah, I
schedule.
mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, the idea was, well, let's get you through. You wanted to come through.
Yeah.
How can we find a spot for you? We can find a spot for you here.
Yeah.
My team emails me back and they're like, okay, we can schedule him in right here.
Yeah.
And so that's what we do. But the thing is that we have, and by the way, almost no other platform of the same size does that. Almost no other platform at all. To his credit, Destiny does. To his credit, Destiny does do that.
Yeah.
And I'll never take credit away from him in the fact that he's always willing to promote a smaller creator and deal with their criticisms and kind of launch into those things. I'll never take that away from the guy because he does do that.
You know, Andrew, you're a really great inspiration on that because, you know,
Definitely.
when as I've started to grow, I make sure that anybody that comes on the this channel, I have the mods spam their channel when they're in the chat, even if they're just in the chat. If they've been on before and they show up in the chat, I have the mods spam their channel so that people go, you know, that are coming here, go there. And all of that. I really believe in, you know, you've helped me, and I'm going to help anybody that comes along as well. I really appreciate you popping in tonight, man. It's been great. I know that you're really pressed for time.
Well,
so
I have.
anytime you
So
spend
I'm
it-
just gonna. I'm just gonna tell you. Like, I have some decompression channels, right? So, like,
Yeah.
Glenn's a good pal of mine. Glenn has a channel where what I consider a decompression channel, where I can go on, and I don't have to worry so much about, you know, this or that. I can just kind of decompress, and we can shoot the shit.
Just chill out.
This is kind of one of those channels too. That kind of thing. That's my own guilty pleasure. You know what I mean?
Oh, great, man.
It
I'm-
is.
I'm glad to-
Not gonna lie. Like,
I just right there made my day. I am Andrew's guilty pleasure. I feel like a mistress.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
I like it.
Yeah,
I like
but
it.
it is. It's
Now
just
Andrew's glazing.
it's a good way for me to decompress, right? And not have
Andrew's
you know
simping for you.
a bit. Perhaps there's a bit of simping, but anyway, the point is that I do enjoy that. You know, I do enjoy. Remember, I started from the bottom, dude. There was no big, massive like media break that broke me out. Nothing like that. I started from the bottom and fought my way to the top. So, and still fighting it. And it's not going to change anytime soon. So, like, you know, small channels starting out, dude. I know the pains. Believe me. I wish there was an infrastructure like the Crucible that I could have relied on that would have helped drive traffic.
Well, it's been
And
awesome.
would have drove show promotion and would have helped everybody out. That would have been a huge shortcut that would have massively assisted the channel. But the honestly, the only other person I can think of who does that besides me is Destiny, much to his credit.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I have a so this thing with Based Oracle, is that still happening in the few weeks, or is that
My
done?
understanding is that that's set for the 28th.
Okay, great.
If he
I just
doesn't
gotta
show
make
up
my
on
travel plans, I've been invited by you.
if he doesn't
and
show up on the
Based.
28th, then that's
buy
on
you a
him.
steak.
But
Yeah.
that's
I have, as far as I know, there has been no change.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has not told me anything about the change in it. I'm actually looking at tickets right now for travel. No, Andrew, you did say he had to cover my costs, right? That's part of the agreement, right?
That was part of the agreement, correct?
Just gotta make sure. Gotta make sure.
So let's go through the agreement, right? An agreement made in pride for a fool is that I front nothing. You have a studio external to Andrew Wilson's studio. You pay him $1,000 beforehand. If you want a moderator, you have to take care of the cost of that.
Right.
Welcome to my world, asshole.
Andrew, can I say something?
It wins.
That's a real simp.
Andrew, can I say something real quick?
No, shut up, you fuck. Shut your fucking mouth.
I just want to admit something real quick. Fuck me, bro. Fuck me. But Andrew, I just want to say something really quick, bro. So
nothing is really quick with you, Jake.
I just need to admit to Andrew the fact is actually Glenn, you were on the when we did the Project VealPod stream. Base Oracle showed up. I did tell Base that I want to do an interview with him because I don't understand the whole beef thing. From my understanding, based off of what I've seen with the streams, he talked shit to Grid, which I was kind of like, I wanted to kind of push that out to him. From what I understand, he's criticizing you as, oh, he's a grifter, whatever the case is. And I said, okay,
Andrew is the grifter. Yeah.
Yes, of course. So here's the thing. I invited Base Oracle and I asked him on that stream. I said, hey man, can I get a exclusive interview with you to kind of tell your whole story about the Andrew Wilson drama? That's basically going to be the main thing. And he agreed to it. He agreed. And I messaged him today to set up that interview. So it's kind of set, it's set in stone before the debate. I don't know Base. I don't know his history with you, Andrew, but I did more or less to kind of take advantage of that aspect to kind of get that interview with him. I'm just saying,
Jake, you're the fucking grifter. You're grifting off of drama.
No, dude, I'm just so curious. I brought him on. I want to bring him on to kind of have that aspect, but it's nothing to where I'm not talking shit about Andrew. It's nothing of that nature. We're going to be interviewing him based off of whatever it is. I don't know the full story, Andrew. So for me, it's like, obviously I don't have access to Andrew the same way. Like Base Oracle is a lot smaller, so he can come on and tell that full story. So that's my perspective, but that is a future show for my channel, Andrew. I'm just letting you know.
So you don't owe me any loyalty.
Well, I kind of do, Andrew. I kind of do.
You don't. Listen. You don't. The thing is that I've never judged people or attacked people based on the fact that they platform others who might come on and talk or discuss or this type of thing, unless it's like an obvious setup. If it's an obvious setup, that's a different thing. And but you can tell the distinction between the two. Yeah. And you don't owe me anything, man. If you want to have some guy on and do an interview because you want to get to the heart of something, you don't have to think about how Andrew Wilson will feel, because for the most part, bro, I don't care.
Okay.
Like, honestly, I don't fucking care. It's not important to me. There's a big difference between, as you know, a backbiter or a knifer. And somebody who's just trying to get to the heart of something which is going on. There's a huge distinction between the two.
Okay.
And I'm not insane, right? So because I'm not insane, it's pretty easy for me to delineate between the two.
Okay.
And if you want to bring on Base Oracle to get his side of whatever his beef is, I don't give a flying fuck.
Okay. That was my case here, bro. Like, I'm bringing him on just to kind of like get his air out on that prior before the debate.
Yeah, that's your business, man. That's not my business.
But at the end of the day, don't think that I'm trying to do anything.
Backbite? Yeah, dude, I mean, you do realize the distinction between that rational men can make a distinction between what is backbiting and what is not, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that nobody's ever going to send me just a clip and go, oh, here's a clip of this. They try to do it with Rolo. They try to do it with Myron. They try to do it with everybody on planet Earth.
Right.
To say, here's an out of context snippet. Now go to war with them. And I'm like, shut up, you fucking retard. Obviously, obviously I'm going to look at the whole situation, and you're not going to be able to troll me into a conflict. There's tons of people who enjoy doing that, and they'll DM me with all sorts of things out of context, and only a fool falls for that. So just don't be a fool, you know?
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. So I'm just letting you know on that. By the way, the chat that's going on, they're saying, oh, Jake is nobody cares, Jake. Like Andrew's like good. Well, fuck you guys. I'm just fucking running to buy Andrew. That's all I'm fucking doing. So fuck you, motherfuckers. That's all it is. That's all.
Have you had a little bit to drink tonight, Jake?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. Okay. Yeah, just chill out, bro. You're all good. You know what I mean? It's okay to have a little bit to drink from time to time, but yeah, a little bit on the perhaps schnockered side there, son.
Fair enough.
Hey guys, before you wrap up, can I ask one question to Andrew before I go to bed?
No, you piece of shit.
Please.
Yeah, no, it's fine, man. Go ahead.
Okay, Andrew. You may have recalled we had one little encounter on VK about like libertarians and shit. It was pretty silly. I'm IFI, by the way.
Yeah, I know who you are.
I have one question for you, Andrew. I don't want to open a can of worms. I just want to offer the olive branch of invitation. I just watched your exchange with Dave Smith, and here's my parting thoughts on that. I think both of you guys have very good, valid points. I wish I could have been in the room with both of you at the same time. Here's my thoughts. I think there's a bridge between conservatives and libertarians.
There always has been. But remember that I've made this same point to you.
I know. I want to offer me as the bridge. I don't think Dave Smith properly addressed it. I don't think Andrew Wilson was properly prepared for it. I am the bridge between conservatives and libertarians. So if you
No, you're not. No, you're not, dude. Come on.
Andrew.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. What a stupid assertion. No, you're not.
Andrew, just listen. And if you disagree, that's fine. I'll leave and I won't bother you ever again. If you're interested in the discussion about whether or not it's physically possible for conservatives and libertarians to agree on politics, I would like to have that conversation.
Yeah, but where has that been a dispute?
Between you and Jacob, between you and Dave Smith, and
the distinction has never been about whether or not conservatives and libertarians can agree on politics. The distinction is whether or not the foundational axioms of libertarianism comport with the foundational axioms of Christianity. That's the argument.
That's the conversation I want to have with you, Andrew. I don't want to debate with you. I want to talk to you if you're willing to have that discussion. Yes,
yeah, but how do you have that discussion with a person if they don't even get the axioms about it right? You said that you would act as a bridge between conservatism politically and libertarianism politically.
Yes.
But that's not the dispute. What's the dispute?
Andrew, you've had the debate, and we played on VK about the debate. I don't want to debate with you right now. I want to have a conversation.
Then just tell me what the dispute is.
Okay. Without getting into the debate, I'm proposing that it is physically possible for conservatives and libertarians to sit together and have a intelligent discussion about how we can save this country.
Then what are we even conversing about? Because there's no adversarial take there. I agree.
Andrew, we're talking about that you and I already agree that conservatives agree that Jesus is the answer. Do you agree with that so far?
No.
You don't follow Jesus.
That's not what I said. What did I say?
No. As a conservative, no politics, just religion. Do you agree that Jesus is the way, the path?
I do. Yes, but that doesn't mean conservatives do.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Andrew. I agree that Jesus is the way. Now, politically speaking, is it possible that conservatives don't have the best answer and that libertarians might have a good answer, but Dave Smith did not give the answer that you were looking for? Do you agree?
Sure, of course that's possible.
Okay. Now listen, is it possible that you and I can have a conversation as Christians to each other about politics concerning whether or not libertarian is even on the table for discussion? Yes or no?
Of course. Yeah, everything. So here's the thing. When you're talking about logical possibility, Superman's logically possible, just so you know.
Okay. I don't want to get too deep into the philosophical, abstract. I want to talk practically speaking, real world in America today. Do you think that's an option?
No.
Okay. So if you're willing to have the discussion with me, I'm not going to debate you. I'm not going to say you're wrong, authoritarians suck. I'm just going to say I'm going to offer my ideas, and you tell me where I'm wrong. Would you?
Yeah, he doesn't want to
have that
debate you,
discussion?
Andrew. That's the thing. He doesn't want to debate you on it.
I don't want to debate you. I just want to
Yeah.
discuss it. I want to have a discussion.
Yeah.
Is that okay with you?
It could be, but let me ask a couple of qualifiers since I've been gracious and answered all of your yes or no's.
Yes.
Let us assume in the course of this discussion I disagree with you.
Yes.
How can I disagree with you and you disagree with me without us arguing?
It's okay, Andrew. I don't care if we actually do start arguing. I just don't want you to feel like we have to settle it by the end of the discussion, like who won the debate or whatever. I don't care about that.
But I
Even
need
if
to
you
let you
destroy
know.
me, that's fine. I don't care.
But I need to let you know just up front. And perhaps this is highly good faith, right? And I'm just going to assume it is.
Yes.
But often a disarming tactic by leftists is to say to me, please come on and have a discussion with me, which is not a debate. In secret, hang on, stop.
Yeah.
Let me finish.
I agree.
When in secret, they're actually preparing for a debate and they use the discussion as a disarming mechanism so that I don't prepare because I think it's just a discussion.
No.
So as long as you understand that I'll prepare for whatever the discussion is, assuming that you're going to have the same bad faith tactics doesn't mean I think you are, just means always prepare for the worst.
Andrew, at any moment you feel like I'm deceiving you or trying to trick you or trap you or anything like that.
Right now?
I think you should immediately end the discussion and I won't bother you ever again.
Okay, but just so you know, other than a call-in section, unless you have your face on a camera, I'm not going to engage in a large-scale discussion. It's not going to happen.
Andrew, I'm sorry. I don't ever show my face for personal reasons.
Well, then the thing is that I'm disadvantaged and you're advantaged.
That's true.
I have a YouTube channel. I have people you can vouch. Grid One can vouch for me.
Well, hold on. If you have a YouTube channel, why not show your face? You have a YouTube channel.
Because I talk about very sensitive political topics, which might get me in trouble with the government.
Do you show your
Let me ask you a question. How do I know that I'm debating with you and not a room full of people?
That's
you don't. So you just have to give me your faith on that one.
Yeah. No. The thing is that if you want to come in for a call-in section on the Crucible, you're welcome to.
I tried.
Even call-ins. Well, I'm not even talking about the site. I'm just talking on YouTube. Even for various call-in sections of different shows that I do, you're welcome to call in. But unless you put your face to the voice and I can see you and can see who I'm talking to, discussing with, or arguing with, I'm going to be totally honest with you. I don't have very much interest.
That's fine. I understand you feel like I'm a fraud or a grifter or fake.
No, I didn't say any of that. You just made all of that up. Didn't say any of that.
My face
You absolutely have a right to your own anonymity, right? Your own anonymous status. You have a total and complete, right to do that if you want to. But that doesn't mean that I have to humor it.
I understand, Andrew. I'm not questioning your integrity or anything like that. And I agree that it sounds like I'm hiding as an anonymous person on the YouTube. Just respect my words. Don't worry about who I am. Don't worry about who I represent or who I'm with. If I say,
then why do you want to discuss anything? Then why do you want to discuss anything with me except that you know who I am?
Because I think that you are one of the very prominent positions on the. I agree with your religious views. I agree with your cultural views. It's just your politics I disagree with. I think that
But unless you put your face, to the end of what the political spectrum is, and you're willing to actually stand behind it to take the same risk that I am, why should I include you?
because I'm not that invested in the panel sphere as far as YouTube is concerned. I'm not that interested in fame or recognition.
Yeah.
So hopefully my words is all that matters. So it doesn't matter who I am or what I look like or where I come from. If you agree with my words or disagree with my words, that should be all that matters.
No, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to take the hard no on this one, man. I appreciate the interest, but you're going to have to take the hard no.
Okay, Andrew. So for one final pitch, I am proposing the idea of conservatarianism, which is when conservatives learn a lesson from libertarians and libertarians learn a lesson from conservatives. The problem why you and Andrew and Dave Smith could not agree is that he's too far in the libertarian camp and you're too far in the conservatarian camp. And I think there is a bridge, but since you don't want to talk to a seashell, I understand, and I will not waste any more of y'all's time. It's my past my bedtime,
okay, bye.
I enjoyed the chat. Thanks.
Well, have a good evening, man. Thanks for the inquiry.
Yep. Thanks for dropping by, Phil.
Yeah.
Before we dive back into some other stuff here, Clover Tack sent in $5 and said,
Clover Tack, that's my buddy over there on YouTube. He talks about guns. He's great.
He's a big gun guy. Yeah, he's a big
guy.
He's
fucking great.
Yeah.
I always enjoy that guy. I enjoy talking to him. And Clover Tack, reach out to me. We'll do some more future specials with you, dude. That was a ton of fun.
Yes.
I was just on his show and he was on my show, so we've actually.
Yeah, I know. I watched it.
Did you really?
I was in the car. I was listening to it. It was great.
Oh,
I always decompression, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome,
there's a
man.
couple of old boys talking about guns and nonsense. I'm like, this is fucking great.
Yeah, perfect. Clover Tack, who apparently has had maybe one too many whiskeys tonight, says, I have so many cool new people. I think he meant friends. Since Andrew has agreed to come on my podcast, it's awesome. And hey, Grid, change your cam now and again, bro. I did just for you. I may change it back a little later.
Yeah, but see, Clover Tack, who's an actual human being.
Yes.
Even when he contacted me, it was the same thing. He was like, when can I get in? I think I told him like 3 weeks. I said, I think I'm like 3 weeks out. He said, no problem, bro. I understand you have a schedule to keep. Get back to me when you can. So the staff went through it. Okay, Andrew, we can get him in on this date. Great. So we slated him. We did the entire thing. But it was because he was patient. Like he didn't make the demand. Change your whole schedule around to accommodate my criticisms, Andrew. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I have plenty of other things to do. Playing Mass Effect this evening is way funner than dealing with somebody who makes an endless demand on your time. Fuck you. Go to hell. But he wasn't like that. He just said, he followed up multiple times. I said, just remind me. We're going to get you in. Just remind me. And he did. And so we were able to get that to happen. But it's just like, some people are they're fucking ridiculous with their expectation. And it's because from their perspective, they're one person talking to me and there's no external demands other than that. From my perspective, they're one of hundreds of people DMing me. And so I'm like, that. You know what I mean? So it's a harder line to sift through. And so I'm like, I still want everybody to come through. I still respond to all DMs, but just give me some time. Don't be fucking ridiculous.
Yes.
You know what's interesting?
I had 11 flakes on Wednesday. That was great.
The interesting thing, Andrew, is I think it's been 2 months now that you and I talked about either like doing an interview. You and I are sitting down and just talking, and we've never done it because you'll pop in here and I'll go do the questions on your channel, and I know that you're really busy. And to be honest with you, I don't have anything to debate. It would just literally be a bullshit session between the two of us. And you know what though?
That's fine. But listen, bro, that's fine too. I love those. Those are my favorite. It's just all we need is an extension of a little bit of charitability. That I have tons and tons of shit which is scheduled, demands on my time between family and the things that I have scheduled. I want to meet all of those obligations to everybody. And so I'm just like, look, you are reaching out to me because you want to talk to me. That's fine. But just have a reasonable expectation of time management.
Sure.
And there's many people who just don't do, they froth at the fucking mouth. I've waited 3 weeks. So wait another 3 weeks. So what? You're going to get through. You're going to get through. Just be patient, you know?
Yeah.
But,
I just feel like
you
you
know?
have way more important things. You have way more important people to talk to than
No,
than
that's
me.
nonsense.
I
What's
kinda feel
important?
the same
What's
way.
important? What's important, bro? What's important? What's important is community building. What's important is community building. What's important is community building. What's important is building the infrastructure so more people can you know, deal, or more people can participate, right? And so that's why we have built this massive infrastructure people can participate in. We let them advertise their stuff, whatever they want. I've had many people try to advertise on the YouTube. I turn it down. That way we can keep the, you know, the show length on debates to roughly 3 hours without these kind of ad rolls and annoying shit that people have to deal with. I would rather take that time, as limited as it might seem. 15 or 20 minutes is a lot of fucking time.
It is.
It's a lot of time in a block of show. So if I'm like, dude, you got 25 minutes on this block, let's do it. You know what I mean? It gives you the exposure that you've wanted, which is to have, you know, access to, you know, fucking just thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people. I'm happy to let you get your message out. All I'm asking is just this tiny bit of understanding for patience. That's it.
Yeah.
So Arthrodia has been asking me a couple of times now in the chat. Arthrodia has been on my show a couple of times. She's actually really a pretty based person. And she was wondering if you could define a Christian populist for her.
Yeah, it would be synonymous. It would be synonymous with essentially what you would perhaps consider a Christian nationalist. And I say perhaps as the caveat because I'm not sure exactly what you would consider that to be. But what it would be is a blending, a synergistic blending of Christianity and the state, understanding that the state can glean its morals from Christianity and that it probably should. That there's actually no problem with Christians being in power. That's not problematic. And the only people who claim that it is are secularists who then demand that you, via your moral standard, never take power. That way they can perpetually be in power. And fuck that. That's bullshit. It's nonsense. It's always been nonsense. And so it's a push for Christians to understand that it's okay for them to also be in power positions. And they should be.
Andrew, I kind of have a question real quick because obviously you're a debater. I just want to ask, like the last caller that came in, you said you wouldn't give so much time on somebody that wouldn't show their self on camera. From a debating perspective, wouldn't you say that somebody that doesn't show themselves on camera has an advantage when it comes to debates?
Massive advantage.
Massive.
You could be debating. You could be debating a room. You could be watching them. You could be watching them pull up various things. And the other thing is that they can fry the entire debate without anybody holding them to account. So what's to stop them in the middle of the debate from just screaming out the N-word 15 times?
Yes. Yeah.
And there's zero accountability which can be held to them for doing that. So what they're essentially asking is, will you please take all this risk for me?
Yeah.
And the answer is no.
Definitely not.
No,
Andrew,
I won't.
Andrew, let me ask you another one. When it comes to actually like debating somebody, like let's say, for example, wouldn't you say that when it comes to the debate, like reading body language is actually important during a debate?
Yeah, I actually brought this up in our conversation together. So one of the ways in which, if you're a boxer, there's a reason there's no blind boxers. And it's because you want to read the body language of the person who's attacking you. Same thing in MMA. Show me the blind MMA fighter. I want to see him.
Yeah,
I don't think he exists.
I can show you two, and it was fucking hilarious watching them fight.
Did they get beat?
Yeah, it's funny though. It's like right. Hilarious.
So, but that's my whole point, right? Is that the reason that the blind don't engage in contact sports is because they can't see, because body language is as much a part reading what the other person's doing, how they're feeling, which points they're making that they're not sure of.
Right.
All of that is a perspective of body language and reading a person. It's as important in regular judo as it is in verbal judo.
Yes,
And that's why that policy exists, is because they have a massive advantage where they really shouldn't. They shouldn't have that massive advantage.
That's 100% true. Andrew, you're totally right on that. Like, I want to get on Speakeasy's like verbal combat. But I would say this: a lot of them don't have cameras, bro. And I would say that they're at an advantage. I'm going to put my camera on me, but they have the advantage when it comes to debate tactics. Like they can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, you can't read their body language in order to establish.
Well, that's why it's always been a policy on the Crucible that other than the call-in section, which even in the call-in section, you have to demonstrate there's a person behind the camera.
Right.
But other than that, you don't ever see debates on the Crucible where it's not your face, your everything. Right. And people will criticize that and say, I just want people to face docs. No. I want the sport of this thing to be fair.
Yes.
And it gives you an unfair advantage. So fuck off with that.
Yes, Andrew, so fucking true, bro. Thank you for saying that, because that was one of the questions that I had for you that, I mean, I've been wanting to ask today. But yeah, go on. Thank you for that.
So it's Andrew, I don't have that as a strong policy, but I much prefer it when people have their cameras on.
Well, sometimes the thing is that people run all sorts of different kinds of shows. In panel shows, it may behoove you to not have the face with the voice. But if you're running legitimate debates where it's two people's ideologies against, they're adversarial in nature, you don't want to provide weighted gloves to one side. You see what I'm saying? You want it to be fair across the board. If you are standing behind what you're saying with your face and your name and your worldview, they need to do the same. That's one. That's our first equal starting point. And then if you move on to the second points, there's all sorts of unfair advantages a person could have if they're debating behind an anonymous caricature rather than themselves, which could include you debating with a room of people, or you debating with 3 people, or or this guy is literally has books in front of him and he's reading those books in real time while you're debating him, and you could never see that he didn't actually know what the fuck he was talking about.
Yeah.
There's tons and tons of advantages which come with hiding behind kind of the anon profile. And so I've never thought that was fair. It's always been the official policy of the Crucible. If you're debating, you have to have a camera, you have to have a microphone, you have to be willing to stand behind what it is that you're saying. Now, many people don't like that, but fuck them. It's not their show. It's my show.
Yes. Andrew, wouldn't you say that Destiny, for example, like he kind of has like his own crew that kind of super chats him or like chats there. He kind of looks up facts during debates when it comes to his channel. Is that something there? Like it's something.
Yeah, of course. A person who has a giant live stream chat can always reference the chat for data. The reason specifically I use StreamYard, because we do have a large chat. I think tonight we had over 7,000 live,
7,000 people that were watching.
I think it was over that even. And then on the alt networks, it'll probably be millions of people who tune into this debate. But the point is that the reason I use StreamYard, and I've always done it this way, that people can then click the chat tab. They can also see the same chat. So if people are feeding me information or they're putting up links or things like that, you can see it and call it out in real time.
Yes.
Like that's, you know what I mean? That also keeps it fair. You see what I'm saying?
Definitely. Yeah, 100%. And you do realize like Destiny kind of does those, because I've seen Destiny, like his debates, he's always kind of like on his computer and doing like Google searches from his chat in real time. It kind of feels unfair to me, but at the end of the day, like he is a good debater. Don't get me wrong. Like he's skilled, but
he's a good rhetorician, but he's not a guy who really dives into So I'm willing to bite bullets to go down kind of avenues where I could be wrong. And kind of my hope in that is that I am wrong so I can adjust my worldview. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm just I kind of move into this simple yes, no. And then when they go, ha, got you, I go, well, not really, because the logical extension of this doesn't show what you're trying to prove. But I'm always trying to do that. Rob Noor is another one who's like that. They'll just answer yes, no. Destiny doesn't do that. What Destiny does is he kind of leans on obfuscation and says, let's give you this grandiose explanation, which really doesn't get to anything. And that was kind of the Smith tactic tonight, too. It is really funny when people say, oh, you holding him to account for his worldview is bad faith, but him refusing to answer questions is not.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For
So.
sure.
Massive amounts of word salad is, I believe, what I said earlier. Somebody from the chat.
But that's how. I mean, you just have to understand that there's a lot of that's how the game is played, right? If you don't want to answer a question, you obfuscate with kind of these elongated, long-winded things. Kind of one of the things that makes me famous in this debate sphere is that I don't let you do that. I'll just bring it right back and go, okay, that's nice. That's all nice that you said all that. Can you now answer my fucking question that I asked you 5 times?
Dude,
I love
for
that.
real. I
love
love
that.
it too. I love it too, bro. Hell yeah. Andrew,
Yeah, we can't let them off the hook.
Yeah,
you can't let them off the hook.
You don't let them do that, bro. You're kind of like Jesse Lee Peterson, where he's always asking the same question to make sure he gets the exact answer of what it is. You're kind of like that in a way. You don't let them off the hook of that.
Well, it's always the same thing. Well, I answered the question. Well, what was the answer? And then they change the answer.
Yes.
And then you go, well, okay, you're not really answering, kind of deflecting. You know what I mean? And there was a lot of that in the debate tonight, a lot of deflection.
Yes.
Whereas I actually took the more good faith position and tried to engage directly with yes, no, yes. And here's my qualifier. So after you answer yes or no, then you add the qualifier. But so often in discourse, people forget that they actually have to own the things that they say with an affirmative or a negative, and they need to lead where they lead.
Yeah.
So
it's probably one of the most frustrating things to listen when you're debating is you're basically trying to pull teeth on when you're constantly asking them the same question.
Well, but understand that that's a tactic. I already answered this question. There's an echo.
Yeah, somebody's got an echo.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I got to wrap it up. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I got to get some sleep. But I appreciate you letting me on. It was very very kind of you. And you guys have a good night, huh?
Andrew,
yeah, man, absolutely.
Yes, thank you so much, Andrew. You're always welcome on Project VealPod. Just FYI.
You won't be drunk. You won't be drunk next time.
No, I'll be drunk the next time. That's for damn
Oh,
sure.
okay. Well, then that's the only reason I'll come on then. All right, man. Sounds good. I'll talk to you guys. Have a good night.
Have a good
night, Andrew.
Good night.
Night, Andrew.
I have yet to tell Andrew about this movie that he's gonna have to star in.
No, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. No,
I'm like sitting here right now working on like a template for like the flyer of like what it would be. Like, and it's just like it's a mock-up, right? Just something to build off of later.
Yeah.
So I got like Andrew's face behind a couple cabins and shit, and like and it says like trad camp above it, and like he doesn't even know that like he's gonna be starring in this short film.
Andrew doesn't know that he's the star of your film. But
yeah, like him or Rachel have no idea that like I've already like casted them and like made them like the short film.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be called Trad Camp. We're gonna run with Trad Camp.
Yeah, for sure.
That's
for
awesome.
Sure.
Oh, Josie, we got a role for you too, and Grid.
Who's live right now? I need to set up a
Easy's
forward.
live.
Easy's live.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I can go
watch
live
some
if you
verbal
wanna
combat?
raid me.
Yeah.
Everybody want to watch?
Hold on. Raid me instead.
Raid you.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm gonna start a new one.
Well, how about you go on speak?
Hey, Grid, I'll holler at you guys later.
All right, Glenn.
Glenn,
We'll
thank
see
you so
man.
much, man. I always
Appreciate
love
it.
I love Glenn coming on. Yeah. Always great.
Yeah, Glenn's good
Dun,
people.
dun, dun,
Man.
dun.
It's good
Yeah.
people.
Good
Yeah.
people.
He's chill.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, Andrew answered all of my questions directly. So good with Andrew. Always good having.
You might get Rachel after. You might want to be careful, man.
Well, here's the thing. I'm hoping to get Rachel on the channel soon enough. So that would be great.
She might be like gatekeeping, you know.
No. I think me and Rachel are gonna have a good conversation when she comes on. That would be good for the channel.
I need a link if I'm gonna forward you.
Yeah, hold on, I'm getting that for you.
I got to go to bed. I'm gonna go shoot a trap in the morning with my son.
Hold on, give me
I can't be up till 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Real quick, Clovertac actually said we need
Here, I got
Project
you.
Veopod and Clovertac, we need to fucking collaborate, bro. You're also
Here, I got you, Grid.
You got me. All right, throw it in
Yeah.
the private.
Boom.
Clovertac, let's do it.
Private chat.
Yeah. You're in the Discord, bro. Hit me up, man. We need to set that up.
You're like, cause help a girl out.
Yeah. I will, but
I'll
make
be
sure
leaving,
you.
now,
make sure you
Grid, if
rate
you
old
wanna
Speakeasy. Everybody's like Speakeasy, not Josie.
Grid, if you wanna have me on again, I'll be happy to come back on if you're
Yeah, man, I
willing.
want you to come
Whatever.
back on. Tonight was kind of scuffed a little bit, to be honest with you.
I think
Yeah, a little bit, but I mean it's all right.
We did have some good conversation, but didn't kind of get where I wanted it to go. That's okay. That's okay.
It's always fun to be able to say nothing.
Was it my fault? I know I'm kind of like a wild child here.
No, you were cool. Hey,
Yeah, I'll go to
I am
verbal
actually.
combat. Chill. Sorry.
I'm just
I had to
wondering.
chat.
What's
I
that?
say yeah. I'll go to verbal combat from my chat. From my stream. I mean, I got you
Cool.
guys. Don't worry. Don't freak out. I
Hell
got
yeah.
you. I got you.
Hell yeah,
I got
Josie.
you.
You got me, Josie. You got it.
Not you.
Oh, what the
The
fuck?
chat.
Come on.
The chat.
Oh. Not me. I'm part of
The
your
chat.
chat.
Well, are you in
be-
the chat?
Josie, I'll be in the chat. Trust me.
If
You
you're
got
in
me.
the chat, then you good.
All right. So
Like Grid wants to go to bed.
Yeah, I have to get up and go do cool stuff with firearms tomorrow. So, which is all I want. If you raid Josie, that's a
I
massive.
just have a
L.
lot of older brothers, like, you know.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Good night,
I
man.
take care,
Good to
dude.
see ya.
Have a good one, man.
Like, I just have a lot of older brothers, and it's like the more people from the Crucible that just pour over onto my audience, it's like I just gain more and more older brothers humbling me on a daily basis.
I am actually, I kind of owe Speak a raid.
Dude!
I have
He
to.
does.
I have to pay
Do
back
it.
the
Yeah.
raid.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
I have to pay back the raid.
And what about
I
like...
can't split it either. Unfortunately, I would send half and half, but unfortunately,
Don't worry, Josie. Just
What did
show up on.
Speakeasy did for you?
Josie, just show up on the
Really?
fucking.
Raid me.
Dude, show
Raid
up.
me. He said,
Josie, just show up on the channel. You'll be good. You're good.
Yeah, no, I'm fucking done.
Oh, I'm definitely done. I need to fucking crash out and fucking have that.
"You're gonna crash out, Jake."
Yeah, for sure. I'm
I'm-
already ending my night. By the way, Clover Tactic, we need to set up a show with us.
I'm tired.
Yeah, Clover Tactic, we're gonna set up a show for sure. I've seen you with Grid. I know you did the interview with Andrew Wilson, so I definitely want to have a conversation about the Second Amendment with you when it comes to politics. As far as that, I'm not a fucking big gun guy. I don't know the full aspects of.
You guys are both in Texas.
Yeah. Oh, are we really? We're both Texas
Yeah,
guys.
he's in Texas.
Awesome. Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, he's in Texas.
We'll get along. Hell yeah.
So, Grungehead says something. Josie just here. Hang on, I'll just post it. There you go. To start a stream, go on Verbal Combat, and I'll post a link to your channel.
There you go. Come on, Josie.
So-
You're good.
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
Everybody's
Dude,
mad
ain't it
tonight.
the bare fucking minimum? Like,
Josie,
minimum
you're
what?
good.
What do you want me to do?
Josie, you're good. You're good. Just fucking be on the Verbal Combat and you're good. You don't need to have like a big viewership. Fucking Speakeasy has that for you. Don't worry about it.
yeah, right. Sure.
No, it's not sure. It's true. Don't worry about it. Come on. Just go on there. Fucking do your thing.
Josie's in California, Arthur Daya. It's early for her. It's late for me. It's 1:10 in the morning.
Actually,
Didn't
we're in the same
contribute
time
anything
zone.
anyways.
I get
Yeah.
5.
Just saying that Speakeasy wasn't there when you had like 3 viewers.
That's true.
Come on, man. Speakeasy, he's a good guy.
But Speakeasy raids me. I mean, he raids me quite often, actually.
So
and
there
I
you go.
co-hosted with you, uploaded your podcast for how long?
Wow, Josie's really fucking.
I know. Josie's like really like after me tonight.
I know. Josie, you're fine. Don't worry. Just fucking go into the next stream and you're good, Josie.
Well, Speak will raid you.
You have more subs than me and Grid right now. Come on. You have like 15,000 subs.
Dude.
You do. It's true. You have more subs than us. Technically, you have a bigger YouTube channel than me and Grid put together.
I don't care.
Nobody cares. All right, look, I got to end this thing. I got to go to bed. I actually owe Speak and Glenn both raids because I always raid Andrew. Actually, to be honest with you, if Andrew's
thanks
on,
for valuing absolutely nothing of any of the work that I've ever done for you. I really appreciate that.
Josie, Grid has been very nice. Like, come on.
You know what? I'm done. Night.
Okay, fair enough.